Anybody wanna, I guess they list the mic. Everybody talking today. I mean, we need to. Here we go. 788. 788 and 89. All right. We good? We nine? What you say?
9 for whole. 2, 4, 6, 7, we need 2, 8. Where's the other?
We just need one more to finish.
4, 6, 7. We have 7 more.
Here go Mike.
Here they come. They walk
All right. All right. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is reconvened. We're going to start off with economic development. I know we have other requests for guests. I am now going in order. My apologies in advance, but I didn't know we had as many guests as we usually have. So I'll start out with ordinance number 788-2023 as amended by Council members McCormick, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor and the commissioner of purchases and supplies to acquire and reconvey properties presently owned by Apartment 92, the Apollo LLC, or its designee located at 1250 Riverbed Road for the purpose of entering into the chain of title prior to the adoption of tax increment financing legislation authorized under Section 5709-41 of the revised code for the Kaplan-Shanman Building Mixed-Use Development Project. Madam Director. And do you have any guests with you?
Yes,
Mr.
I
Rosen,
do.
Mr. Rosen. I thought
Yes.
Mr. Rosen was with you. Okay. Please proceed.
Council President and members of council, we are here to seek approval for tax increment financing for the conversion of this industrial building into 70 units of residential rental apartments, 1 commercial space, using a non-school TIF, 30-year TIF. Total development is estimated at $17,958,000, will produce approximately 8 jobs. As you just said, I am accompanied by Kevin Smeltzer of the Economic Development Department and Adam Rosen to give you a more detailed summary of what we propose to do for your consideration.
Thank you. And I know Mr. App couldn't be here today. He did give a call just out of courtesy. So please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. I have a very brief, Adam and I have a very brief presentation for you, for some slides to reflect upon. This is the redevelopment of the building that is down at 1250 in the Flats. Michael App, a little bit of background of the developer on this. He's originally from Houston, Texas. Grew up there, ended up coming up to Case Western Reserve University for his master's. Shortly after he graduated, he stayed. Yes, he stayed here in Cleveland, and he formed a small business, the App Development Group, which he has grown and successful, and now he is growing and expanding, and he will actually be part of the top floor, the 5th floor of this building. For those of you who may or may not be familiar, if we can go to the next slide, please. Unless if I have the clicker, thank you. This is the building in its current condition. This building has been predominantly vacant and abandoned over here across from the city-owned Settlers Park. It's been a lot of garbage dumping and drug dealing, and unfortunately, in 2021, a couple of years ago, before Michael purchased this building, someone was shot and killed over there. So this particular blighted area right over on the riverfront there has been vacant and underutilized. There was an attempt years and years ago, back I think late 90s, to convert this into housing, and it just didn't work with either the right time or the right developer. For those of you who've also been on the bridge before, if you walk along the bridge, it'll take you to the end, and you see a building that's kind of stuck up there. That is this building, which was built in 1887. As part of the redevelopment of this, the director talked about the 70 apartments. With this, there's also going to be several units, 3 units that will be workforce housing, but they will be 60% AMI, which is even lower than many of the 80% AMI that we required with our TIF. Again, here's just a few more photos of this that I'm just going to show you so everybody knows exactly where this is. And then I'm going to turn this over to Adam to talk a little bit more about this before I just round up a little bit more financial on the TIF analysis there. And then we've even had some artists come in and they put the Frankenstein photo there. Adam?
Thank you, Kevin, and Chair and members of council. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here on behalf of my client, Michael App Development Group. Michael has been a client of mine now for almost a year. Previously worked with a member of this body, Kevin Kelly, who is a friend of mine, and when he became judge, passed him off to me, and I've been helping him on this project ever since. It's a really great project, historic renovation, using historic tax credits and Cleveland Housing Trust Fund dollars to come up with the financing for this. And as Kevin alluded to, 70 units of housing. There will be some units in addition to the 3 units that are 60% AMI that are reserved for handicapped, disabled veterans. Mike is a veteran himself and believes very strongly that people should have good places to live, and is going above and beyond ADA and other requirements to have units in there for disabled veterans. He's also going to have his office up there. So we mentioned the 1 commercial unit, and that's what's going to be on the top floor. You can see it's a small building, so the units will be small, but that'll keep some of the prices down, and folks will be able to take advantage of all the great amenities on the west bank of the Flats. You can go to the next slide. Here are the sources and uses. I alluded to the City of Cleveland coming in with the Housing Trust Fund dollars, $600,000. Also state and federal historic tax credits, which we have secured and, for $3.5 million. And then we are working on gap financing using CPACE and a few other sources to fill the final $2.1 million to complete the project costs here. Why are we here for a TIF? Obviously, I'm very sensitive to the City of Cleveland's tax needs and dollars, and so as a developer, he believes this is an important project. And also, this is something that is a historic renovation. We're taking something old and making it new again. It's an important part of the Flats and is really an important area for riverfront and waterfront development. Since this project started, we have come under increasing construction costs, higher interest rates. There's a significant historical renovation here that is SHPO and others have required other pieces of construction that are going to increase the cost, including the connection to the historic viaduct and maintaining some of the viaduct. What you'll see, Kevin, if you don't mind going to the next slide.
Sure.
I kind of went through some of that already. Yeah, connection to the viaduct, roof repair. If you go to the next slide, you'll see how the building is taking advantage of the viaduct courtyard. So the entryway for residents is actually through and under the bridge there. And so there are some maintenance and things that we're going to be working on with the city and the state to make sure that that bridge is maintained and not falling down and leaking and everything like that. But there are some additional costs that the developer is taking on to make sure this is an amenity for the residents. With that, Kevin, I think it's back to you.
Sure. So just a little bit on the TIF analysis and the economic development associated with this project. We work with a consultant on this, thoroughly going over numbers, and the estimated net present value of the 41 TIF is $347,590. That's the value of this. The Cleveland schools, upon the expiration of the residential tax abatement, will also get some significant tax revenue with this redevelopment of this project. And there is no commercial tax abatement associated with this. The economic numbers associated with this project, with Michael, with his company, going to be 8 new jobs with a $400,000 new payroll. You do the math on that, it's $10,000 of new income tax revenue to the city, which is approximately at least $300,000, which is getting close to the value of the TIF.
All right, thank you. Just a couple of things that I want to make sure that I understand. This is a 30-year TIF. I thought, do we usually do smaller TIFs, or is 30 usually the traditional?
To the council president, we have done 30-year TIFs. We have looked at with the consultant to make sure, is it worthy of doing a 30-year TIF? Could the project be done at 25 or 20? I have vetted and gone through the consultant with this, and we've come up with that it is the 30-year for this particular project.
So this has been gone through the underwriter?
That is correct.
Okay. And you said 8 jobs. It would seem to me that it'd be more, so are those jobs permanent, or is it construction? And what is the construction jobs that we'll be receiving from these?
To the council president, those are a minimum of number of jobs that will be in the contract. To your question, most likely will be higher than that. Those are permanent jobs. Those are not construction jobs associated with the project. I don't know the answer to the construction jobs. Maybe Adam may know that.
Yeah, I'm not, Council President, I'm not aware of the construction job numbers, although that's something we could report back to you on. The jobs are related to Michael's business and the growth of his property management. He has a number of other properties that are, and a lot of contractors that are kind of scattered, and his goal is to kind of grow a team that would then occupy the top floor of this building in the office space attached to the viaduct.
Yeah, I figured those are permanent, which is good because that's annual. And how many units again? 70?
Yeah.
70? Okay. And the only other thing that I did want to ask is MB, FB, CSB. Are these going to apply for this as well?
Yes, Council President.
Okay. That's all I have. Any other questions regarding this? I do have, before I move to Councilman Polinsik, I want to make sure that I check in with Councilman Hairston as well as McCormick. Hairston?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no one readiness. This is the first of 2 pieces. This is the chain of title, and then we have to come back for the actual TIF itself. So we will get the chance to see this again for a second time.
Okay, great. Councilman McCormick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support this ordinance. This is currently a vacant building, quite blighted. In the west bank of the flats. It's kind of been an eyesore for quite a few years. This is an exciting revitalization run by a minority-owned company and business, which I know in this table we talk a lot about. We want to see more folks in ownership, not just in different levels when it comes to diversity. So proud to say that this project also fits that as well. But once again, a TIF is extracting the new value of the project. So it's not taking any existing tax revenue away from anyone. It is taking the new value added specifically through the project and reinvesting it within the project to make the project viable. So because of that, Mr. Chairman, again, this is adding value to a blighted building with a newer developer in town who I think is doing really good work and has got an exciting career ahead of him. And again, what we're doing is leveraging the new on-top investment of the existing value to make the project pencil. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. Who's the attorney again? What's your name?
Adam Rosen, sir.
Adam. This was this was the Newman building, right, at one time?
Kaplan Shaman, I believe, was the name of it. It might have had another name in the interim, but initially, I think constructed as Kaplan
Okay,
Shaman.
I remember when this was a viable building and it was a destination spot at one time, years ago, especially the top floor connected to the viaduct. So I would concur with Councilman McCormick. This building has been sitting there as an eyesore for years. It looks terrible. And I've often wondered when somebody was going to do something with this building, because you think in its location, it's a natural for redevelopment in light of what's going on, what has gone on the west side of the river. So I just wanted to make sure from the standpoint, as Councilman McCormick outlined, we are not losing any new revenue, and that's correct?
No. To the chairperson, to the councilman, no.
Okay. So I wholeheartedly support it, and I hope it's going to be very successful. And you indicated the developer is new to Cleveland?
Yeah, he, to the councilman through the chairperson, he moved to Cleveland to go to Case Western for graduate school and then stayed after. I think he became interested in real estate while he was in graduate school here and then has committed to purchasing and redeveloping properties here in Cleveland.
Well, let's hope he does more in the city of Cleveland. So I hope that's the case.
I hope so, too.
And then Mr. Chairman, is this the only piece for economic development?
No, we got three more pieces with
And
that.
I have a question when we're all through that to the director. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
absolutely. All right. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 788-2023 stands approved as amended. And make sure I read the amendment. I apologize. I forget sometimes to read the amendment. Okay, the amendment says, there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. 1, the section 1 at the end, strike the period and insert the following, and is more fully described as follows. I don't believe I need to read the entire legal description.
To the chairperson, I know what that is. There was a correction I caught on the legal description on that we had fixed after the legislation had been introduced, so that's what that's referring to. So
Okay.
it's the proper legal description.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that the proper legal description is noted. Okay? Good? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is 789 ordinance number 789-2023 by council members McCormick, Hairston, and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Erie View Holdings LLC and/or its designee to provide for tax abatement for certain real property improvements as an incentive to revitalize Erie View Tower.
There's another seat down here, Charlie.
And I know that you have Ms. Brown, but do you want to introduce your other guests?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I have John Penny and Rich Morehouse and Charlie Bolton from KJK Cranston, Corman, Jackson, and Cranston Law Firm representing the developers of Erie View Holdings LLC. And what we have before you today.
And this is the W, right?
The conversion of the Erie View Tower and Galleria.
Okay, got it.
To luxury hotel, apartments, and
Got it.
office space.
Okay.
And so the administration and economic development team have been working with the developers and their representatives to come up with viable financing plan to really repurpose Erie View Tower and the Galleria, which is mostly vacant, certainly suffering from lack of use in the downtown area post-COVID, loss of workers, high vacancy. And we come to share with you really some very exciting opportunities for reimagining downtown office space. And as I just mentioned, the proposal will be to add a luxury hotel, residential apartments, perhaps even some condominiums, and office and new retail. And we have a proposal. The incentive package, which Robin Brown from Economic Development will be able to share in more detail with you, but before you is a tax abatement, a commercial tax abatement, and which is something we've done before, but only when necessary. And we believe revitalizing this mostly vacant building and that area of downtown deserves and merits consideration of this tax abatement. I also want to bring to your attention that we're still discussing the range of incentives and benefits that may be needed for the entire project, meaning we've been asked to consider a TIF. We're not bringing that to you today because we're still talking about it, but making you aware as a body that that may be necessary. We're here today because we want to continue positive motion with the project. There are historic tax credits and other forms of financing that we do not want to lose, and so we need to continue forward momentum while we are continuing to discuss the overall financial package, which we will now begin to share. The overall development is more than $200 million, and as we are looking at the benefits to the city, we are estimating about 650 jobs related to the office and hotel prospects. So with that, I would ask Ms. Brown to add anything else and then introduce the representatives for a presentation that we've loaded here.
Good afternoon to the chair and to the council members. I think Director Hamilton went over everything, but I just wanted to go over some more economic benefits of the project. As she stated, the project for the office and the hotel will create over 600 permanent jobs with over $70 million in payroll. That will spin off approximately $1 million in city income tax revenue. The project will also retain approximately 650 jobs, which will generate $3 million, excuse me, in city income tax revenue on a $200 million payroll, and it will provide over 260 construction jobs. The estimated value of the abatement in year one is approximately $2.1 million. And the estimated real property taxes in year one would be approximately $723,000. So I'll turn the presentation over to Rich Morehouse.
Actually, thank you, Robin, and all right, thank you. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce my managing partner, John Penny.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody for their time. I want to thank Terry and Robin and Chief Epstein. It's been a long process. It's a big project. There's a lot of moving parts. I'm John Penny. I'm the managing partner at KJK. And our firm was retained by the Kassouf family to help them from a project management standpoint to execute the project. As mentioned, it's a sizable project. The footprint, as you'll see in the diagrams, is over 1 million square feet of space. The office tower is about 65% vacant. It's over 800,000 square feet. The developer has reached terms with Marriott Corporate. This is not a franchised facility. This is actually the W brand, their world-class flagship brand that has selected Cleveland as the first city in Ohio to receive a W brand.
It's going to be a world-class facility. It'll revitalize the restaurant amenities on the top upper floors. It'll also repurpose really the entire Square City block that needs a new life and a new opportunity. So it's an exciting but complex project, and I'll walk you through the presentation, starting with just the summary. As I mentioned, it's a 40-story, 810,000 square foot office tower. It's one of the largest buildings in the city. Really a spectacular series of panoramic views, and it definitely suits the W brand because views and visibility with their brand is critical. You can see why they selected it. It's now about, like it mentions, more than 50%. It's about 60% vacant. We have lost another tenant who fortunately did stay in the city and relocated, I think, in the U.S. Bank building, which is great for the city. We were worried about that. So the Galleria.
If you don't mind me jumping in, was that TransDigm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So that's why, Council President, time is of the essence because we are still losing some tenants and we want to get moving. So, but fortunately, the tenants have all remained in the city. So,
Good.
The Galleria is over 200,000 square feet. It's a, as everybody knows, a former retail complex. We have some really exciting ideas that would be a nice amenity to the downtown neighborhood and to the city. We'll present some initial renderings of that. The developer has committed at the administration's request, I believe at the council's request, to invest substantial capital to redevelop the Galleria as part of this project. The project summary, as mentioned, it's a 210 key luxury hotel managed by the parent Marriott entity, the W Hotel, their flagship brand. This is not managed by a third party. So the employees will be actual employees of the W and the Marriott Corporation, which has great training programs, excellent benefits, solid wages. And so this is actually one of their first projects like this, where not only will the W manage the hotel, but the W and Marriott will manage the residences and then the hospitality and the amenities. As you can see, a spa, a restaurant, a rooftop bar, all of that is contemplated in the project. In addition to that, there's 227 luxury apartment units. It's actually branded under the W name. We have reached an agreement in principle, actually a formal agreement. It just needs executed once we finalize the incentives and the financing with Huntington Bank, which we'll address in a minute. Our plan is to retain as much office as possible. We do think it'll be a highly attractive office environment with the W there and all the amenities that it brings, including the rooftop restaurant and bar. The Galleria, as I mentioned, would also be part of the redevelopment. We'll show you some initial renderings and certainly would appreciate feedback. As you can see, the next slide is the stacking plan. This is how it's currently contemplated to be laid out. I'm sure everybody remembers, or some of us remember, the rooftop bar, the panoramic views. It really was a spectacular venue. Unfortunately, it's been shuttered for some time. My theory is that the W was sold once they saw it up there, the scene and the view, the overall views. So. Next slide, the development team. The Kassouf family is committed to this. I will tell you their primary concern is their risk. There's a lot of moving parts. The abatement and the back-end tip that they're requesting, never once in our discussions with them have they asked how it improves their profits. Mr. Kassouf in particular has expressed to me and to a lot of people in this room that he really wants to move forward with this project, but he does not want to take on risks that could bankrupt his family, candidly. He has cited the Westin, the fact that a former developer invested over $80 million. It went into foreclosure. It was sold for $46 million recently. So his commitment to the city is there, but he is asking to help de-risk the transaction in the form of the abatement that we've proposed in the back-end TIF. As we walk you through the capital stack, you'll see there's a substantial investment from the state already and from federal tax credits, and there's a substantial ROI, we think, for the city. The development team is being built out. Berardi is currently doing the historic tax work and has done a fantastic job already securing all the approvals, both at the state and federal level. The construction manager will be Cleveland Construction Company. We have met with Cleveland Construction. We advised them that this project would be subject to the community benefits ordinance, and we've discussed with them the certain needs in connection with that, one of which is we've recommended to them, or more or less requested, that they select an MBE general contracting partner, and we will work with them on that. I am very familiar with the ordinance and the general parameters of it in light of some of the other projects we're working on. So we have briefed the family as well as Cleveland Construction and the architecture and design teams. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that. So next slide are just some initial renderings of the rework of the Galleria in particular. A New York firm who's actually selected by Marriott is created these initial images. What I could tell you is it will include a lot of entertainment, some retail, some restaurants, a lot of what we'll call a sports tourism, but it'll be mostly open space just to take advantage of the large footprint. Moving quickly through the renderings, you can see the sources and uses, which are very detailed and complex, but the key to this project and what makes it overall very viable is that there's about $40 million in state and federal incentives, and I'll walk you through those briefly. The project did win 2 rounds of awards of state tax credits for about $10 million. It did receive $13 million in transformational mixed-use urban redevelopment credits from the state, and the balance of the incentives are from the federal tax credits. And the construction financing is to be provided by Huntington. We have a term sheet. We are finalizing those terms, and one of the outstanding issues are the back-end components beyond the 10-year abatement. The family, in partnership with Brown, Gibbons, and Lang, made a very smart move. They purchased a forward swap contract, which allows them to close on their financing in the mid-5s for the construction period. We do need to close on the financing in order to preserve that swap contract, but it does make the project viable overall. And so we've been working hard to get all of this lined up. Like I said, a lot of moving parts. I think the next slide just describes the ordinance, and just trying to move quickly out of respect for the council. As mentioned, we are seeking a 10-year 75% tax abatement on the commercial components, and then we are in discussions with the city about a back-end request, and hopefully we can work that out and come back. Yes.
All right. All right. Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much. This is an exciting project. Been familiar with the W brand for a while, and I have to say the Kasu family has been working very hard on trying to make sure that they help everyone understand the amount of investment and what they're trying to do with this project. So I can appreciate that, because a lot of times, sometimes developers don't spend that amount of time really trying to help council understand, you know, the entire stack and everything for the project. But I do want to make sure I ask a couple of questions just on due diligence for the public. Has this project been underwritten, or did we have from the city someone look at this through the underwriting lens?
To the chair, yes, we did. We had an outside underwriter at the project.
My understanding is that you guys are still trying to determine the back end, which is the TIF and those kind of things, which is, I would anticipate that the underwriting has pretty much stated that we still need to figure that out. But they have said that they do need the tax abatement portion of this.
To the
right?
chair, yes.
Okay, that's always important.
We also believe some amount of TIF is warranted.
Right.
And that's the discussion of the structure, not whether, but how much, and the structure.
I completely agree with that, and I totally understand. I am a huge fan of making sure that we have a third-party underwriter to really help us understand if and what financial incentives are needed. And I'm going to be a little bit more prickly about that, trying to make sure that we have that kind of validation. Because council people are a lot of things, but I can't say that any of us have put together a $400 million development deal. So we kind of want a little bit of guidance and make sure that we get some support on that too, okay? All right. The other thing that I want to make sure is, Mr. Penny already answered my question about CBO, which is very critical to this. But I do have an overall question, and I'm not sure if this is economic development, but it's something that I've always been curious about. Who is the keeper of the hotel beds? Who is seeing what we actually need, and if we're actually having an over-proliferation of hotel rooms or beds? Because it's been my experience that, especially when COVID hit and some of these other things, looking at the hotel that's right down the street, I think the Westin or whatever else like that, I just don't want us to get into a position where we do a lot of economic investment into hotels, and then we wind up having the Kasu family who's putting forth good, hard-earned money and wind up having their hotel halfway empty. So who and how do we determine that, and where do you get those numbers from, John?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. Coincidentally, I'm the chair of Destination Cleveland, the
Okay.
Convention Visitors Bureau.
So I did
for
ask the right
county.
person
Yeah.
then, okay.
But
And the man
also-
that brought the RNC to town.
Yeah, Chief Epstein also did commission through Destination Cleveland a third-party study to determine the need. And I'm happy to report today, this morning, we had our executive committee. The chief of staff is on our executive committee and attended, and our occupancy is now above 2019. Our RevPAR is above 2019 rates. Our convention pipeline for 24 through 26 is as strong as it's ever been. And we do believe, and our sales team believes, that this type of boutique, smaller room hotel is appropriate. The W selected the city because, this is just my opinion based on conversations, because of the sports teams and the partnership with some of the leagues as well as with the draw and the usage. So we're mindful of the impact of a hotel, but it's rather modest size, 200 rooms. And it is sort of a unique user-end hotel with small rooms but high amenities. And the only other high-end hotel in the market is currently the Ritz, which candidly is often booked solid and with very little availability.
Well, that's good to know, and thank you for that update. I would love if you and Dave or some of those guys can help us get that information, because that helps us as we think through our deliberations on what we need and what we don't need. And clearly what you stated as the industry expert is that there is a need. Okay, so that's huge. I do want to say that you brought up something that's in a part of town, and one of the reasons I did bring that up about the hotel is because that's in a part of town that I always think downtown, and I can't speak for my colleague, but downtown goes through these cycles of one part builds up and then another part kind of falls off, or one part starts to accelerate and then the other part gets forgotten about. So I just hope that this project really kind of is equitable, that is kind of stabilizing, the northeast part of downtown, the Northeast Central Business District, because to me, the Galleria and all of those offices in Transdime could have been disastrous if we lost Transdime. We need to keep that area strong. So I see this as another opportunity to do that as well.
And we agree, and it does, I'll just add, complement the 45 Airview project, which I just drove past, and I saw the now leasing signs, and looking forward to see that project come online, which is adjacent. They are sharing some parking, and there's a plan to coordinate amenities with the shared common area.
Just tell them to give everybody warning before they stop traffic downtown with the big cranes and everything. That's all I have, Councilman Hairston and McCormick, and then I'll go to any other questions. I got you, Councilman Pulisic. Okay, Councilman Hairston, DPS Chair, Councilman McCormick, Councilman on record, Pulisic, KZ. Harsh.
All right, we got it?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the group this morning for the presentation. I did have an opportunity to talk through this project with Mr. Penny and others who are working to develop the project. We also had a discussion with Interim Director Terry Hamilton Brown. And as stated today, it is my understanding that they would like to move forward with this piece for now and then come back to discuss subsequent pieces of what we're hearing today. We also asked for the same information that the council president did about what is our current vacancy rate as it relates to hotel beds? What does that look like when we're not in season, I guess, when there is sports teams playing, if there are not some sort of convention that's in town, what does that look like? And so if we can please get that information, I'm not sure if Mr. Penny, you will request that from Destination Cleveland or to ED, however, but we would like to see that information so that can, our piece of the pie that is very helpful to us, as the president said, as we make our decisions. And I keep hearing that we have a healthy pipeline of conventions coming into 2024. That's a good thing. But once the conventions are all gone, what do we look like during those times? And so that is very important. One of the things we discussed was a CBA, and as the team mentioned today, that they are working through a CBA for this project. And through the chair to the team here, can you share with us where you are in that process of completing the CBA for this project?
We are, at this point, we've talked to the developers about the requirement, and as Mr. Penny said, he's familiar with the ordinance. And so our next step is to have a meeting with Director Mitchell in the OEO, because they are part of drafting the CBA for the large projects.
Okay. All right. So you will keep us abreast of those conversations
Absolutely.
as they go along, so that way, and especially if we have to come back to the table and review a second piece of this, that will be very helpful, and it's something that I'm sure
We'll
all
bring
members will want to see.
that with us as we come before council the next time.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just concur with Councilman Hairston on the community benefits and making sure that that's a part of the conversation next time around. So I want to appreciate the chair's diligence on that. Mr. Chairman, I am generally always a positive cheerleader for the city and for downtown, but this is a building and a complex that keeps me awake at night. It's in trouble. And again, I try to always have a positive lookout on life and, really keeping things moving forward. But this very large complex, Director, do we know how many square feet the entire project is, roughly?
Well, you said $1 million for the office and $200,000 for the Galleria or
It's
so?
combined about 1.1 million.
Yeah, so 1.1 million square footage of space in downtown that is largely vacant. Chair, if anyone has walked through the Galleria recently, you can see with your own eyes the status of the Galleria right now, which used to be a bustling economic center for the city of Cleveland. So again, this is one of those areas of downtown that keeps me awake at night, and I'm very worried about the future of not only the tower but the Galleria. So I really want to thank the economic development team and the folks from the development group too for really working hard to ensure that this thing doesn't sink. I don't want to think about what that would look like if 1.1 million square feet of space in downtown shuttered completely. And Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is too far to imagine if we can't get this right where something like that happens. So really appreciate the team that's at the table today, Mr. Chair. Really exciting mixed-use project that I believe will invigorate much more than just the walls of this project, including all the areas around it as well. As has been noted, we are thrilled that TransDigm has stayed in Cleveland, but that leaves another large vacancy within the building, which is majority vacant now, one of our primary buildings in downtown. And again, if, going through the Galleria, you can see the status of the Galleria. Chair, so anyways, it's a really exciting project to invigorate life back into this section of downtown, which has significantly struggled, especially during the pandemic, but also well before that. Chair, in particular to the W Hotel sounds great. I'll probably never stay there, but it looks great, sounds great. But again, looking at the holistic package, I think this is a really exciting project for the city, the retail, the activation, the office space, all of that. Narrowing in on the economics of it, Chair, if we look at, once again, here we're talking about financing that takes advantage of the added value on top of where we are today. I don't think it's a stretch to think that if this project doesn't go through, there probably will be no added value as a whole for a long period of time. So looking at this saying, we're not touching any existing tax revenue, but what is the added value added onto the project? And in order to make the project pencil, can we take some of that value and put it right back into the project itself, which is what we're seeing here. But in addition to that, when we're looking at the retention of 658 jobs with a payroll of 230 million, and then the addition of 640 new jobs on site with new 70 million in payroll, the economics alone, Mr. President, outside of the revitalization of 1.1 million square feet in mostly vacant downtown office and retail, is overall a benefit to the city of Cleveland. There's no doubt about it. So really appreciate the director's diligence and really vetting this project and going through it with a fine-tooth comb to understand not only the overall value to the city, but economically, does it make sense for us to move forward with this? And I concur with the director and the underwriting that yes, it does. As Councilman Harrison noted too, I've had the opportunity to meet with the ED staff as well as with the development team on the details here. But once again, Mr. Chair, you have the big picture here, which is ensuring that this critical piece of real estate in our community does not fail. And I don't use that word lightly. But again, if you look at the current state of it, that's not too far shot of a thought. Breathing really vitality into that, into the 1.1 million square feet in the area around it, but also looking at, we have an option to do this or to not do it. And I think doing it, adds 600 plus jobs, it retains jobs, it adds a ton of value. And we know that not doing it, as the Galleria and Tower have sat in this condition for, oh my gosh, I don't know how long it's been roughly in this condition, struggling for a long time. There's no doubt in my mind that it will continue in that state unless we intervene. So, Chair, under the understanding that this project has been thoroughly vetted by the director and her team, under the understanding that economically that this will generate not only economic activity but tax revenue in the city of Cleveland, and understanding the fact that the alternative to this investment I think is quite scary for the city. I fully support this project and look forward to the day where the Galleria and Erie View are once again something to be proud of in Cleveland and not something that you kind of walk by and feel bad about, quite honestly. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mike Polensek, Councilman Brian Casey,
Thank you.
Harsh Life.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the director, to the presenters. I'm going to age myself because I can remember when the Airview Tower was built as a kid coming downtown on the #1 St. Clair with my mother. My sister's was that was the second tallest building next to Terminal Tower today. And it was like, wow, this building coming down St. Clair, because you could see it coming on the #1 St. Clair. And I had my high school graduation party, all of us at Collin High School, on the top of the town. So it's something that I always recall at our graduation party. And I remember when Dick Jacobs built the Galleria and how important that was. And many of us at City Hall, including city council members, especially on Monday night, we would walk over there to get something to eat in the Galleria, which was packed with restaurants, and there was Richmond Brothers, and the place was just loaded with retail stores, and how important that was to the downtown area. And then we saw what happened to it, and when COVID hit, how it decimated the jobs at the, especially the office jobs in the building. And I just had a recent walkthrough of the building to follow up on Councilman McCormick, and just to realize what a sad state of affairs it is. But you have a solid building that was built, a quality built building, and Dick Jacobs, he didn't scrimp when it came to putting up buildings, so we know that the Galleria was well built, even though it needs work at this point. And you see the potential, but it's a ghost town. I walk through it quite oftenly, and I'm going to meetings. And it's just a sad commentary is what happened here. So not only do I support it, but I have some specific questions. I thought it was, we're reading here it's a 10-year. So I think someone thought it mentioned a 15-year. It is a 10-year abatement, correct?
To the chair, to Councilman Pulisic, it's a 10-year.
Is the Galleria a separate parcel?
Yes.
Is the Galleria a separate parcel?
It is, yes, sir.
So this will encompass, the abatement will encompass the both parcels?
Yes, but the residential component is following the current 15-year program.
Oh, the 50?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
That's where the confusion is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as Councilman McCormick indicated, the revenue we are obtaining and receiving right now, the city of Cleveland, out of Galleria and, which can't be much, and Erie View, that will remain. That's going to change.
Yes, so the current market value, appraised value will not be contested. It's about 20.5 million.
Yeah.
And the baseline will remain of approximately 7.1 million of tax.
Okay, so 15-year on the residential component in the high-rise,
Yes.
and then 10 million for the rest of the project.
Yes.
Okay, and then as has been said at the table, the director and her team are analyzing whether or not there'll be a TIF component at some time, which I would say, again, I would hope that would be some real deep diving so we know for sure when you come to the table that this is exactly what's needed to make this project work. Is there a timetable on this, on the project, whoever?
In terms of commencing,
Yes.
we actually have started commencing construction meetings. Marriott has selected the architectural design team. Those contracts are being negotiated, red line near finalized. And we have a term sheet, not a commitment, but a term sheet from Huntington Bank with a forward swap rate lock. So the rate is locked in that contract. So I would imagine that if we can resolve all these remaining few issues and finalize this as well as the back-end discussion, we would commence within 30 days with full-scale design development.
So the W is signed, sealed, and delivered.
The W is signed, sealed, and delivered, subject to financing. So, and that includes the hotel operating contract and the residential operating contract.
Okay. And so, from Mr. Penny, so from your testimony here at the table, with this legislation that is before us, in essence, this project will be a go.
I think the back-end components would be the remaining issue. As I mentioned, Mr. Kassouf in particular, who's signing recourse on over $100 million of debt, has expressed concern about what happens at year 10 with the hotel and the taxes. To go from a 75% abatement to 0 at year 10, Huntington and Mr. Kassouf have pointed out that it makes a takeout lender's position very difficult because the taxes are uncapped. They go. And unfortunately, we can't, because of the state legislation these days, we can't even negotiate a private agreement that gives some comfort to a developer. So our hands are somewhat tied what happens at year 10.
But can we expect this project to become a reality?
I think so. And I wouldn't be sitting here. I have so much going on in my world right now that I agreed to do this mostly because I believe it's the right project for the city, to be honest with you.
Well, again, as Councilman McCormick indicated, that it's a key hunk of land, key building, iconic building in the downtown area. And something needs to happen there because it was a economic generator, the office tower and Galleria, not only a dollar generator for the city, but it was a destination place for people who worked in the downtown area, which has been taken away from us. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to support it. And I also wanted to say this to my colleagues who may not be aware of it. The Kassouf family, years ago, stepped up to the plate when there was a possibility, and I was here at the time, that we were going to lose the FBI headquarters. Yeah. They were going to move out. There's a possibility they were going to move out to one of the suburbs. And they stepped up to the plate, and they built the new FBI headquarters here on Lakeside. And I always remember that because we were really concerned in council of keeping those critical law enforcement jobs in the downtown area. And so they stepped up to the plate, and they own that building. that they've invested in and kept the FBI headquarters here. So I've never forgot that commitment to the city. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to support it. I hope it works because it needs to be an iconic property again, and I'd love to see once again it being a hub for jobs and taxes for the city of Cleveland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments, Councilman. I'm going to turn it over to Casey, but before I turn it over to Councilman Casey, I actually, myself and Councilman Polinsky have to make a brief run, and I'm going to turn over the chair to Councilman McCormick. He has Casey, Harsh, Slife, and then we're going to hear 903 and 904 after those pieces.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're all stuck with me now. Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, when was the last time the city gave a 75% commercial tax break in the city?
So I can't answer if it was this percentage, maybe Robin can, but the last commercial tax abatement we did was the IBM project on 105th Street in Carnegie, is it?
Yes, on Opportunity Corridor.
Part of the Opportunity Corridor.
All
That
right.
was the last commercial one, which is,
Yep.
Yeah.
And also the hotel in University Circle also received the same abatement.
okay.
But the question is, we don't use this often. This is very rare.
This is rare and intended for projects that are of great importance and will have an impact, a catalytic impact.
All right, and then basically for a downtown central market project, why do they need why are we going down this path? Why the commercial tax break?
I'll let John.
Mr. Morehouse looks like he's
talk about it.
willing to jump in.
To the chair, with all the changes that have happened in the market for office occupiers,
Just speak into it.
okay, sorry.
Just pull it closer to you.
All right, thank you. With all the changes that have happened in the market for office occupiers, if you look at the market data for what exists in the office market right now for downtown Cleveland, Newmark, they published a report, second quarter 2023, market vacancy in Cleveland is at 25%, which is at a 5-year high. And it's probably only going to get worse because we're still in the middle of the dynamic out there, and that's that office occupiers are changing how much space they occupy, and they're taking less space, they're downsizing, and it's a flight to quality. So what does Cleveland need to do? Cleveland needs to up its game with regard to office buildings. They need to amenitize office buildings to make sure that the office workforce stays in Cleveland, that they want to be here in Cleveland, and that's exactly what the plan that the Kasut family wants to execute is a highly amenitized building to keep occupants in this 40-story office tower.
All right, and Mr. Penny, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Penny, you mentioned that the property now is valued at 20 point something million. What will it be valued at once the project is completed? Or do we have?
I think at our peak valuation, and this is purely an estimate, because obviously the county fiscal office would determine it,
But you guys have an estimate.
we certainly did modeling. I think we placed the full project at over 100 million or around there.
So we're abating potentially $80 million.
No, we provided the
tipping.
actual, the abatement amounts. So if you turn to the,
Stacking plan?
yeah, Charlie, if you could pull up the full abatement amount. We actually were asked by the Economic Development Department to model that for them, and so we have our projections.
Yeah. Do you want me to walk through that, John?
Yeah, just the abated amount so that the
Yeah.
councilman understands.
Sure. You can see in column 5 at the bottom there, that 9.26 million is the estimated value of the commercial 10-year abatement. As you can see, the residential portion is not abated at all. And it's a 10-year abatement. And a lot of the increases don't occur, obviously, until after 10 years. So we did a model of the benefit to the developer for the 10-year abatement, and then tax revenue feedback.
All right, so just help me, Mr. Chairman, to the director. I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this the right way. So basically, we're providing a TIF valued at $9.2 million or whatever it is over 10 years, correct?
An abatement, correct?
Right, an abatement. So we're in for 9.2 and an abatement over 10 years, right? What is the total cost of the developer that he's investing or that they're investing in?
Right now, I would estimate it's around $200 million.
200 million?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated, Mr. Penny, Chairman, to Mr. Penny, that this was depending on close of financing. Is that realistic? Is the financing going to come through for this?
We believe so because of the leverage from the state, federal tax credits plus the $13 million TMUD award.
Okay. And then Mr. Chairman, to the director, did you want to say something, Director?
Yeah, I wanted to say several things, and thank you to the chair, to the councilman. Earlier, Council President Griffin was asking us about the underwriting. I'd like to share that the developers originally asked us for 100% abatement for 15 years. And we, through our underwriting, we understand that there is a need for further incentives, but we come to you with 10 years 75. So we're continuing to make sure that we're supporting what we think is really a great project, but not investing more than what's needed. And in addition to speaking with the development team, we are also having conversations directly with Huntington Bank to ensure that the financing is coming together, to help them understand how we're underwriting it. So I agree that we believe that it's important to show this step in order to keep the bank and the financing moving towards a closing.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we heard a term today that I haven't heard before, and that's back-end TIF,
Yes.
right? So can you further explain what a back-end TIF is? Are you assuming, hoping, desiring that the council's going to do a phase 2 of this, or what exactly is the back-end TIF?
So what we're talking about, and I will ask others to help if I don't explain it correctly, but what we're talking about right now is an abatement. And you heard Mr. Penny talk about at the end of the abatement period, the tax structure will resume, right? Taxes that they have not been paying. And that could be, one, a shock to the financial operating projections, and it could be a shock to any takeout lender if the owners are looking to refinance or sell at that time. So the back-end TIF would start, let's say, in year 15 probably, or maybe 10. Or 11 for the commercial, 15 for the residential. And it would provide tax increment financing for the added value, to the point that we could take some of the taxes that are paid and then return that to income to the property to make sure that the debt coverage ratio or the payment of taxes has some additional income to cover those obligations.
All right, and
Anybody want to add anything?
If I may, Councilman, Robin, correct me if I'm wrong, every TIF is a back-end TIF, because in a residential portion, automatically the first 15 years are abated. So the TIF really starts on year 16, which is 16 to 30 is considered the back end. Is that, okay, so every TIF we've ever done is a back-end TIF. It's just, we don't use that language a lot.
Yeah, the maximum general period for property tax exemption in Ohio is 30 years. And so, it's like there's the first half with the 15 or 10 years, and then there's the remaining.
right, but Mr. Chairman, to the director, we're not passing the back-end TIF today, correct?
We are not.
You're going to come back looking for TIF Part 2 for lack of a better
We're doing
term.
abatement today.
Right.
And we will come back to talk
For
about
the,
TIF.
for the TIF. Okay, so today is just an abatement, and not the TIF portion of it.
Correct.
Okay, and that clears some
And
of it up.
I didn't mean to be confusing, but I wanted council to know what we are anticipating coming back with.
Okay, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, what are the community benefit, what are the benefits? Have you discussed them yet? Are they there? What are they?
I would say we have not negotiated it, but we have shared the ordinance, we have had conversations, and the next step, as I believe I described when Chairman Hairston asked, is a meeting with Director Tyson Mitchell of OEO, because they are the ones who will lead the negotiation for the large development project type CBAs.
And then to Chairman Hairston or Chairman McCormick, passing the community benefits agreement ordinance was very important to this council,
Yes.
right? And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that we would know what the community benefits agreement would be before we started passing abatements and TIFs and all that other stuff. And here we're sitting, and I'm not that I don't trust you, right? But here we're sitting, oh yeah, there's going to be a community benefit agreement, when I know that I personally met with the owner of the property who was supposed to follow through with what would be considered a community benefit agreement, and he didn't, right? And here we are saying, oh yeah, there's going to be a community benefit agreement, trust us, trust us, trust us, but and maybe this is just a starting to grow frustration, and you guys are just happen to be at the table at this point. But that's what we're hearing, right? We passed this legislation. There's supposed to be community benefit agreements. They're supposed to be open and transparent. We're supposed to know what they are before we start passing legislation. And then at least that's the way that I've kind of believed with that ordinance. Go ahead, Director.
Chairman, to the councilman, I 100% agree, but I actually think that there was an implementation period.
Yeah.
And that
So-
we are in that period, and we have not stopped moving projects forward.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But here's a prime example that if, I think it's just because you guys are at the table, right? But here's a prime example of what could have been. Hey, here's the community benefits agreement. Here's what the city. Here, boom, 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 boom.
Sure.
And then okay, now we feel more comfortable. And maybe I know that we're in this period. Chairman, do you know when that period ends?
60, 90 days or something
Yeah.
for the development.
Something.
After the
For some reason,
passage.
September 8th is in my
Yeah, but
head.
Councilman, I do want to note in Section 6 of the legislation, so baked into the actual legislation, not just the summary, it states that this legislation shall require enterprise to comply with community benefits agreement. Ohio means jobs, and so it's actually baked into the
And I
legislation.
understand that, but I think CBAs are different for every project, though.
Correct.
Correct? So,
Which is
right.
why they're going to meet with OEO.
And I get that, but I just think knowing what those are up front, and maybe it's September 8th is that magical
sorry.
date. No, it's okay, whatever that is. It just, we'd really, maybe I'm frustrated because I know I met with the owner, and it didn't get followed through with, so, that's just a red flag for me, right? All right, thank you very much, I appreciate the information.
Thank you, Councilman, absolutely.
you.
All righty. Councilman Harsh, and again, I've got 10 minutes on, so when you hear your beeper, you've hit 10 minutes. So Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Chair. And it does feel like we're reversing the carrot and the stick, like we're giving the carrot up front and then asking later on for the compliance with the new law. So through the chair to the director, when was the last time we gave a downtown commercial abatement? When was the last time we did a downtown commercial abatement project? Not IBM on 105.
Councilman, I cannot answer that.
And through the chair, to the director,
Probably
is it one of the
City
reasons that,
Flats.
I'm sorry, what?
Probably the flats 20 years ago.
I mean, that
20
makes
years ago on the
sense, but I
flats.
can't
Okay. And through the chair, director, isn't the reason that downtown commercial abatements are so rare that the downtown commercial market is is the strongest commercial market in the city? Correct.
We have not deemed it necessary, so
Okay.
I would agree with you.
And through the chair to our guests, there's already, I believe, 38 million in tax credits lined up for this project at minimum?
Tax credits and T-MUD combined, yes, sir.
Okay, so to the chair, that's as close as it gets to free money. I'm very, very concerned, Mr. Chair, about doing commercial tax abatements. We do abatements on the residential side because those savings are passed along to homeowners, to people who buy residential properties, and then they're the ones that get the savings, and they become, rooted in our community for, we hope, generations. But those abatements are then passed on to the people who are purchasing that property. And a commercial tax abatement, through the chair to the director, who actually benefits other than the developer? Does anybody else benefit?
Well, your commercial tenants.
Was a point of clarification, the majority of residential abatement goes to multifamily, non-for sale.
So
Vast majority of the
residential abatements are done in all different shapes and sizes, but one of the arguments for them is that the beneficiaries of the abatement are the occupants of the residential unit.
Which is the vast minority of folks that receive residential tax payment. Vast majority are rental, for rent owned by an entity.
Fair enough. But to the point, the question is who actually benefits from the abatement other than the developer? Does anybody else?
Certainly the city and the county. So the baseline of 20.5 million is stable and locked in. So that's not abated. And then 25% of the new value is unabated. So it's probably a blended percentage of a 50-50 split between the city, the county, and then the developer.
Okay. And through the chair to the director, so the argument is that we get an increased tax revenue from doing the project and getting it from zero revenue to an increased revenue. Through the chair to the director, why don't we do this on every single commercial project in downtown?
I wish you would.
I mean, this is the problem, right? This is the can of worms, and I think this is like what's bothering me about this is that if it's sort of like you can't be a little bit pregnant, right? You're going to either go all the way or you're not. And if we do a project and we do a commercial abatement on this, what stops us from just doing this for every single project in the city?
Well,
Good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
I don't know that I have an answer that will satisfy your question, but in this case, we really believe activating this space, repurposing it, creating a catalytic development. We need to bring jobs, create jobs. We need to. Go ahead.
Through the chair, and I don't want to hammer on you, and anybody can answer this. But what stops us from not doing this for every single project? I mean, I understand that yes, projects are good, development is good. I'm a pro-development person. I want to live in a city, but this is a different beast with a commercial abatement, one that we haven't used downtown in 20 years.
This is just my honest opinion. I believe and advocated for this abatement because of the scale of the project. There are only a handful of projects in excess of $100 million in the city. And one of them is Sherwin-Williams, and they got a very robust incentive package, and this is the next biggest one.
This is a great point. Through the chair, the Sherwin-Williams deal predates my existence on this body. Did they get an abatement on their new construction? I was not here for that. I honestly don't know.
I don't think so, but.
They got 18 million in grants.
Received
Yeah, I mean, they got.
incentive package, but I'm not sure that it was abatement, commercial abatement.
I think their incentive package definitely eclipses this one.
Okay.
This is 9.26 million over 10 years.
9.26.
The abatement itself,
Are you talking about for this?
Are you talking about Erie View?
yeah, yes, sir.
I'd
Just
have to get
count-
the answer to
If I
you.
can make a clarifying point from your and Councilman Casey's earlier point, when he was describing Mr. Penny was describing the $100 million total stabilized value and the amount of abated, the 9.26 million is the total value in taxes, not the tax assessed value. So the tax assessed value, Councilman Casey was correct, that the increase would be near 80 million. You can see the 20.5 million to 95 million. So that's 75 million in total abated increase, only some of which is for commercial, right? So this table explains which portions of residential would be increased, but so the 9.26 million we estimate is the value in saved taxes for that non-residential portion over 10
And
years.
was that a
Council-
10-year figure or annually?
That's the 10-year figure, sir.
Okay.
Councilman Harsh, I can tell you that we may be using this tool more now that we are in the market with higher interest rates and trying to reactivate downtown. The administration currently has engaged a consultant, Baker Tilly, to help us rationalize how and when we're using incentives or benefits and to be more strategic and to really help developers understand, our priorities and how we choose to support accomplishing them. So you're asking a question about the past, but really looking forward. And I would say that we are going to come back and talk more about when and how to use this tool.
It's of concern, Mr. Chair, because members of this body get beat up quite a bit over abatements, but it's very unpopular out there. And I mean, not with the developers. Developers love it, right? It's very unpopular in the neighborhoods where people look at me and say, hey, Councilman, I don't get an abatement. I have to pay my taxes 100% every single year. And I'm just a working stiff making $35,000 a year, and you expect 100% from me, yet these companies worth millions of dollars, you give them huge tax breaks, right? And that kind of blowback we all get, every single person. And it's a tough conversation to have. And we want economic development in the downtown area, and I don't want a dead Galleria any more than Councilman McCormick. I understand the importance of revitalizing this area, but it's a difficult conversation to have, and it's hard to justify. And I'm really concerned that opening up the downtown commercial abatement can of worms doesn't get, you can't put the worms back in the can. I'm not sure where we're going with this long term. I did have a very clarifying question through the chair to whoever wants to answer. The Erie View, is the city of Cleveland not a major tenant there? Is that the building that we're in with?
No, it's
that's the
one
different building?
next door.
It's 5565 Area View. That's the adjacent building owned by another property.
Okay, so is the city of Cleveland a tenant in Erie View at all?
No.
No, we're not. Okay, that's good. Another question is through the chair. The 600 jobs that are expected to be created about this, the full-time jobs, are these hotel jobs, or are these the retail jobs in a revitalized Galleria, or are these aren't construction jobs? Those are temporary. What are these 600 jobs?
It's a combination of the hotel, which is estimated around 200, the retail, the restaurants, the hospitality, and the Galleria.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, how much time do I have?
You have 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Great. Then the last question through the chair to the director. Is it possible to split off a residential TIF from a commercial TIF on the same structure?
Yes.
Okay. And through the chair to the director, how much would the residential TIF be if we were to break that off from the commercial TIF? Better yet, through the chair to the director, are we now looking at both or just the commercial?
We're looking at both. The residential does not have to come through this ordinance. This ordinance is the commercial. The residential is a separate ordinance by right.
Through the chair, I'd really like to know what it looks like if we just did a residential abatement on this and kept the commercial
provide
out,
that
what those numbers
information.
would look like. That would, I think, be very, very helpful to this body. I mean, at least me.
We've done some
I
modeling.
don't know how y'all feel
We've
about
done some modeling on that and are happy to follow up with you.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Alrighty, and I've got Councilman Charles Slight.
Thank you. And while sitting here, my phone blinked and it said that a new economic development director has been named. So I feel like, Terry, you're breaking up with me over text. I don't know. It's cold. Wow. This is a large project, and I think that it does require us to make sure that we have all of our ducks in order. One that jumped out to me, and I guess I'm going to question this number and ask that we come back in the future with what I think are going to be more updated numbers. I'm going to suspect that the job retention figures were calculated assuming that TransDigm was still there, because if you divide that payroll by the number of jobs retained, it comes out to $310,000 a year, which is, I go to the YMCA, and I hope they're not paying people that much, because I pay to go there. The creation job, 70 over 604, comes out to about 117. That seems more like the ballpark. But I think it's important, since having worked in economic development in states without a income tax, I always found it difficult to wrap my head around how you could quantify return on investment. But since whether you like Ohio's local income tax or not, we do have this convenient tool for these purposes where we can take 2.5% of a figure and know that that's what comes into our general fund. So I want to make sure that we are doing our best to make sure that that's an accurate number as we're weighing what's going out the door versus what's going to come in. The other thing that I would hope, you said Baker and Tilly, Director?
Yes.
That Baker and Tilly could begin working into these equations is also knowing that there are people, we always focus on jobs, but we don't necessarily focus on people who are employed, and it's sort of a Venn diagram. If we're creating 200 plus residential units, and I have the data in front of me, about 50% of the people exactly who live in this census tract work in Cleveland. So they're going to pay 2.5% of their average. Like we can easily ballpark, I think, what residents of the building who work in Cleveland would be remitting to the city through income tax. I think the trickier part is then figuring out how to reasonably quantify that other 50%. So these are the people who work in the suburbs. They owe to Mayfield Heights first, and then they pay the remaining 1% to Cleveland. And building that into our ROI, that's not going to be anywhere near as large of a number as the others. But I think I would be interested in how we can sort of attempt to quantify the return on investment of income tax for residential projects, which I don't really think we've done historically, but there seems to be a back of a napkin formula that maybe could be standardized that we could use so that we could more intentionally understand, here's the money going out the door, but here are assurances of different revenue sources coming in. So that's, I guess, more of a statement than a question, Mr. Chair. But given the scale of this project and the intent for it to come back, I want to make sure that we understand everything, all of the different ways that this will affect us, credits and debits. Thank you.
Councilman, can I just speak to that, because your timing is perfect. We are studying that. We call it the taxitis impact. So with a commute rate of 55% of downtown residents to outside the city, the taxitis, meaning your resident taxitis, becomes critical because over 1%, more likely closer to 1.5%, depending on the crediting rate under RETA, is actually retained by the city. So that is something that our team is studying. We actually had a conversation about it yesterday, so we will try to model that for you. But I think it's very helpful, and part of why we believe that the residential tax abatement did yield substantial benefits to the city, because it created over 25,000 taxitis taxpayers.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, hearing no other questions, ordinance 789, 2023 is approved. Please sign. A reminder to please sign on all of the committees that you sit on. All right, Director, hang with me for a minute. Ordinance number 903, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, great. Ordinance number 903, 2023 by Councilmembers Hairston and Griffin by departmental request, authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Jumpstart, Inc., or its designee, to assist with costs related to providing technical and financial assistance to Cleveland businesses. Jumpstart, hello, come on up. Good afternoon. Director, it's your show. Take it away.
Chairman, to members of the committee, and to the Jumpstart team for being here with us today. We are recommending a renewal of an operating grant to Jumpstart through economic...
Director, I'm sorry, one moment, please.
Yes.
Clerk, can we please do a roll call for members? We are now below quorum. I need every member in the building to be in this room. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Director, proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying, we're recommending renewal of an operating grant to Jumpstart through the Economic Development Department to support businesses, technical assistance, and business expansion support to small businesses throughout the city of Cleveland. We have been contracting with Jumpstart and other nonprofit organizations to assist the staff from economic development, provide hands-on direct assistance to residents of Cleveland who want to start businesses, grow businesses. And in the past, we think of Jumpstart as providing technical support, but they really do far, far more than that. And so we have Teleange Thomas, their Chief of Operations and Relationship Officer, and her team to talk about the types of support that they offer now, in addition to businesses who we have assisted. The other thing that I would point out and ask Ms. Thomas to talk about in more detail is that in addition to technical support, Jumpstart also has opportunities for funding that they award to businesses, which makes them a very important and vital partner to economic development.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and to the committee. We appreciate your time this afternoon, and thank you, Interim Director Hamilton Brown. So again, my name is Teleange Thomas. I serve as the Chief Operating and Relationship Officer for Jumpstart, and we are here just to share some brief comments regarding our historical partnership with the City of Cleveland, and more importantly, the quality of services and impact that we have been delivering to local small businesses and entrepreneurs in the City of Cleveland. The request for renewal funding, I would note, actually does reflect about a 23.5% reduction. We do understand that the Department of Economic Development in the city as a whole has multiple priorities that it is being engaged to support. But even with that reduction, we stand here committed to deliver the same level of service and quality of services to small businesses in this current calendar year. I'm joined today also by my colleague Lauren Novick, who is our Chief of Services. And as I said, we're going to share just a little bit of highlights about what our impact to small business looks like here in the city of Cleveland. By way of brief reminder, our mission is to unlock the full potential of entrepreneurship to transform our entire community. And we do that by providing services, connections, as well as capital to help entrepreneurs grow, researchers commercialize, and corporations innovate. In 2002, our annual economic impact report demonstrated that the combination of the startup companies as well as the small businesses that we and our partners serve generated $1.3 billion, that's a B, in economic impact in 2022 and created close to 11,000 jobs. We generate this economic impact report annually, and you can find more information about it on our website. I would also note, as it relates to our ability to lend capital, that our investment in Cleveland-based small businesses, either through the form of small business loans or grant funds, has totaled $1.25 million, and this does not include an additional $1 million that we have loaned to UBiz Capital, which is an affiliate of the Urban League, to expand their ability to provide risk-friendly lending capital to disadvantaged businesses, or an additional $250,000 to HFLA for similar services. So with that, I will ask Lauren to share a little bit about our direct deliverables last year, leveraged through the support provided by the City of Cleveland.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair and the council. The City of Cleveland has been a very important partner of Jumpstart's in our small business assistance efforts since 2018. We know entrepreneurship, and we embrace that it contributes to the city's growth and competitiveness. In 2022, As part of our prior funding from the city, Jumpstart committed to a number of metrics. We agreed to engage a minimum of 80 entrepreneurs in the city of Cleveland and provide at least 5 hours of intensive assistance with them, many incurring many more hours above the 5. We committed to connect a minimum of 40 new Latino Hispanic entrepreneurs to the small business ecosystem, again located in the city. We agreed to execute 3 intensive assistance impact program cohorts with a minimum of 60% participation in the cohorts from the city of Cleveland. And then we agreed to focus heavily in our existing and expanded outreach efforts to target diverse entrepreneurs with the continued focus on Black, Latino, Hispanic, and female entrepreneurs, focused on connecting them to services, capital, and connections. I'm pleased to report here today that Jumpstart met or exceeded all of those metrics goals for calendar year 2022. As an example, using the first goal mentioned, we worked with a total of 89 companies in the city of Cleveland, and who received at least 5+ hours of technical assistance. Almost 77% of those we worked with were either African American or Latino Hispanic. 45% were Black-owned, 31.8% were Latino Hispanic. 72% of the clients that we worked with were female in the city of Cleveland. And it's important to kind of emphasize that when we provide the services, connections, and capital to the diverse small businesses in the city, it obviously helps to solve the capital access gap that is experienced by Black, Latino, Hispanic, and female-owned small businesses. It provides critical services, gap services, which include mentoring, marketing, financial projections, social media, strategy, digital marketing, and it directly impacts those small businesses as we work with them to achieve their milestones, leading to their individual revenue growth and job growth as well.
So we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So, Director, ordinance number 903-2023 is for pass and intro this evening.
Yes.
Council President Griffin supports it. We are talking about a UDAG grant not to exceed $443,000. Can you please explain the need for intro and passage on 903-2023?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to address that. So I mentioned that this is a renewal of a contract with Jumpstart, but for some reason that I cannot explain, we did not introduce this legislation earlier this year, but we thank Jumpstart for continuing to do the work because it's an ongoing relationship that we have. So this contract, by introduction and passage now, will allow us to reimburse them for costs that they've incurred throughout the year and finish the contract through the end of this year. And we fully expect that the new director will come forward with a plan for 2024.
So doing the work without getting paid. I know you guys love doing that. Councilman Hairston, this is routed through your committee. Sir, do you have any comments on 903?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further comments. I did have a discussion with Interim Director Hamilton Brown regarding the question you just asked as well. I did request some information. I did hear some of the numbers that were narrated. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Lauren, I didn't get, thank you. The numbers were read off to us today. However, I thought I would like for those to be sent to us so that way we can have those numbers to see, really see and be able to visualize the work that you all are doing with the businesses in our community. Thank you.
Chairman, to Chairman Hairston, we will provide that in writing.
Thank you, Director. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I'll be brief just to say that Jumpstart has been a huge help in Ward 12, and I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the wonderful Teleange, a Ward 12 resident who's showing up and doing the work, and we're just very grateful for what you do in full support of this project and everything that Jumpstart does for the community.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Any additional questions on 903-2023? Hearing none, this is up for intro and passage, so no signature needed on it right now.
Thank
All
you.
right, Director, I've got one more for you, 904-2023. Again, this is an intro and passage this evening by Council Members Harrison and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Manufacturing Works or its designee to provide economic development assistance for the Cleveland Industrial Retention Initiative Program. Director.
Chairman and members of the committee, this is another example of a renewal contract for operating support for business retention and expansion services. This is through Manufacturing Works for the benefit and ongoing operations of the SERI program. And I have Millie Carabala and Ken Patsy with me. And like the Jumpstart example, they have been working throughout the year, continuing to do services without benefit of a contract. And so we're asking for the same introduction and passage so that we can reimburse them for costs incurred. Okay. And we would ask
Working for
you
free. All
to
right.
talk about your services, how we partner, and the benefits.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Introduce yourselves, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ken Patsy, President and Executive Director of Manufacturing Works. And thank you for having us appear today. We are, we've been associated with the SERI program since it was founded in 2006 and actually have in 1996, and have administered the program since 2007. Today, the mission of the program was really to work with small manufacturers and help them as a trusted advisor with anything they needed, whether it was access to city services or help with their operations, their workforce, transitioning their business, et cetera. We work with many collaborators, over 100 collaborators, both nonprofit and for-profit organizations, to help bring services to those manufacturers. Today, it's about 1,000. There are about 1,000 manufacturers in the city of Cleveland. We directly reach out in person to about 25 to 35% of those every year. The rest of them we reach out to through digital means, a newsletter that goes out every month that highlights city services that are available to them, and we have resources available to take any requests from any of those manufacturers to follow up with their needs. In addition, we look at our role as serve those manufacturers, but it's also to serve you and many of the departments in the city to help you communicate with those manufacturers and also coordinate and service those manufacturers as well. I'd like to just pass it along to Millie to talk more specifically about some of the aspects of the program.
Council Chair and the rest of the committee. My name is Millie Caraballo, and I am the director of the SERI program, and have been part of the SERI program since almost its inception since 2000. And so as I started off as my career as a manager and now running the program, there's been a lot of changes, and we've grown the program, and I think we're more impactful than we've ever been. For those of you who were around in 2000, we went from just a visiting type of demographic collecting organization to a impact project model, and we are able to spend more time and provide more resources to our companies, and we focus only on industrial manufacturers and larger commercial organizations. And since then, so currently, as of this year, I passed out folders earlier today, so I hope you guys, you all received them. But as of now, we had 157 survey assessments, and of that, they represent about a little over 8,000 jobs. We've completed over 128 services, but we have quite a few still in the hopper that we're working our way through. In that, our biggest projects that we're working on now are expansion projects. We are happy to announce that most of our manufacturers are growing, and part of that is either expanding physically on where they're at or doing capital investments in their companies to be able to do more with what they have, and are constantly hiring, and we're trying to connect them to as many job opportunities as worker finder opportunities as we can. So we try to partner and stay active with, as Ken mentioned, with a multitude of partners. And most of those are, our strongest partnerships are with the CDCs, which are the feet on the ground in the neighborhoods, know their people. And so when we know that they have jobs, we try to get those out to these CDCs so that they can disseminate the information to their residents so that we can try to get as many people into jobs as quickly as possible. In the folder, I put a company detail about are the wards and how many companies are within each ward and the number of employees so that you have an idea. The 967 number kind of changes because what's happening now is some companies are buying other companies that help support their current business. And so 2 or 3 companies now are one, so they kind of, it's kind of like a little accordion. And over more than 90% of the companies that we work with have less than 80 employees. And we want to make sure that, and they are usually the ones, these companies are the smaller companies that are usually the ones that don't know where to go when they have an issue. And they would call the city but not sure who they should talk to. And we clear that up for them. We bring as many resources to the table. For example, we're working on a company right now, Premium Metals, who is currently located in the Detroit Shoreway neighborhood, who is moving now to Slavic Village, and they will. It's an $8 million project, and they are going to. It's a steel manufacturer, and they will be creating quite a few jobs over the next 3 years.
Thank you.
If there's any questions, please feel free to ask.
Great.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All righty, thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Do I have any questions on 904-2023 for intro and passage? I'm sorry, Councilman Conwell? Do you have a question, Councilman? Okay, Councilman Jenny Spencer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I simply wanted to offer a comment with Mr. Patsy and Ms. Caraballo at the table. This is an essential partnership in Ward 15, and I'm actually actively working to help retain a manufacturing business with our Siri rep, Berkey Sosa. And it was just a reminder to me and for all of us that council really should leverage this resource and take advantage of Siri as much as possible because we sometimes hold different pieces of the puzzle about what's going on for businesses, and we are really able to have impact when we work collaboratively. So,
thank you, Councilwoman. Yeah. Councilman Conwell.
Thank you. With Siri, with the Ohio Means Jobs, are you guys working with them also?
Through the chairman, yes, we are.
Okay.
We actually, last year, we put together a pre-apprentice. We're very active in apprenticeships, standard apprenticeships, but we had manufacturers that wanted people trained up a little bit before they put them into an apprenticeship. And so Ohio Means Jobs actually funded a pre-apprenticeship program for us that we put 16 young workers through that put them on a path to apprenticeship. So yes, we do work with them very actively.
You know what would be interesting with Siri Cleveland Industrial Retention Initiative is we, for example, if we had a job board or some kind of way you could tell us, let's say you had a job link with council, so you could tell us what jobs are opening and what are the average wages for the jobs, as well as benefits and things like that. If we knew, then we could reach out to our residents to let them know.
One of the things that we do is we don't have a job board, unfortunately. That's an infrastructure that we just don't have right now. But we do send it out to the local CDCs, especially if the jobs are, especially to the CDC within the neighborhood that the company is in. And so we definitely make sure that we have these conversations and find out who they need. And then with the companies and the residents within certain, in wards that have active CDCs, then we also extend the information out about companies that can upskill their people, and then we can backfill with people with lesser skills and help them to train up so that they can eventually make more money.
But there's no reason we couldn't provide that also to the council people as well.
So,
Okay.
so if we, let's say you had JobLink, and do they give you job orders to different businesses through the chair?
We don't do the actual placements.
Remember, run everything through the chair, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we don't actually do the actual placements ourselves. So what we do is we put them in touch with people that do those placement activities.
So let me ask you this. One of the things with companies, you need job recruitment, and that benefits them if you had a way that, through the chair, that they could tell you, or they gave you some job orders also, then you give the job orders over to council, let's say the Bureau at council. We could turn around and tell, because you know, our residents call us a lot about jobs. And one of the things, the governor is right now speaking about crime in the city, but meaningful jobs with meaningful benefits help keep crime down in the city, and we have more tax dollars, and you keep families together.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's a way you can get job orders, when you meet with these manufacturers, you meet with them probably quarterly.
Through the chair, we actually meet with them on an ongoing basis, and there is a program that we connect with. Magnet actually administers something called the Industry Sector Partnership, which is about generating job candidates and getting them placed in manufacturing. We work very closely with them. And so they have a program through Towards Employment called Access that recruits people into that program to place them with manufacturers. We connected to them, for example, with the Cleveland Clergy Coalition, who provides people for that Access program. And then when people get through the program, they get placed.
Right.
And often we'll take those people and put them into apprenticeship programs that we run then for those companies.
So I'm going to talk with the council president. You know, a lot of people reach out to us for employment, okay? We can't promise people jobs because there's barriers to employment. We do know that. But if some kind of system, you give me your card, if there's a system that is created when we do our newsletters or whatever the case may be, we can announce, or when we go out and put it on our flyers, that they're hiring for this, CNC operators or whatever the case may be. I mean, that's how you keep families together, is putting people to work, believing in the power of work, meaningful jobs with meaningful benefits. So give me your card. I'll try to set that up with the council president. You guys give us, we'll call it Job Link, so we know.
Through the chair, we'd be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you.
Councilman.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilman. So 904-2023 will be considered by the body this evening as an intro and pass. Thank you, Director. Thank you to the Siri team.
Chairman.
Oh, 1 second.
Thank you.
Not on 904, it was actually on 93, but because I was listening to driving it, I really wanted at least.
So a miscellaneous on 90, or on 903, you said?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Director Hang for 1 second. Thank you so much. Councilwoman?
Thank you. Thank you to the chair and director, and I apologize. I had to go do an introduction. One of our residents turned 100 today, Mrs. Gardnese Medley, in Kingsbury Tower, and they had a party, so I had to go and show up and do those things. So I apologize, but I was listening in on 903, the Jump Start initiative, and I know there were a lot of numbers that were communicated. One of the things, I guess this is a request, is in the overall impact of Jump Start. She was talking about the $1 billion, it was several billion dollars of economic activity. If we can receive the information disaggregated, specifically relating to breaking down ownership of businesses, right? You know what I'm saying? Majority owned, female owned, Black, Latino, things of that nature. And then specifically as it relates to the UDAG grant, it was a renewal. The conversation centered on Jumpstart exceeding what our requirements were. They indicated, I believe it was 89 businesses that were assisted. The one thing that I guess, and maybe it was shared, but what did that impact mean? I guess, and I was not here and a part of when we came up with our initial goals, but it was 5 hours of technical assistance to yield what? You see what I'm saying? Because again, I think we get caught up on just numbers. Oh, we help this many people, but we don't talk about the actual real impact. And so I guess that for me would be helpful to even see, is it a worthwhile endeavor to continue to invest in something? Because yeah, you could talk to a whole bunch of people, but if we are not yielding real economic results, have people been able to hire people, expand their profits, things of that nature, I think those things will lend itself much more useful to making and being able to assess, is it impactful, not just some of the initial goals. And maybe we should actually go back to revisiting what are our goals and how can we tie goals to actual demonstration of impact. And so I did want to just get that on the record as I was in the car.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Director, and to our staff, do we have those requests in place? Wonderful. Thank you, Councilwoman. All righty. Thank you, Director. Appreciate your time today.
I will.
We're going to bring up City Planning. Director Wong, come on up. Ordinance number 801, 2023, as amended by Council Members McCormick, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An ordinance to supplement the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976 by enacting new sections 30101, 30109 related to the transit-oriented development and transportation demand management, and to amend section 34102 as amended by ordinance number 187208 passed February 9th, 2009, and sections 34911 as amended by ordinance number 1236A67 passed June 28th, 1971, relating 1971. This is going to be fun. Relating to the applicability of exceptions to minimum parking requirements. Director.
Yes, thank you to the chair. We are very excited to present to you this opportunity to really kind of take a transformative policy citywide, thinking about how to encourage 15-minute cities and walkable neighborhoods and really rebalance our forms of transportation to encourage multimodal transportation. With me is Matt Moss, our manager of strategic initiatives, and he has been taking the charge on many of our policy initiatives. We're also joined by Mary Beth Feek from RTA, Director of Planning, and Patrick Hewitt from Cuyahoga County Planning. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we continue, for these presenters and everyone coming, do your best job to package your words together and be concise and all of that kind of stuff. So thank you. Mr. Moss, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We do for 801.
Um,
801.
No, city planning. There's nothing in there?
I forwarded it to Ms. Moss last Wednesday. So who should I forward it? Yes, to Ms. Moss. Who should I forward it to?
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you start us off?
Happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can start off with some brief definitions that we have at the beginning of our presentation, and when we have it up, I can talk about the more substantive information. So just to table set a little bit with some shared definitions, when we talk about a 15-minute city, what we mean is this vision of Cleveland where every resident can thrive and access needs and amenities within a 15-minute walk, bike ride, or transit trip. And from the City Planning Commission's perspective, we've achieved that for a car, and if you are driving, you can just about do that anywhere you live in the city. And so our focus right now is on other modes: walking, biking, rolling, public transit. And so when we talk about transit-oriented development, that's what we refer to as TOD. It's a land use pattern that centers mixed-use, walkable development around transit infrastructure and prioritizes mobility for people and reduces the dependency on automobiles as the only reliable or convenient mode for transportation. While TOD is a focus on many new developments that we see across the wards in the city of Cleveland, by permitting TOD along existing transit corridors, it also makes it easier to maintain and reoccupy existing vacant buildings in our commercial districts. The last definition I want to share is transportation demand management, what we refer to as TDM, which is the program before you today. TDM focuses on understanding how people make transportation decisions, and it influences people's behavior to use existing transportation infrastructure in more efficient ways. Simply put, it's a set of strategies aimed at maximizing traveler choice and elevating many of the travel modes we have in our city to be on equal footing. I have some slides to share on just the population trend we have in the city of Cleveland. I'd be happy to go over that, but I want to share more specifically the nuts and bolts of what we're proposing as part of the program today. So essentially what you have in front of you is a proposal to, instead of requiring having off-street parking requirements for any new development, any change of use, or any adaptive reuse within the city of Cleveland, instead, when in an area proximate to our transit corridors, so a 5-minute walk from a high-frequency transit stop in the city of Cleveland, essentially a quarter mile, instead of having to meet an off-street parking requirement, new projects of a certain size or existing buildings would instead have to submit what's called a transportation demand management plan and essentially comply with a menu of options alternative to providing off-street parking. So that would include providing subsidized transit passes for employees or residents, by building shared mobility hubs or providing long-term or short-term bicycle parking and storage, those types of things. And that would apply within what we're defining as high-frequency transit is transit service provided by the Regional Transit Authority of 15-minute frequency or better. And so 15-minute frequency is the threshold at which you can typically expect to catch a bus without needing to plan your trip around when that bus or train may arrive. And so at that threshold, we start to get the frequency necessary in order to make that a viable mode for people to choose over other modes, particularly driving. And with that, I can briefly go through if we're able to.
I think we are opening it up right now.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If there's anyone else that has a presentation, if you could just check with the clerk to make sure we have it teed up so that we save our precious seconds here.
Great. This is the next slide after my definitions, Mr. Chair. So to give council a sense of the city as it used to be and the city that we have today, this is an image of Cleveland and its census tracts from 1920. We had a variety of census tracts at a variety of population densities. Typically, the threshold at which we can support high-frequency urban transit within the city of Cleveland is at 20 to 30 housing units an acre, which is represented by the line on that graph. At this time, the region was about 1.4 million people. In 2010, the region's population is jumped to about 2.7 million people, but many of those census tracts you can see have shifted towards being lower density, many of which are barely at that threshold we can support the frequency of transit service we used to have and in some places still have today. And so what we are proposing is this program is an expression of this framework of a 15-minute city. Again, the idea that you can access basic needs and amenities within a 15-minute walk, bike ride, or transit trip. And so the goal is to permit and support vibrant and dynamic neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland that meet that goal. And so again, these high-frequency transit corridors act as the TOD zone. That's that quarter-mile walk from high-frequency transit. It's roughly about 5 minutes, and that's represented by these blue buffer areas. So these are the high-frequency bus lines and transit stops, the red, blue, and green line in the city of Cleveland. To give you a sense of housing density, I know this map is a little small, but essentially what you can look at is the areas in blue within the red outline are census blocks that are sufficiently populated enough to support the level of transit service we have operating within this area. And what stands out is the amount of blocks that don't meet that threshold. We have some statistics from this area. So this is, again, within that TOD zone. It's about 40% of the city's population. It's almost 3/4 of the city's non-white or Latin or Hispanic population. It's about 40% of the city in terms of land area. It's over half of the city's own vacant lots. That includes land bank lots. Nearly 78% of all workplaces are located within this blue outline, within that 5-minute walk. And it's about 80% for black employees. And almost a quarter of households within a 5-minute walk of high-frequency transit either do not have access to a car. 70% of households either have access to 0 or 1 car. So they're often taking trips to basic needs or amenities by walking, biking, or public transit. This is a graph of transit ridership provided by RTA, and so this demonstrates the transit ridership just before the pandemic, during the pandemic years, and then now recovering after the pandemic. So it gives you a sense of just ridership in general, how it's recovering. And the amount of roughly 8% of employed residents commute via public transit. So many of our residents use transit to go grocery shopping, to access other services they might need in our city. And so what is this proposal meant to do? So we have these strategies here at the top, the first two. So we want to, again, instead of requiring off-street parking as our only sort of transportation land use policy in the city, we want to still allow that to happen depending upon the use and the project that's being proposed. But instead of requiring it within that 5-minute walk, we would instead have these menu of options that projects would have to implement depending upon their size in order to take advantage of many of the existing other transportation modes we do already have in the city of Cleveland. So the legislation would swap those requirements and then establish the program itself for us to regulate those projects going forward. Later, we want to pair this with map change updates, which many of you are familiar with. It also relates to the city's form-based co-pilot, which many of you have been briefed on already. To give you a sense of the zoning that already exists, I put together this graphic. We have this information available for any council member if they'd like to see this for their city or for the ward, but I can talk about the high-level summary of what you're seeing in that graph. On roughly 60% of the land within a 5-minute walk, we don't allow more than 2 units of housing to be built. That means the zoning is either a single family or 2-family. And there are over 17,000 vacant lots within that 5-minute walk. And so we need flexibility in order to reuse that land, especially for housing. That includes ADUs, accessory dwelling units, missing middle to large-scale multifamily. And we consider this condition to be a public emergency. It intersects many disciplines, including public health, climate, our municipal financing, and human thriving. Why are we so focused on parking, at least in this legislation? We know that dedicating land, especially land near transit, to surface parking pushes land uses farther from each other, which makes it harder to walk, bike, roll, or use transit. This is a vicious cycle that cities like Cleveland have been stuck in for decades. From an equity perspective, again, roughly a quarter of households do not have access to a car. 70% either have no car or only one car available. 1 in 5 Clevelanders are just too young to drive. These are our students that go to our schools across the city. And in this case, this is an example of how these requirements are exclusionary. But we also have a huge opportunity here. There are over 200,000 jobs, again, within that 5-minute walk. And more than 75% of people who work within Cleveland work within a 5-minute walk of high-frequency transit. And again, there are about 2,800 acres of vacant land that we can reutilize. So again, specific to the program, instead of requiring parking for these TOD projects, we would have a transportation management menu. So what you see here is an example of those menu options. This is built from examples we pulled from other cities, including cities like San Francisco, Boston, Buffalo, that have similar programs like this that we're proposing. And so essentially a project would pick, in consultation with city planning, the options that best meet their project. And we did demo this with a few projects that had to go through legislative action in order to be entitled via zoning. One such project was the Stokes West project in University Circle. They agreed to pilot this program as a part of not building the current code required amount of parking. And these are an example of the options that they picked. Projects are assigned right now in our proposal based on their size. So whether it's number of dwelling units, total square footage in terms of retail, or number of on-site employees. This is meant to capture the gamut of residential, retail, and institutional or other type of commercial projects. And essentially, your tier is what you fall into your tier based on what threshold you cross, and that determines the number of points you're required to meet on the menu. Again, these are some slides of the Stokes West project, just to refamiliarize yourselves with it. If you'd like, I could answer more questions about it. This is at the corner of Stokes and Cedar. And so to give you a sense of what the requirements would be, again, looking at examples in other cities, it would be an application with basic information, a demonstrative site plan, supporting documentation for why they want to pick those TDM measures. So for example, they might be near bike infrastructure, and so that's why they're doing bike storage, a real simple example. Or maybe they're near a train station, so transit passes make the most sense. And then to enforce this, we've worked with the Division of Licenses and Assessments to figure out how we can make these plans, require these plans to be registered. This gives us two major abilities. It lets us enforce the requirements on an ongoing basis to ensure if you're buying transit passes, you're still doing that. But it also allows applicants to revise their plans over time if the infrastructure or the built environment changes for the better. And that's the intent of this. To give you a sense, these are just some examples of demonstrative site plans. Many of you might have seen site plans before, some examples of them. We want to make sure that we are providing demonstrations so applicants can understand exactly the type of information we want to see in those site plans. And to give you a sense of what we're looking at now, these are projects that have been built today. This is St. Joseph's on the side, on the left is a permanent supportive housing project. On the right is another project in Detroit Shore that was recently built. And this is a common pattern for multifamily development in our city, where the spaces in between buildings has to be hardscaped with parking. And many times this is required just because tenants need parking, and we don't expect that to go away. But it's a regulatory requirement right now in the city of Cleveland. And one thing we hope is that and can see from other cities, that this space can be used in other ways. It can be used to add trees, to add recreational green space, things that residents and developers even tell us they want to do, but sometimes struggle or can't because of the city's regulations. And so I can go back to these examples if you'd like, but I want to jump to, again, this case study in Buffalo, which is perhaps the best example of a city that's done this in the past. Back in 2017, they adopted a unified development ordinance called the Buffalo Green Code. One thing it did was eliminate these requirements citywide and replace it with a similar TDM program. And since that time, they found that rather than building parking for each project, developers ended up sharing it. This gives developers the flexibility, if they're building parking for a daytime office user, that they could then lease it out to a residential building or an entertainment use at night. New parking that existed, again, became shared parking in that same way. Transit-oriented development became more viable, and adaptive reuse projects became more viable. And so these are some of the outcomes we expect. And I'm happy to leave this slide up and answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Director, anything? And again, we are in a very tight time frame, so I see our friends here. Normally, we would ask for testimony, but unless you have something that's burning that the director or Matt did not cover, we notice your presence here as support. Am I to assume that RTA and the County Planning Commission are in support of this? Okay, thank you. So this is routed through transportation as well as development. I've had the opportunity to have a lot of conversations with the director, Mr. Moss, as well as many other people. As we know, the climate change and extreme weather is here, been here, getting worse every single day. So I think it's really smart for the city to really start to think and also act in a way that promotes public transportation and other forms of multimodal transportation outside of the single-use vehicle, which we know is one of the leading drivers of CO2 emissions, not only in Northeast Ohio, but around the country and beyond. So it's exciting to see the city really thinking critically about how do we prioritize investment on transit lines across the city of Cleveland, right? And as we saw on that map, it truly is across the city of Cleveland. And where it isn't, we need more transit access, I guess, or we'll have to think that one through. But once again, I think this is a really smart move by the city to really think about how we can incentivize other forms of transportation and increase that density. I'll tell you from my experience, when, in addition to public transportation, when new gyms opened or grocery stores come, usually that follows additional residents and more population density. So I think this not only talks about how people get around, but the amenities in the neighborhood too. A retailer is going to look at how many people sleep nearby and are in the community too when they think to invest. So I'm fully in support of this, and I know that there's been a lot of time and effort and work gone into this. I know Councilman Hairston is not here right now. He had to run, but I spoke with him. He's also chair of the Development Committee in full support of this legislation as well. But before I open it up, Director, is there anything else you want to add?
Let's go to questions.
Alrighty. Okay, I am now happy to entertain questions from the committee on 801-2023. Councilwoman Spencer.
You're timing us, right?
I am timing you.
Okay.
Hard stops.
Thank you. Thanks, Charlie. Good afternoon, everybody. I am so fortunate to represent Ward 15, which has plentiful public transit within that 15-minute standard, and it is such a huge benefit to our community. So this is a piece that will certainly impact Ward 15. And I don't know if I'm one of the only ones at the table to also be one of the pilot areas, I think Councilwoman House is as well, for form-based code. So I sort of have a twofer going on today. So I have a few questions just to make sure that when I go back to constituents, I can explain this policy to them. The first question through the chair to the administration, it would be, and I'm sorry if I missed it in the presentation, is there just a kind of a quick summary or overview of what the TDM standards are? Is there a snapshot? I don't see it in the executive summary, and it's pulling it out of the legislation is a little challenging. Is there just a snapshot of what exactly that is?
Talk about the policy paper.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to the Councilwoman, we provided last week a packet to
Yes,
every
I have
council
it.
person. There should be a menu attached to that packet, which has the full, I think it's at the end of that packet.
The end of this?
Yeah, that has the full menu of options that you could look through as well. We also have, within that packet, a draft of the program.
Okay, so it's this.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so it's not that, so it's not a snapshot, okay.
And
It's-
can I
it's a
mention
menu.
through the
Got it.
chair?
Yep.
Yep.
There will be a period where we fully develop the menu in conjunction with you all, with others who want to define that menu further. So that purely is a draft filled with ideas that have been vetted over some time with some staff, but of course we'll be fully developing that policy following the adoption of this.
Okay, and I probably will need a separate conversation, hey, Adam, in the future also just to make sure I understand the menu and what that entails. I did want to ask about, so just a contextual question. So in the past or historically until this policy that's currently being presented came forward, this was addressed through things like zoning variances. So when projects would come, be presented, and if it was, sometimes there would be zoning variances associated with parking minimums, things like that, and or certain zoning tools like urban form overlay that would change parking minimums. So that's how historically this has been addressed. Is that an accurate statement through the chair?
Yes, through the chair, that is accurate. And really through this program, we're questioning why we have those minimums because of how it really spreads out our land use and also ends up in more demolitions of structures to provide parking.
Unless you seek and achieve a
And unless you
variance.
seek and achieve a variance. So we're questioning why that is the standard. Yeah.
Yes. And so can I also then ask a question about, because Matt specified, through the chair, Matt, you specified in your presentation that there is a connection to form-based code. Can you quickly explain that, how the TDM interfaces with form-based code, or why that's important to call that out?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to the Councilwoman, I'd be happy to answer that. That was a specific reference to, in many cases, even going beyond the requirement to build off-street parking for just about any type of use along a high-frequency transit corridor in the city, the underlying zoning often doesn't permit more than 2 houses to be built within that 5-minute walk of high-frequency transit. And that's why that's the reference and the connection to the form-based code, because, and as you've been aware of and are working on in Ward 15, the form-based code is a more comprehensive restructuring of the entire zoning code, which would in many ways permit a greater degree of housing density and variety. So it's not purely just about maximizing the number of units along these transit corridors. It's about the form-based code is the tool we need to provide flexibility and diversity, but also that number of units in order to support transit. And so back to, I can reference back this slide of strategies that we included in the presentation to demonstrate that in order that the TDM program is essential in terms of promoting these other modes. But that last bullet, the zoning map update
03.
specifically, we can do that with our current code, but that's cumbersome and difficult, in some ways impossible, and that's why we have the form-based code pilot underway.
Great. So this particular piece is really in regards to swapping out parking minimums for other options, and the piece about housing typology, density, all of that would be addressed through separate processes such as form-based code. Okay.
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And then one more just kind of procedural question through the chair. When would this mapping actually occur? So let's say this piece is approved today. When does this actually go into effect? How does that occur? How and when does that occur?
The policy defines every parcel within a 5-minute walk of the high-frequency transit lines. And so all of those parcels would be eligible for this program.
Immediately upon passage. It doesn't require mapping
I believe
No.
it's after the policy development. But
That's right, Mr. Chair, to the Councilwoman. So in the detail of the legislation, it's similar to the Completing Green Streets Ordinance, where we have, and I'd be happy to go through our current status of the program standards with you or with any council person if they would like to. But similar to that ordinance, the Completing Green Streets Ordinance allowed the city planning director and the capital projects director to establish the policies actually to administer that program. And this ordinance is structured in a similar way, in that it would take effect within 6 months after passage. So that's when the parking requirements would be replaced with the TDM program. And the reason why we did that is because we want to make sure that the program standards are fully fleshed out. Those menu of options, we want the point assignments to be as objective as possible. And so we plan to work with our colleagues at RTA, the county, our own Department of Sustainability to ensure that those points are accurately reflect those exact menu items' ability to reduce car dependency and replace car trips where convenient. And so we want that to be as accurate as possible and understand that that's a labor-intensive process. And so that's why we built in that window.
Great, and I know I'm running down my clock here, Mr. Chair, but
3 minutes and 15
okay,
seconds.
one more thing to clarify, though, is, I have a hypothetical project in Ward 15, someone talking about bringing in a grocery store. Let's say they determine they need X parking ratio to operate this business effectively. They would not, this establishes alternatives, but does not, if you can choose to provide the parking if you wish to. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to the Councilwoman, that's 100% accurate. And the menu itself not only digs into, you can get, right now in the current structure, you can get points for building, especially for a grocery store. That's why we had that. That's exactly the use we had in mind, that they could get points for simply just reducing the amount of parking otherwise that they would be required to build. But even if they provide as much parking as they feel like they need to serve their customers, they still have to include those multimodal options, which right now we can only achieve through negotiation with the council person and through design review.
Okay.
If I may summarize
Director?
through the chair, it's a build what you need policy, not the arbitrary parking requirements that we put out there, which is like way overbuilt.
Right. So I certainly note having county planning at the table, hey Patrick, and having GCRT at the table, Mary Beth, and that there's a lot of support for this. I will say that this is something, just as Ward 15's representative, this is something that many of my residents have been struggling with. There is a very strongly held belief in two things. One is that economic freedom in our region often requires being able to have a single occupancy vehicle, right? To get from, not economic freedom, economic mobility, sorry, that's the phrasing I meant to use, in order for you to get to your job, essentially. It's still really hard to get to a lot of employers without a car. And the second is that families with kids are, Matt, you might be the only, let me just say, you might be the only person at this entire table who actually gets to work every day, not in a car. I don't want to call anyone out, but that might be the case. So, I mean, for the rest of us, people are still in Greater Cleveland using cars to get to work. That is still real. And then the second is families with children are not, usually find it really difficult to meet their daily needs through biking and other forms of multimodal. So I think that, I know that planning is an aspirational and theoretical exercise in a lot of ways. What the pushback I get from my residents is, that's theory, here's my reality. And so I think as this policy is developed and fleshed out, being able to interpret that for the community and actually how it helps the community will really make a difference. So.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman, and you've got 25 seconds to give. Well done.
Okay.
Additional questions? On
Director
ordinance
wanted to say
801?
something in
I'm
response.
sorry.
Thank
Is
you,
it
Director.
like I have this?
That's fine.
801-2023, additional questions, comments? Alrighty, hearing none, 801-2023 is approved. Director, Mr. Moss, your whole team, thank you so much for your hard work on this. Brian,
Thank
you
you,
put
Chair.
a lot of work in, and I wish we could talk about this all day, but as you can see,
Thank you,
we
Mr.
have
Chairman.
this, so we've got to move. Thank you all. Aging, come on up. Department of Aging, ordinance number 749-2023 by council members Conwell and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Aging to apply for and accept one or more grants from the Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging for 2024-25 Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging programs, including supportive services and aging and disability resource center programs, and authorizing the Director to accept gifts, grants, or services from any public or private entity for the purposes of this grant. Director, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yes, I'm here to ask to apply and accept for funds from this long-standing organization in our community. I come back every 2 years. We've been doing this for more than 15 years. These are Older American Act funds that come through the Ohio Department of Aging directly to the Cleveland Department of Aging, and it provides for 6 staff, full-time, and 2 part-time staff.
All right, Director. So 6 staff within the Department of Aging. These are federal funds, is that correct? Through the state down to us. Do we have a local match on this, Director?
We do.
Okay, what is that
General
local match?
fund, matched with our geriatric outreach workers and the managers that are supporting these staff.
And this is $350,000 for 24 and $350,000 for 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you are happy with the way this funding has worked in supporting your department?
To the chair, absolutely. It's critical to us, and the staff are in place and providing this service, so we expect the RFP to come out in the fall.
Councilman Conwell, you chair the committee that this is routed through. Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging funding. Sir.
I have all faith. It will be evaluated right, and you have a great director there, and
Yes,
let's move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. What additional questions do I have on 749, 2023, money to support aging? Thank you, Director. 749, 2023 is approved. Please sign.
Thank you.
All right, Public Health, come on up. Public Health.
Oh, just a question. I'm just,
Yes.
they're coming up. No, I'm just giving a shout out to the Department of Aging.
Yes.
Just to let you know, the Department of Aging was in the building to celebrate Mrs. Smedley's 100th. And again, this is a shout out for if you have any residents in the city of Cleveland that would need to be checked on, your staff member who literally since last September, who has been calling Mrs. Smedley every day, Monday through Friday to 10 a.m. to check in. Those investments are really worthwhile. So people, I think it's Community Cares program, Cleveland Care Costs. So just wanted to give a shout out to that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Very well said. All righty. Ordinance number 766, 2023 by Councilmembers Conwell and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Health to apply for and accept a grant from the Ohio Department of Public Health for the Lead Safe Housing Fund Community Primary Prevention Program, and to enter into various written standard purchase and requirement contracts, authorizing the Director to enter into one or more contracts with various agencies, entities, and individuals to implement the grant, and authorizing the purchase or release of television and radio advertising, time, and other media. Director, good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair, and to City Council. I am here today to elevate our team. So Commissioner Wallace Chambers of Environmental Health is here, and our program manager for our lead safety program, Itoy Shakila Young, who will give a brief summary of the grant.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So we're here today because we received funding from Ohio Department of Public Health, and this is for our Lead Safe Housing Fund for primary prevention. This grant will actually help with increasing our education, outreach, workforce development, as well as some interventions as well too. Out of 36 zip codes in Cuyahoga County, City of Cleveland holds at least 32 that are pretty much the high risk for lead. And what we're also just looking to do is increase our lead testing, expand that by working with different partners, and also try to build up our network as well too, in order to increase the relationships with outside partners for outreach.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, anything to add?
No, the only thing I would say is that the Health Department want to focus on primary prevention. Historically, we usually do enforcement for people who have EBLs, but this is to give us a chance to be proactive in our approach to doing things.
Wonderful. So this is proactive funding for workforce development, marketing and outreach, testing for lead poisoning. Director, how does this fit into the larger Lead Safe Cleveland initiative?
So within the city, there's the community development, building and housing, and public health all working on lead, and then there's the Lead Safe Coalition, and so all 4 of our groups are working really closely together. There is a direct funding here for Environmental Health Watch, who is part of Lead Safe Coalition, so it's all pretty closely knit.
Got it. This is a $1 million grant, Director, from July 1st of 23 to June 30th of 25 from the Ohio Department of Health. Is there a local match, or is this a direct grant?
Through the chair, there's no local match.
We love that.
We
All
like the
right.
money.
And then the breakdown on how the money is spent is in the executive summary for members to look at here. All right. Councilman Conwell, this is your committee.
I'm happy with the health department, the way they're handling the lead and lead outreach. I'm just not happy, and I have to take a look at where we're going at, Mr. Chairman, with Glenville. You know, when you pass that. Last time I took a look at Glenville with lead, because they have their own separate pot of funding. So, but we're going to bring them back to the table to look at the whole piece in September, so we can look at the outcome measures where you guys are at. This piece, cool beans, moving forward. Glenville piece, and I live in Glenville. I'm not happy with it at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
This
Councilman,
piece
and
is good.
and glad that you're going to bring that to the committee in September for a deep review. What questions do I have on $1 million from the Ohio Department of Public Health towards lead safety? 766, 2023. Hearing none, 766, 2023 is approved. Please sign. Remember, sign all committees, please.
Thanks, all.
Director, you got a walk-on piece, 906, 2023, by council members Conwell and Griffin. Emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Health to enter into contract with the Ohio Department of Health to perform investigations of violations regarding smoking in workplaces and other public places. You intend to hear this today, or you want me to hold it?
No, we could hear that, absolutely.
All right, go
Great.
ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize it was going down. So that is our program that allows us to accept money from Ohio Department of Health to enforce smoke-free workplaces. So we get a certain dollar amount every time there is a complaint that's brought to us. And for example, if there's a restaurant where people are allowed to smoke inside.
Okay, Director. And do we have a dollar amount on this? Is this a direct grant? Is there a local match?
No local match. It's a direct grant, and it's like a per incident.
Oh,
fee
so it's like a
type of thing.
reimbursement
Yeah,
per.
exactly.
Got it. Councilman Conwell, any thoughts on the reimbursement from Ohio Department of Public Health on smoking enforcement?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Let's move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. 906, 2023, Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the Director, how successful has this been, and how many warnings or issues or tickets have gone out in the last year?
So I can say that when the smoke-free workplaces laws went into effect, a number of businesses in our jurisdiction said they would go out of business and, move to the suburbs. But that hasn't happened, and what we've seen is, businesses in Cleveland don't have smoking in their facilities. Occasionally, so it's very few, to answer your question. Occasionally, the cigar bars will kind of be in this nebulous area that we have to go and investigate, but for the most part, it's been a pretty small part of the work we do.
So how many, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, how many complaints came into the office last year, do you know?
I don't have that number.
Can you get, I'm just
Absolutely.
curious
Yeah,
to know
I'm
if.
curious as well.
I mean, I'm
That's great.
sure when this first initiated, complaints were off the hook. And I'm, just because people have gotten used to it over time, and I know this is a grant, right? So how much is it really worth, and how much do we get reimbursed for whatever?
We
So
can
if you could
pull
just
that
get
up.
us that information, thank you.
So I can provide some information. For inspections, we receive $175 per inspection and $50 for administrative costs.
Okay.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Councilman. Additional questions on 906, 2023? Hearing none, it will be considered by the body this evening. Port Control, come on up. Ordinance number, motion to adjourn, denied. 764, 2023, by council members McCormick and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to enter into an amendment to contract number PS 2021-217 with Team Hallahan LLC for a one-year extension to continue to assist the Department of Port Control with airport-related federal agencies and issues. Director.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. Yeah, Port Control is requesting to extend this existing contract we have with Team Hallahan. They provide federal lobbying services when we're, seeking grants and things like that to support us on our federal matters. They advise us, keep an eye out for possible grant opportunities, those kinds of things, and advise us in those different ways. And so we are satisfied with their service, and we would like to request to extend their contract for a one-year period.
Alrighty, Director, and how will this kind of factor into moving forward with the master plan?
As part of the master plan development program, we do plan to seek federal dollars for many parts of the program. And so this will just be one piece of that, utilizing the services of this company to, go for those federal dollars to support the program.
Thank you. This is a one-year extension. You indicated that you are happy with their services. All right. The anticipated cost of this is $96,000. What questions do I have on a one-year extension of Team Hallahan LLC's contract with the Department of Birth Control? Councilman House?
Thank you. Through the chair, good afternoon. So a couple of questions. So this is I would be interested in understand what has this contract yielded in results for Cleveland Airport?
So last year alone, we received a federal earmark grant for a taxiway Victor project. And we also received, as part of the bill, federal grant money, a project for bathroom renovations at Cleveland Hopkins. And so Team Hallahan was part of the lobbying for us to receive those different grants.
And just as a follow-up, because last week, through the chair to our guest here, Commissioner, the National League of Cities sent out a notice about their federal lobbying efforts. So how is the work of Team Hallahan? Is there any coordination there with the National League of Cities? And what does that yield here for us?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it, but I can see if there is coordination between the groups, and if there's not, I can certainly make sure that there is. I don't know at this point.
Okay. And then this is my last question through the chair to the commissioner. Do you know if you can talk about what that Team Hallahan, what does their diversity look like at that lobbying firm?
Another question I do not have an answer to for you, but I do know they are a smaller outfit. I think it's just a couple people that are in their firm, but I can certainly get that information for you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you could please make sure we get that information
Sure.
to the councilwoman and the entire committee.
No problem.
Additional questions on 764-2023? Hearing none, 764-2023 is approved. Please sign. Ordinance number 768-2023 by Councilmembers McCormick and Griffin by departmental request, emergency ordinance. Authorize the Director of Port Control to enter into an absolute triple net lease agreement with Alvest Equipment Services USA for the lease of space in building number 2017 at 6010 South Cargo Road at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport for airline support services for Aer Lingus for the Department of Port Control for a period of 1 year with 4 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Port Control. Director.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm sure you're all probably aware last year, earlier this year, Aer Lingus started international service at Cleveland Hopkins, traveling to Dublin, Ireland. And as part of that, they had to hire a few companies to support their operation. Baggage handling, cargo services, operation, cleaning, all that kind of stuff. And so one of the companies that they hire is Alvest Equipment Services. Alvest then came to us seeking some lease space to, house their equipment and conduct their business. And so this is an agreement we're seeking to enter into with them to support the Aer Lingus operation. And this particular company would be leasing space from us in support of the Aer Lingus operation. And we are requesting approval to enter into a lease with them.
Alrighty, thank you. So ramp and passenger handling, cabin and cargo services, operations and load control. Is this, Director, kind of the standard what's necessary when a new airline comes to the airport. Is
Yeah,
that
Mr.
correct?
Chairman, yeah, it's fairly standard. Different airlines do it different ways.
Okay.
You know, some have above the wing and below the wing contractors, and some have individual contractors for each of these different services. So it varies a little bit by airline, but this particular arrangement, Aer Lingus has, chosen to select this company to handle all these different services.
All right. What questions do I have on 768-2023, space at the airport for Aer Lingus' services? Hearing none, 768-2023 is approved. Please sign. 769-2023 by Councilmembers McCormick and Griffin by departmental request. Emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to enter into a lease agreement with United Service Organizations, Inc. for the use of lounge, office space, and support area for military service members located at the baggage claim level of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport for a period of 2 years with 3 one-year options to renew exercisable by the Department of Port Control. Director of Port Control.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this particular piece, we currently have the United Service Organization at Cleveland Hopkins. They currently lease space from us, providing services to veterans and their families, passing through Cleveland Hopkins. And so this is, we're requesting to enter into a new lease with them for them to continue that service and continue occupying the space that they're in. No change to, existing, situation, and we just like to continue our relationship with them and continue to have them as a tenant at the airport.
Continuing to lease space for military service members at Cleveland Hopkins Airport. Do I have questions on 769? Hearing none, 769-2023 is approved. Please sign. Ordinance number 771-2023 by Councilmembers McCormick and Griffin by departmental request. Emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials necessary for painting and paint removal on roadways, runway, and other paved surfaces for the various divisions of the Department of Port Control for a period of 2 years with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Port Control. Director 771.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, on a regular basis, we currently have an existing contractor that does these services for painting and paint removal out on the airfield and in all of our roadways throughout the airport. We're seeking to go out to bid for a new contract because the existing one is expiring. So we plan to competitively procure these services for this airfield painting, roadway painting, paint removal, all those different things to keep the proper markings we need. Most importantly, in particular, out on the airfield, very specific FAA requirements and regulations in regarding all the markings out in the airfield. So seeking approval to go out to bid and enter into a new contract for those services.
All righty. What questions do I have on 771-2023, painting and paint removal on the roadways, runways, and paved surfaces? Hearing none, ordinance number 771-2023 is approved. Please sign. Director, you got a walk-on, 905. You wish to hear it?
Yes, sir.
905-2023 by Councilmember McCormick and Griffin by departmental request. Emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to execute a deed easement granting to the Cleveland Electric Illuminating Company certain easement rights and property located at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and declaring that the easement rights granted are not needed for the city's public use. Director, 905.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, so we have a project currently going on. You all approved legislation quite a while ago for a new lease that we entered into with Sherwin-Williams for them, a ground lease for them to build a new hangar at Cleveland Hopkins. And so construction of that project has begun, is underway. They've started constructing their hangar. And as part of that process and that project, they are seeking to get an easement to get the electrical service to their facility. And so that's what this particular easement is for CEI to have that easement to provide electrical service to the new Sherwin hangar.
Thank you. And Director, can you please explain why this is coming through as an intro and passage?
It's a matter of, construction schedule, really. What Sherwin conveyed to us was that to get, CEI even on the schedule, they don't want to commit to, getting on the CEI schedule until this is passed and all the T's are dotted, T's are crossed and I's are dotted. And so I guess CEI right now has a 4-month backlog. And so, delaying it to, sometime in September, October when it passed through the normal passages.
905.
it would push back that approval, and then at that point, then CEI would be able to schedule the actual work to come out and do it, which would be 4 months from them. So really, it's a matter of CEI backlog and construction schedule to keep their project on track.
Thank you, Director. And it is CEI, is that because they currently, at the moment, are the power provider at the airport?
Yeah, that would be the provider for this part of the airport, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, questions on 905-2023, an easement to power hangar at Hopkins. Hearing none, 905-2023 will be heard and entertained by the body this evening. Thank you, sir. HR, please. All right, ordinance number 7, where did 2 go? Here's 2. Hi there. 752-2023 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. Emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Human Resources to employ 1 or more professional consultants to administer the city's COBRA program and HIPAA compliance for a 1-year period with 2 1-year options to renew exercisable by the Director of Human Resources. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'd like to introduce to you Tricia Simon Webster, our Benefits and Health and Wellness Coordinating Manager.
Good afternoon, everyone. The reason for we are here today is to request funds for professional services to continue our COBRA contract. COBRA allows individuals the right to continue their health benefits, health, vision, dental, FSA, if they were to resign, term employment, or if coverage was not available. So this is just the renewal for the annual contract.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, and this is a renewal of your annual, let's see here. Okay. And you've got on this 2 1-year options to renew. All right, what questions do I have on COBRA and HIPAA? Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the Director, why do we have to outsource this? How come we can't do this in-house?
Due to the complexities of COBRA administration and the Department of Labor requirements, it's imperative that we do have a third party administer, to make sure that the compliance notices are going out in a timely manner and to make sure that we are, adherent to those regulations.
Mr. Chairman, to the Director, is that a fancy way of saying that we can't do it in-house?
To the Chair, to the Councilman, no, actually, it is with the COBRA compliance and making sure that the HIPAA regulations are, we train our staff in HIPAA, but this is a way of, again, getting arm's length away so everything's compliant with the federal regulations.
But why, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, why can't we do that? Why can't we be compliant? I mean, why do we have to be arm's length away?
Well, to the Chair, to the Councilman, part of it is that the staffing and the administration are best done by the subject matter experts. And historically, that's what the city's done.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. Additional questions on 752-2023, COBRA and HIPAA? Hearing none, 752-2023 is approved. Please sign. 753-2023 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Human Resources to enter into 1 or more contracts in order to provide professional services necessary to administer and provide medical reimbursement accounts, dependent care accounts, and premium pass-through benefits and stop-loss coverage under Internal Revenue Code Section 125 for the City of Cleveland employees for a period up to 1 year with 2 1-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Human Resources. Director, tell us about this.
To the Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the 753-2023 allows us to provide employees with pre-tax options to assist with their health care needs, such as co-pays, deductibles, so they don't have to they don't have to have the tax burden because they're pre-tax to allow them to, pay their medical expenses.
All right. Okay. What questions do I have on 753-2023? Councilman Conwell.
Chair, I have that. our third year having it. And what's the name of the company that's there now?
Councilman, to the chair,
Yeah.
we are currently using, it was previously Optum, and they changed to Connector Care.
Yeah, I just gave them a call because, but they explained it to me as the IRS rules. I mean, I think it's $30 or $40. They end up, just for $30 or $40, they said that my doctor didn't send it in right to them, and then they turn around, they reached out to me, but they suspended the account. And I think they said it's the IRS rules, or is it their rules?
Councilman, to the chair. So the IRS rules determine that certain things for medical expenses are eligible for reimbursement. So if they did suspend your account, that is something that you would need to provide the necessary documentation to be reimbursed, and then they would in turn, reopen your flexible spending account.
Yeah, I called them, I think a week ago, and I mean a week ago, to send me some feedback so I can give it to my provider. I haven't received it yet.
Councilman, to the chair, I can give you my information after this meeting, and I can, take care of that and look into that for you.
All right, thank you. I don't want to lose. And so at the end of the year, they extended 3 more months or something like that, because I have 1,200 just sitting there.
Councilman, to the chair, at the end of the year, our contract has a 2.5 month grace period where you can submit your receipts for reimbursement into the 2024 calendar year.
Okay, just give me your number, because $1,200, that's a lot of money. I don't want to blow that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Conwell. Any additional questions on 753-2023? Hearing none, 753-2023 is approved. Please sign.
Thank you, sir.
Hang on, Director. You got 2 more pieces here, my friend.
Let's do them
Unless
all.
you're saving me time.
No, let's do them all.
All right. Ordinance number 907-2023 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with Teamsters Local 507 and to amend sections 9 of ordinance number 194-2021 passed March 29, 2021 as amended relating to the compensations for various classifications. Director.
So we just finished Local 507, which are our security guards that we have. So there's some of the gentlemen you see in the building and across the street at Public Auditorium. That's the contract we just finished and got us over the 50% threshold.
All right. So 50% of bargaining units have now.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then the rest are the expansion on some pay bands, and in addition to the creation of 2 new titles for building and housing.
Got it. All right. What questions do I have on a collective bargaining agreement with Teamsters Local 507 of security guards? Councilman Khan. Will you repeat, Director, where are the security guards, please?
To the chair, to the Councilman Conwell, it's the security guards that are here at Public Auditorium and at City Hall. So remember, we have police officers, but we also have other gentlemen in other uniforms. Those are the security guards that are part of Local 507 Teamsters.
And they're pretty good, too. They're good. Turn the mic on. They're pretty good. I have no pushback on them. They execute very well.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
All righty, hearing no other questions, 907-2023 will be entertained by the entire council this evening. Ordinance number 901-2023 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend sections 835, 38, and 42 of ordinance number 194-2021 passed March 29, 2021 as amended relating to salaries for various classifications. Director.
Yes, as I've stated that we've expanded some pay bands. We added a couple of other titles to the building and housing cadre of positions.
Can you review those, please? Thank you.
Okay, let me pull it up. One that we're talking about is the Administration Bureau Manager for airports. Airport has asked us to get more in line. They've done some research on the positions, and they're trying to get into the ballpark of what they can offer. So they've asked us to expand the Administration Bureau Manager from 155 to 180. And then the civil service examiner, we're increasing that one from 183 to 90. And then also the supervisor of civil service records from 74 to 85,000.
All right, and these were submitted to you through these departments based on market research, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
All right. What questions do I have on ordinance number 901-2023 regarding salaries for various classifications? Hearing none, 901-2023 will be entertained by the entire council this evening. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chair.
Public Works, come on up. All right, Director, good afternoon. Director, and Director, Commissioner and Director. All right, 747-2023 by Council Members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Works to continue to lease or otherwise make available certain space located in the Ticket House building adjacent to Cleveland's Historic League Park to the Negro League Baseball Legends of Fame, Inc., doing business as Baseball Heritage Museum for the purpose of storing and displaying historical baseball memorabilia relevant to League Park for a period of up to 5 years with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Works. Director, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, this legislation is necessary to lease or offer for the operation of certain space for the continuation of the existing baseball museum located in the Ticket House building at League Park. The Baseball Heritage Museum is proposing to continue its existing relationship that has been working favorably with the City of Cleveland. I have a representative here for any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. Sir, would you like to give a few brief remarks?
Well, just thank you for having us here. We look forward to continuing to work with the city regarding the lease. I think it's been going well. It's a part of an overall development in that particular area that we think is going to be of great benefit to that neighborhood and the entire city. My name is Marlon Primes. I'm a retired assistant U.S. attorney, and now I'm a partner at Brennan, Mann, and Dime, and I help lead the business and tort litigation group. And looking forward to continue relationship with the city, and I'm representing the Baseball Heritage Museum.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate you being here with us today and your contributions to this important historic and current day asset to the people of Cleveland. Councilman Bishop, this would get routed through your committee, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll vetted this and recommend it for passage.
Thank you, sir. 747-2023, which is leasing space to the Ticket House at League Park. Councilman Conwell.
I like baseball a lot. And when I was growing up, you played baseball. And we don't have, and what is your idea to the chair of how to get more African-American males, let's say from Cleveland, to play? Your fatherhood initiative is great. You're right about that. Yeah, that's a good way to evaluate stuff, to the fatherhood initiative. You got me on that one. We got to get more African-Americans, African-American males into baseball. And if you guys could, do you invite the schools to visit this, like any of the schools, so they can see the history?
Yes, that's something that we're envisioning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's something that, yes, we're envisioning. We do work with Major League Baseball because that's a great initiative as a part of Major League Baseball to make sure more people of color get involved in baseball. So they do have various programs regarding skills camps, not only for the individual students that are interested in playing baseball, but also coaching as well. Right. So that's something they're doing now and something they plan on continuing to do as well. And then the other thing in terms of attracting, games to the park, I think that would be something that would garner interest. And the other thing too is important is to let people understand the great history of League Park. A lot of people in our community don't know that Satchel Paige, they don't even know the name Satchel Paige, and this is somebody who came. He starred in the Negro Leagues and then helped the Cleveland Indians win the World Series. And rumor has it that he may have been in his late 40s when he did it. So, just letting people know that history and yeah, maybe even 50, some people say. But just letting people know that history and letting them know that the camps are available, that we're closely working with the Guardians, they're supporting our efforts, having tours, commemorating the history of the Negro League, the Cleveland Buckeyes. They won the Negro League World Series there as well. The Indians won the World Series there in 1920. So as we get that history out and that we share our story, I think you're going to get more people involved. And then if we continue to work with Major League Baseball, I think that's important to keep students busy, because we need to make sure that our community have all sorts of options, not only football and basketball, but let people know there's a great history of African Americans that have been involved in baseball and done very, very well.
We don't do that.
Yeah, so I think through this lease extension and renewal, we'll continue to do that. We look forward to doing that in the future. We can also look at games, HBCU games there, Senate League games. There's a lot of different things that we can do. A lot of different things. So this is just the first step, and we look forward to continuing to work with the city to make it all happen.
Yeah, I like cultivating the children. Larry Doby, you forgot Larry Doby.
Larry Doby, yeah. And people forget about him because they integrated the American League. And, people remember Jackie Robinson, the National League, but we made history here as well. And then Frank Robinson as well.
Yeah, Frank Robinson.
Yeah, first black manager. Yeah.
Yeah. So, just the projects and the programs to, children have to see success every day.
Right.
And if they see it, we see football,
right,
and we play that in the streets. And basketball is easier, but we're losing out. You see it,
right.
It's not enough of us playing baseball.
Right.
And you could play baseball, as Brian Casey just mentioned, into your 40s, or if you're lucky, into your 50s. And that's a beautiful, beautiful game that we're out of. And you have the venue that's right there to reach out to the children.
Yeah, I mean, sky's the limits in terms of opportunities, and I think we have an all above board approach in terms of obtaining those objectives, to make sure the park's used, to make sure that there's a continued interest of all communities in baseball, and letting people know the rich history that we have in Cleveland. We want to continue that.
Do we have any schools, and I get off of this, like this playing, like you have St. Ignatius and St. Ed's, through the chair to the council member Casey, you guys have a baseball league, a baseball team that, because I don't see that many in CMSD just playing baseball.
The Rhodes Rams just won the Senate League.
Rhodes Rams.
Yeah. He said, it didn't beat you.
Go Rams.
Yes, I want us to play also, play some baseball. You just got to try to figure it out to get us there.
Right, but there's a lot of opportunities. You can work with the rec centers. I think a lot of it's going to be skills camps. Also, working with individuals that want to coach, making sure they have the tools, and we can do that right here. We have a beautiful park, we have a beautiful history, and this is only the beginning.
In our close, historical black colleges. What if you had a baseball game there with Central State playing against someone else?
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea, and we would love to do that. Having Central State come up, they have one of their strongest alumni chapters is in Northeastern Ohio. Our friend Mike Nelson and so many other people are very active in Central State. So I think that would be great if we were able to get a game with Central State, and maybe Howard or Morehouse or whomever would be wonderful. And again, I think, and then maybe having a college fair with it. And so that would be a way of getting, students interested. Yeah, so I'd love to work with you on that project. I know my client would love to, and also work with the great colleagues that we have in the city in making that happen.
Right. You got Frank next to you with the pastors, and you would come and talk with us, and so we can push it, and maybe a game next year or something like that.
Let's work together. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's set a date, and let's talk to the players, and let's get it done.
All right, that'd be cool beans, man. Be cool beans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman, and make sure you invite all of us to that game. We all want to be there. Appreciate that. Additional questions on 747-2023? All right, come on.
And then, yes,
Don't get out of
Councilman
protocol
House
now,
is
Councilman House has been very supportive of our effort,
Councilwoman
and
House,
thank
you
you so
have the
much.
floor.
Thank you, through the chair, to the director. League Park is absolutely an asset to our, not just only to Ward 7, we're sharing with the city, but it really has been an asset, and really looking forward to continuing the partnership with the Baseball Heritage Museum and ways that we can further continue to, have programming there, being more community facing. We're really looking forward to having some of our events be more publicly broadcast, because a lot of times I get the calls after, like, this event is going on, this event is going on. So really looking forward to working with the collection of the team, with the team at the museum and our department and Public Works to ensure that we are communicating broadly, because most of y'all don't get the calls. I get the calls. Every time there's an event that community members didn't know, I get the calls. So we really have to work on that. But really looking forward to where it's going. The space is activated. There are a multitude of people that are going there and utilizing it. And so I would encourage Clevelanders, if you have not come to visit League Park and participate and just see just what's going on, this is your park. Please come and do it. It is here for all of us. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any additional questions on 747? Councilman Casey.
This League Park really is an asset that we really do need to utilize more in the city, especially the history of it, not only with the Negro League, but Babe Ruth hit his 500th home run there. Joe DiMaggio got his last hit at League Park before his 56-game, streak ended. I mean, there's all kinds of, Ty Cobb got his, I think it was his 2000 steal there, whatever it was. But anyways, the point being is that this is such a historic thing that we almost just bypass. So we really should utilize this park more and have it open more, not only to Ward 7, who utilizes it probably more than anybody, but, the whole city in general. And I know that we played the administration there 2 years ago, but we don't like to talk about that. But still, I mean, this is such an asset to the city that I really do think that we need to work with MLB to shine a bigger light on with the history of that park. And the fact that it still stands where it stands is pretty amazing. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, hearing no further questions, 747, 2023 is approved. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman House and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so
Okay.
much for being
All
here
right.
today. We
All right.
appreciate your time. Thank you. Alrighty, 763, 2023 by Council Members McCormick, Bishop, and Griffin by departmental request. Authorizing the Director of Public Works to enter into an amendment to contract number PS 2020-243 with Pro Park, Inc., doing business as Pro Park Mobility to manage the West Side Market parking lot, to extend the term of the contract on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 1 year. Director or Assistant Director?
Thank you, Chair. Passage of this legislation will allow the current contractor to maintain management and operation of the parking lot on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 1 year, while the administration and council determine who shall have charge and management of the West Side Market parking lot going forward. I have Commissioner, Director, everything to Public Works, Johnson here for any questions that you may have.
Director Johnson, anything to add?
No, I do not have anything to add, Director. Commissioner Johnson does not have anything to
All
add,
right.
Director.
You're not
Really
shedding the
consider
director title, Director. All righty, 763, which moves the West Side Market Manager to a month-to-month basis as the city figures out how the heck they're going to manage it moving forward. Councilman Bishop, this is routed through your committee, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have no reservations about passage.
Thank you, sir. Do I have additional questions on 763, 2023? Hearing none, 763, 2023 is approved. Please sign. All right, Director, I've got 817-2023 is amended by Council Members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend sections 13178, 13179, 401.33, bear with me, 403.04, 453.01, 453.02, 453.03, 453.04, 455.01, 455.05, 455.07, 455.09, and 455.10 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, to amend by various ordinances relating to parking rates, parking meters, and municipal parking facilities. Director, 817.
All righty. Through the chair, passage of this legislation will establish fees for the following parking facilities: Willard Park Garage, Canal Basin Parking Lot, North Coast Municipal Parking Lot, and West Side Market Parking Lot. I have Commissioner
The guru,
Johnson
parking
here
guru.
for any questions that you may have on this piece of
You have a lot of
legislation.
titles today. Director, Commissioner, parking
Everything
guru,
to Public
everything.
Works.
Commissioner, you've got the floor.
Good afternoon, Council Chairman Bishop and Councilman McCormick and other members of council. I have a slide presentation here. We have a lot of ordinances, but I think that once we go through the slide, you'll understand that it is not as big and complicated as it may appear. So the first ordinance that basically what we're looking for are several authorization from this body to amend chapters of the codified ordinance in association with our efforts to enhance parking in the city of Cleveland. This first one is ordinance 13178 and 79. It establishes fees and charges to be collected, as Director said, at the Willard Garage, Canal Basin Park, North Coast Municipal Parking Lot, and the West Side Market Parking Lot. On the slide, you'll see the daily max for the Willard Garage is proposed at $12. And as you can see, is comparable to other garages in the area. However, a customer that's parking in our garage will not reach the maximum daily rate for 3 hours as compared to surrounding garages where the parker will reach the daily max in 1 hour. So this is just a sample of what you see in the rates. We're requesting to amend ordinance 40133 to define a meter under our expanded parking model to include the single space and multi-space and mobile application-based devices. In the next two ordinances, we're requesting to amend the time parking is limited or prohibited from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and to provide the option to limit free parking on Saturdays and Sundays. Parking will continue to be free on various holidays as listed, including Friday after Thanksgiving and the day after Christmas. Desmond, our parking consultant, concluded by extending the hours of enforcement, the city could ensure that convenient on-street parking spaces remain available to serve patrons. We're requesting Section A of Ordinance 45301 be amended to remove the reference to street parking adjacent to a meter and establish that vehicles are to park in an individual parking space within a parking zone. We are also requesting to remove reference to payment by deposit of coin and replace with with the phrase remit payment of parking fee.
Not yet.
Which will include payment by coin or credit. Section B will authorize the Director of Public Works to charge and collect fees, set hours of operation, set days of operation, set intervals of time per parking zone, and adjust parking rates based on customer demand. We are proposing to establish on-street parking rates using a 3-tier pricing strategy. The first strategy is to establish a base rate of $1.50 per hour for a max 2-hour session. This is similar to what you see today. The progressive rate strategy provides an opportunity for a parker to extend their parking session, but at a higher rate. If a parker is attending a meeting and he or she runs longer than they anticipate, they will have the option to extend their parking session, but they would have to pay a higher rate to do so. We want to encourage all-day parkers to utilize off-street parking facilities in an effort to support turnover on on-street parking. If someone wants to run into one of our downtown restaurants to pick up lunch, they should have the ability to do so and to park on the street. The third tier established rates for on-street parking during a special event. In this example, if someone wants to visit the Science Center or Rock Hall on a Sunday for a couple hours when the Cleveland Browns are playing, they could park on street for $10 rather than to pay $50 in a lot. That concludes our presentation. We welcome any questions that you might have.
All right, give us just 1 minute here. This is all done. We are here. Last piece of public works. This is parking. Here's your list. And they just wrapped the presentation.
So who's on the list?
No one yet.
Bishop?
Well, Bishop as chair, but then no one else yet.
Okay. Me too. All right, Councilman Bishop.
Mr. President, can I go last, Mr. President?
Yes, you can go last.
Some amendments I want to,
Yeah,
okay, thanks.
that'd be great. Councilwoman House and then Councilwoman Slife.
Yes, through the chair to the director. So this is a thing of mine. So being previously elected at the State House, I was shocked to realize that council members do not have privileges here at in the parking privileges here at City Hall beyond the standard 8 to 5. And I'm trying to figure out how do we fix this, because I just feel like as an elected official here of this body that each council member needs to have access to parking. I just don't understand this. It's 17, so it's 18 elected officials here, and the fact that we don't have parking here exceeding that, because there are things and events where you're required to be down here, whatever, and parking can be a challenge. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to figure out why we don't have access. That's all. And where does this come from? Because this is a new experience to me. So.
Council President, Councilwoman House, I'm not quite certain that I understand you, the council.
Yeah, so we can't park here on weekends. You can't park here extended beyond like 6 o'clock. I mean, there are things that a lot of times just in your capacity where you are required to park, and we have no access to this parking lot. And I'm trying to get an understanding, because to me, like I said, again, I have a different experience. And, you know, being at the State House as a state representative, we had 24-hour access, you know, to the parking site, to the parking space at the Rife Center where we actually worked, and I'm trying to understand why that isn't extended here, extended evenings on the weekends, because again, people's various work schedule. You see what I'm saying? If you wanted to come and have access to come to the building, even coming to our offices, like this is a new experience for me, and I'm just trying to say for parking, how do we make that a reality based on many of our needs for different events and things of that nature, even in downtown in the evenings and on the weekends, that many times we are requested for.
Yeah.
So Council President and Councilwoman House, Monday through Friday, our garage is open. You can park later than 6 o'clock p.m. Our garage doesn't close until 10:30. So we maintain the same kind of hours that the City Hall. So we close when City Hall is closed. On the weekend, our garage is typically closed unless we have an event that takes place. So are you saying that when the garage is actually closed?
Open, just whenever it's open, that we should have access to it.
So on the weekend, if there is not an event, the garage is closed. Are you looking for access when the garage is closed, or when it's open when there's an event?
Yeah, because again, many times as council members, our days and times go beyond the opening of City Hall. And so that's just thing, even having access to your office. You know, there are times where we have been here and it might be 6:37, shout out, well, I mean, between Mora and Gray, we're here and they be like, no, y'all gotta go. And it's like, but it's 7:30, I got work, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just something that's going on here that there is a disconnect, and I know parking is attached with that, and I just feel like we need to work on that.
Through the chair to the council person, let me take that back under advisement. I didn't know that was an issue until just now, but I can definitely work through that and make that. Most cities have a provision in place for this, so we'll figure it out.
And I'm glad you said that.
I just wasn't aware.
I'm glad you said that, because to be honest with you, that has never been an issue. And we need to resolve that, because
you can talk to Councilwoman Moore, talk to Councilwoman Gray.
Yeah, so I'm not discounting that. I'm just saying we need to address that, because she's right.
No worries.
And maybe I'm a little bit out of touch because I got somebody who drives me sometimes, but I used to need access 24 hours. But unless it closed, and I did get locked out a couple of times, but that's if it was like 11 o'clock at night. But other than that, if it was a special event, then there was still some kind of notice that went to council to say, because of this special event, we need you to park X, Y, Z.
Correct.
And if we could rectify that, that'd be great. Because I think she is exactly right. We have too much to do. That's one of the things that we really need access to. Councilman Starr, you wanted that point, because I believe Councilman else is done.
No, my point that I just wanted to make regarding this issue is if somebody can pay to get in this garage, whether it's 24 hours, evening, or late night, I believe we should have 24-hour access to our garage to park. And to the point being, there may be something going on at the convention center. There may be something going on downtown. There may be stuff that we have to just go to, and we should be able to park in our assigned parking area in the garage and utilize the garage as much as we can, so we can be able to be representatives of the city and walking through for any other job that I've worked at. I've always been able to park in the garage or park in the parking lot without no problem. But there's times that the garage is not open, or we told to get out the garage early due to X, Y, Z, and the third. I believe the reserved parking spots that we have for council members should be at an accessible 24 hours. If anybody can pay to get in that garage or anything, our spots should be still reserved for us to be able to utilize it for any way we need to see forth or fit.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Polensek, and then who else do I have? Harsh, Slife. Okay, Councilman Polensek, then Slife.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. Obviously, there is a substantial rate increase for parking. And, you know, I've always been concerned about what I want to call everyday people who come into downtown or come to City Hall to visit our place for what reason, or business or whatever. But you look at some of these rates, I mean, really, general monthly rate for non-city employees. These are folks that work in the various buildings around here. You're jumping them $25. $25. I mean, you're going from special events up to $70.
Point of clarification, because that was a huge issue that me and Councilman Bishop had with you guys. The key word is up to.
Correct.
Can you describe how those escalators of pricing will take place?
Council President, to Councilman Polensek and the other members of council, what you are doing is authorizing us to be able to have the flexibility to increase our rates based upon events or activities. So what you have here is similar to what this, well, not this body, but the body had approved previously, where we would have a range of rates, would give us some flexibility in order to, when we have an event, let's say that for an everyday event, we may charge $15 for parking. for a daily parking rate. But if there is a special event, the demand is higher, we may increase that rate to $20. But this gives us the ability and the flexibility to be able to do that based upon the demand, the market and the demand.
But can you just clarify one of the reasons you did that? Because I want to make sure, because Councilman is bringing up a point that we all had a concern about when we met that day. The concern is that if the surrounding parking lots are able to say, let's jack up our prices to $60 or $50 or whatever, and you guys don't have the flexibility to do it, then it makes it hard for you to compete in the marketplace and raise the amount of revenues commensurate with what everybody else is doing in the area.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council President. Well said.
Well, again, you know, I don't want to see general monthly rate at Willard Park Garage. You're proposing, it's right now up to $125. Can you tell me what it is right now?
Right now, it's $125. That's for monthly parking of those that are outside,
Yes.
not like
Yeah.
federal building
But-
employees. Our city employees pay $55.
Right, but you're proposing to move it up to $200. I mean, we're trying to encourage people to come downtown. We're trying to encourage people to utilize our facilities, and we're whacking them. I mean, we're whacking them good. I mean, it's really, I mean, special events. So you come down here for a special event. You could go up to $60 for a special event. We're trying to get people to come downtown with families, with kids. We're gonna whack them like that? $60?
So he's referring to what to right here. So,
That's Willard Park Garage.
So, Council President, to the councilman, right now we have parking lots in the area charging $50, $60, and $70 for special event parking.
Okay, but Commissioner, I've been here long enough to understand from Council President George Forbes on down, it always has been our policy to try to take into consideration people who are not making six figures, people who are coming downtown to work, to park at whatever our facilities are, and have reasonable parking rates. Not to give the space away for free, but to have reasonable rates. And we are, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, and to the commissioner and to the director, and I know it's a fine line. You're trying to balance our costs of operation versus daily rates or special events rates. But man, come on. I mean, your special event right now is up to 30. And what for a special event? What is the charge now for special event?
We charge for the Browns game, we charge $30.
So now it can go up to 70. It's not. We're not even talking about a cost of living increase. You're over doubling it, the charge, and I just have. I mean, I got a real problem with this. I have to express. What about the Muni lot? Where's the Muni lot in this?
The municipal lot is in Section 3.
Section 3. Okay, that's the Muni lot downtown. That would be what you call North Coast lot.
North Coast Municipal Parking
Okay.
Lot.
So now the daily rate, you're going to double that. You're proposing to double that. The daily rate, okay, for buses, oversized trucks, trailers, okay. I guess that could be, you could argue that. But general monthly rate for non-city employees, it could be right now $75, and you're going to go to $100. Special events, again, from 30 to 70. I can't in good faith support that. I mean, that's not even a reasonable increase. In my opinion, that's an outrageous increase. I mean, Muni lot, I have to tell my colleagues along here, the Muni lot was always untouchable because that's where the bulk of people who work downtown in all these buildings work. Everyday people. Everyday people. Not six-figure incomes. You can see them walking down 9th Street to go park down there. And we're just going to hose them. And I don't buy that. I just can't accept that. So, I mean, I'm just stating that for the record. I can't support that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to belabor the point.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner. But I did thought that we were going to freeze Muni lot. But if you could, please talk to that.
It is not our intent. What we're looking for in the up to is to be able to have the flexibility. Our first round of rates won't go to that max rate as we did, but it will give us the flexibility when the market demands to be able to do that. We are a part of the dynamic of the city as well, and we understand our obligation as a municipality to be fair and equitable in setting our rates. And so it would not be our goal to set as a normal rate at the top of this spectrum, as the Councilman Polensek was just sharing with everyone.
But Mr. Chairman?
It just gives us the flexibility.
But if you look at this, what you just outlined, you are at the maximum for all the previous old rates. You're at the maximum for all the old rates.
Councilman Polensek, those rates were set in 2015.
Okay. So I just, again, I don't want to belabor the point. I stated my position. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Bishop. Oh, no, Councilman Slife and then Councilman Bishop. Slife, and Bishop's going last.
Just a couple quick questions. And you know, I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's overdue. Our parking system's antiquated in many ways, so this is important work. But like my colleagues, I think I want to make sure we do it right. Does anyone know, out of curiosity, do city employees get any kind of RTA benefit? We've talked a lot today about transit, and I know when I worked in Maryland, my company gave me $60 a month for DC Metro. Now, DC Metro is structured differently, but I don't expect Public Works to necessarily know this, but it's something we should look at. I think if we do need to raise the rates for our city garages, are we giving people a better, more affordable way to get to work and incentivizing transit if that's what we're trying to do across city otherwise? I take transit a lot to work, but it doesn't seem like there's like a large-scale number of city workers who are doing the same. So I'll just throw that out there into the universe. In all of the discussions, because I share, so, you know, the Cleveland Foundation put forward all this money to make sure that the Rock Hall, for example, would be free to Cleveland residents. So a low-income Cleveland family can come down and go to the Rock Hall for a day, but certainly the cost of parking could become burdensome. In the conversations, have there been any talk about if you're coming to City Hall during peak hours that you could be validated to a lower rate, or that there could be Cleveland resident rates during special events, so that we are not we are gaining money from people who are able to pay money, but we're also creating a benefit for Cleveland residents to come downtown and experience downtown. Was that part of the discussion at all? Like, for example, when I go to the YMCA across the street, if I park there, I can validate my ticket, and it costs me less to park. So I'm wondering if that was ever discussed, of being some sort of tiered system that helps people get lower rates in a way we would define.
Council President, Councilman Slife, for the City of Cleveland employees who park in the Willa Garage, currently the rate is $55 for them to park for a month of parking. So they do receive a discounted rate for parking.
Okay. What I'm suggesting, Council President, is that a non-city worker, but a resident, if we were to come down to the air show and we're charging special event rates for the City Hall lot, could they get a lower City of Cleveland resident rate that would only be available to City of Cleveland residents, either available at the time of purchase or available through some kind of rebate program or something, so that we're not disincentivizing a low-income Cleveland family from coming to the air show because they can't pay $70 for parking. That is the idea.
So do you guys understand what he's asking?
Through the chair to the council person, one of the things that I would make mention of is that in all of these conversations, we're balancing the cost of operation, the infrastructure, and the customer service portion of it. So we will take all those into account with all of the other criteria that we are looking at to make the experience better for all of the residents and non-residents.
Okay, I bring it up just because I think there's ways through technology to maybe satisfy some of our concerns, but I'm not exactly sure what they are right now. My final points, and it wasn't clear from the presentation, when we're talking about parking meters, are we talking about parking meters citywide, or are we talking about parking meters in the downtown neighborhood?
Council President to the councilman, we are talking about meters citywide.
Okay, and also in the legislation, there's a call out for city public works and community development owned parking lots. Is the intent of this legislation to begin charging on lots in, I know, Camps Corners or Gordon Square that are currently free?
Council President to the councilman, what we did was just revise the rates. I will say that currently the Division of Parking Facilities manages a community development lot, the St. Clair lot. We manage that. There are parkers in the area that pay a monthly fee, and we take care of that lot. And so this would be similarly situated.
Okay. I'm thinking of the city-owned parking lot in Cam's Corners where there is not currently any charge for parking. And I believe it's controlled by community development.
Council President to the councilman, that would be a conversation for community development.
Okay.
On that point, would you allow Councilwoman Spencer on that point?
Thank you, because I have similar city-owned lots in Gordon Square that are controlled by community development. We can certainly have a conversation with community development, but through the chair, does this authorize, how does this legislation relate to lots that are not managed by the Division of Parking? Does that question make sense? By city-owned lots not managed by the Division of Parking, that are currently not, there's no charge for parking.
Council President to the Councilwoman Spencer, this ordinance it sets rates. So if you had a conversation with community development and you decided that you wanted to begin charging or having a conversation they want to charge, they would go back to this legislation and it would be able to tell them the parameters in which they could charge rates. So this is for all.
And Councilman, may I have one more point? And then the other point would be, again, that would be the up to conversation. It doesn't say you must charge this rate. It is the up to conversation that would be held at that point with community development.
Absolutely.
And put me on, Mr. Chair, if you can, after Councilman. Thank you.
So, Mr. President, my concerns are twofold. One is I think that the parking meter rates seem reasonable enough for a downtown neighborhood, but there's parking meters in Cam's Corners, and I don't think that people shopping in Cam's Corners. I think they're different urban environments, and I'm not sure that there should be a across the board meter rate. And I'm also a bit worried because I wasn't consulted about this. Layered onto that, I'm worried that if this legislation authorizes community development to begin instituting parking fees on their controlled lots, that it would certainly be a courtesy for them to contact myself or Councilman Spencer or whomever, but that it's not required. And I imagine a scenario where on Monday people come to go for lunch at West Park Station and suddenly there's parking, and I'm worried that this is getting ahead of how this affects kind of your average regular Cleveland neighborhood that is in competition for people patronizing restaurants and businesses and what have you, with a mile away in Fairview Park where you don't have to park, or Westgate or something like that. So I'm reluctant to support this kind of without that deeper conversation. But I'm not closing the door on paying for city parking. But I feel like I'm worried of looking my business owners in the eye and just dropping this on them without having had a deeper conversation. Thank you.
Okay. I have Councilman Harsh and then Councilwoman Spencer.
And you forgot me.
Councilman Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. My just upfront concern about this isn't so much the changes in the hourly rates, which I think are somewhat reasonable. It's the change in the hours. So through the chair to the commissioner, the current hours of parking meter enforcement, I think, are 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Is that correct?
Council President, to the councilman, the current hours are 7 a.m. until 6 p.m.
Okay, so 11 hours. So through the chair to the commissioner, by extending it 4 hours from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., is it the expectation that revenue would go up 33%, roughly?
Council Chair to the councilman, we sought we had Desmond, who is a parking consultant, parking professional, come in and assist us on this project. And the changes in their entirety, the rates, the extended hours, all the changes that we're talking about, the meters, the being able to pay by way of credit card versus the entirety, they had projected that there would be a 45% increase.
45?
A 45% increase.
Okay. So through the chair, I guess, one of my concerns is the impact of increased revenue versus potential decreased activity. I think it's a perk of Cleveland that meters turn off at 6 o'clock and you can go downtown and hang out, and it doesn't cost extra to pay. I consider that an asset, and I certainly used it a lot. Maybe I'm a cheapskate, but I'm one of those people that would drive around for 15, 20 minutes looking for a free spot, right? Because I don't want to pay 20, 30 bucks to park to go downtown in a city I already live in, and certainly pay enough taxes for services. So I'm not a big fan of this idea of extending the hours 6 to 10, and I'm just curious what percentage of potential revenue come from that. Because it seems to be also, I'm very concerned, Mr. Chair, about the 300,000 people that are born and raised in a city with free parking after 6 that are all going to end up with fines as they slowly learn one ticket at a time that meters have been extended to 10 p.m. And I worry about that potentially offsetting any benefit from revenue. Through the chair to the commissioner, on page 3, 4. Yeah, page 3 or 4. Page 4, where it says the Director of Public Works is then authorized to set intervals of time per parking zone. It seems to me that we're still setting maximum caps on how much can be charged, but could you please explain what is meant by intervals of time per parking zone?
I'm sorry.
It's on page 4 of 6 of the presentation that's currently on the screen. I just don't know what that term, I don't understand the language.
Are you talking
The presentation there on the
slide?
TV.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
page 4 of
apologize.
6, in section B amendments, it says authorize the Director of Public Works to, and then the 4th bullet point says set intervals of time per parking zone. I'm not quite sure what that means.
So,
I understand days of operation, I understand hours of operation. I understand rates based on customer demand, in other words, there's a special event, but I don't understand what intervals of time per parking zone means.
So, Council President to the councilman, it is not our intent to have a cookie cutter because we want to be able to do what the market demands in the area in which that market is. And this will allow us to be able to have that flexibility to do so. Because they're setting the intervals of time. And so perhaps the time in that area, in one specific area may be different on a Saturday, or when we enact, when we enact on a Sunday, then we would have the rates be set or enforced during a specific set of time. It won't be from 7 a.m.
Okay.
until 10 p.m.
And so then, through the chair, you have flexibility then on which parts of the city pay which rates?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and through the chair, but those are capped out at the maximums that are spelled out here in the summary, where we put up to that,
Yes,
that
we
increase
are-
the ceiling.
Yes, we are requesting that the
Okay.
council give us that.
One more question then. When it says on the page before that, on page 3, under ordinance number 403.04 and 453.01C, option to limit free parking on Saturdays and Sundays, through the chair to the commissioner, does that mean that the decision is being made to go ahead and charge parking on the same hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday as well? Is that like the decision, or that option is available?
It is the option, as it states here, is the option to be able to set a time frame to
Okay.
do so. So in our, in the presentation submitted to us by our parking professional, they talked about what different cities do. And in some, they may start their Saturdays from 9 a.m. until, 10 p.m. Some don't start till noon. And the parking consultant, when they provided us their recommendations, they gave us both of those options to say that we may want to consider in some areas making that
And through the
change.
chair, that's at your discretion.
That would be, yes, that's
If this
part of
passes.
the.
Okay. Mr. Chad, it seems like we're concerned about the health and vitality of downtown for good reason, but I worry that doing increased hours in the evenings and weekends could actually discourage people from coming downtown, especially if they get popped for a ticket that they didn't think that, for hours that they thought parking was free. And it seems that we could still raise revenues by adjusting fee structures, which seem wholly appropriate, and the comparison, thank you very much for that, because it is still less than the other garages around, so that's nice. But it seems to me like, unwise to, put another hurdle for people to come visit downtown. My 2 cents. I'm very curious how Chairman Bishop views all of this as well, and I know he's been waiting to go last, so I will end my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Conwell and Councilman McCormick.
Thank you very, very much. I want to echo a little bit what Councilmember Mike Polisic was saying through the chair to the director. When you go up to say up from $30 up to $70, so you have a family. Wait a minute, let me go back a little bit. How did you get to this point? You to the chair, you did a budget to say that you need to go up to $70. You did a budget to also look at cost of labor, to have people out there to enforce it. So somewhere before you introduce it to council, there's a budget saying why. And you built a case, because if you're going to give us a proposal, you had to build a case, and through the chair, in that case is where, and then the why. The why is you went from 30 up to 70. I see the numbers, but it doesn't tell me why you went up from 30 to $70. The case to build for these numbers, you just didn't sit down, director, and say from 30 to 70. It's the reason why, and you looked at the budget, and you also looked at how many workers you're going to use to enforce this, and if we do enforce it, how much it's going to cost us in the long run, and where the dollars are going to end up going to. I mean, you had to build a case and some kind of analysis through the chair.
So, Council President, to the councilman, currently, we looked at what market and what our other partners in the area are doing, what partners outside the area are doing in terms of parking, and we wanted to make certain that we still review ourselves as a municipality trying to provide a service. So we understand that we needed to increase our parking rates, but we aren't looking to go as high as some of our competitors. There are folks out there now that doing a simple Browns game, they're charging $60, $70. We currently charge $30 for that. So although we want to be more competitive, we are also very mindful of the fact that we're a municipality and we want people to be able to come and park in our facilities and to be able to come and have a place to park. And that's why we created some flexibility when we talked about parking on street, giving opportunities for folks to park on street. The example that I provided of someone just wanting to come downtown when there's a Browns game to go to the Rock Hall of the Science Center. If they want to do that, they're going to have to park in one of those $50 lots that are around there unless they come to the community lot and pay for $30. But if they want to go and park on street in some of those areas and walk over, we're providing a more affordable price for them, and they don't have to pay that full freight. And that's the whole reason why we were putting out that special event rate, so that we can be mindful of someone who maybe just wants to come downtown on the day that there's some big special event happening, and they just want to get dinner. You know, they want to park on the street and just get dinner. We want to be able to give people the flexibility to be able to do that. And so this package that we've provided to you today it keeps all of that in mind. We want to make certain that we're providing a good service, a good affordable service to people.
So if they park on the street, I'm just like, because see, I have to save the dollars when I take my grandchildren to baseball games or football games. So I look for a meter so I can use that other disposable income, right, for food, for the kids, right. But if you say up to $70, you go into my pockets with this high inflation. I know I have to pay for gas. Gas is high also. And you creating a barrier to people to visit downtown also. And we could get it back in the long run. If I spend money on other merchandise downtown, they're going to tax me. And then you're going to tax the venues if the venues are doing well. And then that money will go into the city coffers as well as part of the circular economy. Through the chair to the director.
And we are still providing a better and more equitable service than a lot of our competitors, is what I would share with you, is that we ensure that our rates are equitable.
Well, you know, I don't want to go up to $70 without seeing the budget, because you built a case first, I know, before you gave it to Director Frank Williams, before you introduced it to us. It would have been great if you had brought me your budget to say why. Because you just didn't say. You were extremely bright, Director, been knowing you forever down here. But you tell me you're going from 30 to 70, it need to be a reason why, and you should have showed me a budget, the reason why. I hear you narrating. Sounds good, it's cool, but to go from $30 to $70 without showing me why, it's not good. Because I see barriers there and I don't understand it. Through the chair, to the director. Director?
Through the chair to the council person, we went through quite a bit of extensive vetting for this process, as you mentioned, a budget, the consultant that came in, but we also did a lot of peer city reviews to do comparisons with like cities in Ohio, but also in other states, to see how they matriculated through their processes as well to inform this decision.
You know what, Director? If you didn't bring the evidence, you know, you look at lessons learned. That's what you guys are doing. Right. You looked at lessons learned. You studied different cities compared to us. You look at lessons learned. And then you bring this to me to council, but you're not showing me why. That's all I'm saying. You looked at lessons learned so you could build a case, but you didn't bring it here. So I don't know why, and I don't know did they lose revenue or anything like that, because sometimes, they might have created some barriers. I don't know, but I don't want to follow them until I know.
Councilman, you mind if I
I'm
add
not
a
there.
point to your point?
To my point, I'm not there because they didn't bring.
Because I want to get to your point. Because
The
I'm
point
gonna
is they
point
didn't.
straight out.
Yeah, yeah. They
Can
didn't
you
bring.
please just tell everybody, is part of this money going towards paying for the meter upgrade?
Say what? Repeat it.
Is this money going towards the meter upgrade? So this isn't going towards the meter upgrade. So what is this increase of 35% to your current bottom line going to? That's what the councilman's trying to get to. Like, why do we need these increases? And that's what I think he's getting frustrated with.
Yeah, because they could
Nobody's
bring the
telling you
case,
what is
the case of why, and they could bring the budget,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
What is the reason
and
that
it's,
these
it's not here.
Yeah, and I
Right.
think that's a fair question that he needs to get an answer to. Why are these upgrades needed? Fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring me the case. Bring me the case.
On that
Bring me the
point,
budget.
Councilman Bishop.
In discussion with the commissioner, it was up, the increase was, you proposed it be 45%, correct?
45%.
45% increase. So you said 35%.
Yes, 45%. Thanks for the clarification.
45%, okay.
45%. So it'd be a 45% if we went to the maximum of these increases. But Chief, the Director of Finance.
To the chairman and council, I think one of the issues with particularly the structured parking that we have is that the revenue generated at these facilities is nowhere near enough needed to maintain them at a high level of service. So the capital costs of maintaining Gateway East, Willard, is significant, and the rates that we charge, which are certainly below
Mr.
market,
President.
are not, they don't generate the revenue needed to really keep these facilities up to the standard that I think we would all want them to be. If you walk around Gateway East, you walk around Willard, and there's work happening in Willard, but there are a lot of improvements that we could be making to these facilities.
And the reason I feel what Councilman is saying, because me and Councilman Bishop had a meeting with the chief and the director and a couple folks, and the same question he's asking is what we clearly said we need to bring to the table to justify those increases.
There you go. There you go.
And
There you go.
And now he's asking the exact question that we were trying to get an understanding of. So I just want to make sure that we get a better understanding. You're saying it's for capital improvements for this. It's not personnel, it's not new equipment, it's pretty much to handle maintenance and capital improvements and try to bring in some revenue. Is that what I'm hearing?
To the chairman, that's 100% correct. And for the record, the upgrade of the parking meters, the legislation that council, I believe, approved, that appropriated funds for that
Okay.
money is there for that project, irrespective of what happens with this.
Councilman, would you allow Councilman Palessa point?
Say it again.
He said he didn't see Gateway East in there.
Oh,
Because, and that might be because the Guardians have an option?
Council President, to the councilman, I am not 100% certain why, but I believe it has to do with the agreement that they have with the Gateway larger agreement. But the rates for the Gateway garage are set by Board of Control. It's not included in this ordinance. It never has been.
They got to justify
Well,
it.
he was referring to, improvements, being able to.
All right. Conway, I'm going to let you just wrap up since you allowed 2 points so that we can wrap up because your time is up after this.
Yeah, Mr. President, and I'm listening to the finance director. He's up here. You got to justify this before you put cost out, and people want to know. They want to know the why. And you have to build your case and bring the budget to us. How did you get to this point from 35 to 70? There's a reason, and it's numbers that is telling us how did you get to 35 to 70. I know you just didn't say from 35 to say 70, or let's say from $5 to $50. And he's the finance director. He's fiscally wise. He should have brought it to us because we have to explain that to our bosses, to our residents. Why? You have to. You know, you see what I'm saying to the chair, to the finance director? We have to explain why we're the council members, we're the closest to the residents, they're in our community meetings, and they want to know why. And they deserve that because they're our bosses, through the chair to the finance director. So I'm not there on this right now until I know the why, Mr. President. And that's where I'm at.
Okay, Councilman McCormick, and then Councilman, no, I apologize, Councilwoman Spencer, then Councilman McCormick.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to make sure I understand the relationship between this piece and the smart parking meter initiative. I'm not easily finding in the legislation where so I guess that's the first question through the chair is where does this rate legislation show up in terms of the on-street smart meter program? Where does that show? Does it show anything related to the meter rates? I'm not readily finding that in the legislation.
Council President, Councilwoman, if you go to 45301, and you go to Section B.
And part of our issue is we have, the formatting on our tablets is a bit of a problem. So it's 451.
453.01.
453.01, okay.
Section B.
I'm going to hold and read this, and I will defer to Councilman McCormick and make sure I take a look at this. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCormick.
I'll make sure I turn on my timer too. Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this presentation. Just a couple quick points. I think it's important that we understand that, a lot of these rates are, I believe, even lower than, even with the increase, still lower than the private lots in and around downtown. So just as a point there. Just as a comment in downtown, two things. Number one, the biggest concern I hear is the antiquated system and the confusing zones, right? And so when people say to me, I don't come downtown because I can't park, it's because who the heck has quarters? And where can I park? It's confusing. So the negative feedback to me is not I have to park after 6, I have to pay after 6 p.m. The negative feedback is the way I can park in the confusing zones. So to the commentary around downtown, the conversations I've been having with the director and director, she's never gonna lose that title, director, I'm sorry, is around cleaning up the zones, making them easy to understand, predictable. So if I pull downtown, I know where I can park and for how long, and I can pay with a card or an app. So really the biggest concerns I hear from visitors, residents, businesses is confusion. So that's being worked on, which is the good news, right? And that's updating the systems and cleaning up the zones and all that kind of stuff. On the evening and weekend, it's, I think everyone at the table wants the parking rates to be reasonable, but the problem is, for my businesses, is when people park in the same spot from Friday at 6 p.m. till Monday at 7 a.m., and my businesses have nowhere for their customers to park. So in downtown, having the ability to engage with paid parking on the weekends allows for spaces to turn over for my businesses in downtown Cleveland, instead of people just taking up those free spots for 36 plus hours. So I really want to note that when we talk about being a welcoming downtown for people to come, also not even for the businesses, for a visitor, to have access to spots in downtown Cleveland, it's important that there's turnover, and a part of creating a plan for that is allowing the city the ability to create a plan where weekends and evenings are in play. So I just wanted to highlight that. Those 2 points. Number one, I'll just speak for downtown. It's important that the city has the flexibility to engage on weekends and evenings. And number two, which we're working on, so I don't want to misrepresent that, cleaning up the zones and expanding the ability to pay with card and app is going to be the biggest impact for downtown Cleveland above and beyond anything else. Because again, the feedback I get, we all get, is that I don't go down there because how do I pay? Where do I pay? Well, is that what zone can I park in? I mean, that's really the crux of the issue in downtown. But it's really important that the city has the ability, whatever that policy looks like, to be able to engage evening and weekends so that businesses, visitors, and otherwise have access to spots that people take for 36 plus hours during that weekend time, because those spots are just taken. And so my restaurants, my small businesses, there's nowhere for anybody to park because people just take them there all weekend. They go to a game, they leave their car. Good, I don't want you driving if you've had drinks. But the point is that that's why that part's important. So kind of coupling the new technology, cleaning up the zones with being able to engage on evening and weekends will create a system in which if I'm coming downtown, I know what's predictable, where I can park, it's clear, and I can use more than just quarters. Those are the biggest complaints I get. So if folks have to pay, again, I'm speaking just for downtown, if folks have to pay a little bit more with the flips, I'm sorry, my brain is fried. Coupled with the fact that it is now clear where and when you can park. It is, and I've said this to the director, making it as welcoming as possible, so reducing parking restrictions as much as possible, as well as I have other options outside of quarters, is going to go a long way, even if you have to chip in a little bit more to park. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I believe I have Stephanie House. Stephanie House.
Thank you. And I was listening to the conversation through the chair to the director. So I understand. Question. I know there was the conversation about the revenue that comes in from the parking. Is not enough to cover the expenses, the infrastructure expenses. Do we have a breakdown, or was it submitted to us, what the infrastructure costs for all of our assets comparatively to the revenue that's generated from them?
Through the chair to the council person, we are going through a process right now where we are assessing all of them. For example, Muni lot, we're getting a lot of calls for the condition of the lot, needing it painted, things of that sort. In Willard Garage, needing it refreshed as far as the painting of the lines and things of that sort. So we're right now going through an assessment to see what those costs will be for this upcoming budget request.
Oh, so just to follow through the chair to the director, I think that is a part of the conversation to, I think, a baseline to get us to have an informed decision on what our rates actually need to be versus necessarily looking at what other people are doing. And I'm going to bring back to my comment of the city we have, right?
Right.
The city we have. We are not like most cities. Where we have a larger share of community members who do not have the financial means. That's the reality.
Absolutely.
Right? And so I think if we could marry our decision making to what our infrastructure costs are, because those are very real, and we need to pay for stuff. You see what I'm saying? And coming up with a financial model that can lend us, this is what we need to do to not only make improvements, but when that life cycle ends for this asset, these are some of the resources that we will have. So I think that would be very insightful to help us guide this decision as we think about the changes and places we need to have increases. The other question that I have was, as Councilman McCormick went into kind of the needs of downtown, thinking through ways, yes, to have different parking needs based on place, right? Because one of my big concerns in Ward 7 is Payne Avenue, the parking meters that are at the Jane Edna Hunter Center, or the county building on 17th and Payne. This is the place where people come when they do not have resources. People are coming for SNAP benefits, child care benefits, benefits for everything from the county. They do not, this is literally our people who don't have anything. And it would be interesting to know how many people have gotten tickets there because, and I don't know, again, this is one of those things of looking through. Most of the time, there are people that are going to the building. If you see, as soon as they open at 9 o'clock, there's a line that's forming around. They usually start lining up, prior to getting there. And if you only can park there for an hour, again, thinking through how much time does our consumers actually spending in the building, and then coming up with a system. If it's a matter of people getting passes, from that building to let them know that you actually are a consumer at that building, so we can avoid the people just staying there to pay all day. But I really think this is a place where parking meters on the street, it really should be free parking. I really feel strongly about that. And again, it's just based on my observation, but maybe we should do some more analysis or something like that. But I think what is happening on Payne next to the county, in front of the county building, there are places like that all across our city that we really need to right size our parking strategy, because it's not a one size fits all, because people have different needs, right? There are places, where people got the money and they can do all that stuff. But again, this is a place where literally people are coming for help just to stop the water from falling out the boat.
Absolutely. Through the chair to the council person, one of the things like you mentioned is a very good point, and myself and council member McCormick have had these conversations as well. There's a difference between parking management and curb management, and what he was mentioning, those things like you mentioned are things that we are engaging with our traffic engineering group as well, to work with our parking group to actually go through and with these assessments for curb management, because you factor in Ubers and all those other things that factor into the parking conversation. So we are doing that, and that's one of the reasons why we did the up to rates, because it's a process that takes time as the city flexes, and as we learn more, that gives us the opportunity to be flexible with those things like you mentioned.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe Councilwoman Spencer had a point. Councilwoman Spencer had a point, then Councilman Bishop is going to close us out.
I do, Mr. Chair, and it's really because part of it, I apologize, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty on our tablet. I want to use just the example of my neighborhood to make sure I'm understanding the section 453.01, parking regulations and parking meter zones. So using Gordon Square as an example, through the chair, how would this legislation impact the on-street meter pricing in Gordon Square as it's currently written? And I think Chair Bishop's amendments will give me a greater comfort level with the piece, but I just want to have this baseline understanding as the legislation's written as amended.
Councilwoman Spencer, are you referring to the section B that I just pointed out to you?
Yes, thank you.
And you want to know specifically, could you ask your question again?
Right, so specifically in practice, if this legislation is implemented, what would we expect in Gordon Square, for example, with the existing on-street meters? What would, because it's this range, what is actually the implementation?
So I can, I want to show you that for the outlining areas, we would set a rate, a base rate, and then be able to have the progressive rate for folks who are staying, as we indicated in the demonstration that we have there. And then if we decide, because based upon the legislation that we had, if we plan to do any modifications in that area, we have to come to the council person to talk about how we might want to place the meters in the area. Because the current legislation was amended that said that if we come to your area and we want to do something different than what currently exists, we need to engage the council person. So we would come, have a conversation with you, and we can talk about, where we might put, where we would have zones and meters, where the cellular option would be, and what the pricing would look like in the area. Am I answering? It looks like I'm not answering.
Yeah, and through the chair, I'm not seeing that particular piece of it where council would come into play in the.
Councilwoman Spencer, that was part of the last piece of legislation
smart
that
meter?
was amended, that gave us the authorization to purchase the equipment and enter into the agreements with the folks who are going to provide these systems for us.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes my question. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Casey, then Councilman Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, do we know how many lot spaces we have downtown compared to the private market?
Council President to Councilman, no, we do not know how many spaces we have compared to the private market.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the director or the commissioner, do we know what the county rates are, like down at the Huntington building?
Councilman, yes, we do.
And where are our rates compared to what the county rates are?
Council President, to the councilman, I will share for the last, for this past Friday, for the event for the Browns football game, our rate at the Willard Garage Municipal Lot was $30. The Huntington Garage was $40.
Okay, so do we know what, Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner, do we know what their rates are? Can you share those with us?
That was their rate.
So they don't have an up to. Do we know their legislation?
I don't know what their legislation is.
All right.
I don't know that. I know just specific instances of what they were charging.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director or the commissioner, does this affect any lots that the city owns, any parking lots that the city owns now that individuals, that's free, that individuals do not pay for?
Councilman Casey, I don't understand your question. Could you
Okay,
ask it
so we have some neighborhood lots that the city owns, right? And there's no, it's free parking up to now. Does this affect those lots? Will those lots start becoming paid lots?
Council President, to the councilman, this schedule is specific to the lots that are named in the schedule.
But it doesn't this say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Slife, because we were talking about this. See, it says PW and CD owned lots, correct? So I know of one specific lot that's CD owned, right, that there's no charge to right now. So does this give the authority for the city to just come in and plop down and say, okay, we're going to start charging and here's your new rates? So it goes from 0 to up to $70. And then in those, within this, if there's a special event within a neighborhood and there's a city-owned lot in a neighborhood, does that allow us to charge up to $70 for an event that's happening in a neighborhood?
Council President, to the councilman, you are referring to the community development section of this legislation. And so any lots that fell under the community development, these are potential rates if it was decided at some point in time that community development wanted to charge to manage and operate that lot that way.
All right, so the answer is yes, that we could start charging for free lots in neighborhood lots that are owned by the city, if they're CD or PW owned.
Councilman Casey,
Yes,
Councilman
go ahead.
McCormick would like a point. Would you allow him a point?
Point of clarification, and I believe that this was an amendment from Councilman Polensek in the previous legislation, that any lot that currently does not have charge meters, the city would want to add charge meters, would require councilmatic consent.
Okay, and does it also include if they don't have meters? Like, it's just $20 a day to park it in a neighborhood lot. So I understand the meters, right? You have to come back before council, but what if lots do not have meters specifically now, but then the city just wants to start charging people for parking in the lots?
Do you guys have any answer for?
Councilman, this legislation says that community development can charge, and as they have been charging, this isn't new. This is just an increase from what was previously a part of this legislation. It's just been amended to the increase. Okay. So all right. Those lots had that same opportunity. They have that same opportunity today.
Okay.
To do that.
And then, one last question, Mr. Chairman, to the director. Do we have enough staff to cover the additional hours of enforcement?
Council President, to the councilman, we would do some slight modification with regards to our staff to cover if this was approved, so that we can extend our hours through to the weekend.
So is that a yes? You have
That
enough?
is
You have enough bodies?
The
Director?
Through the chair to the council person, yes, we do have enough bodies, but we are planning to do some modifications on schedules and things like that to cover those gaps.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, will we have somebody employed for the hours that we have the meters and the enforcement that needs to be done? Will we have enough people working those days to cover all those meters?
Through the chair to the council person, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Councilman Bishop, you have the wrap up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I got quite a few questions, and I want to propose a couple of amendments, quite a few amendments also. But first, I want to pose a question to the director and to the commissioner. The changing of the time where we collect parking fees from, you want to change it from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Why is that essential? Can you explain why is that essential to this body for the operation of our parking facilities?
Council Chair, to the councilman, expanding the enforcement time, and we've kind of talked about being able to allow, instead of having someone to park after 6 o'clock, you may have folks who are there, perhaps that have worked in some of those establishments. It limits the amount of turnover that you can have for some of those areas that are in, and let's say if we were looking at the Central Business District, it would limit some of that turnover time that you would have, because folks, and what our consultant found is that people are parking there long term. Councilman McCormick just referred to, someone who decides to come in and they park there from Friday and they stay until Sunday, or every evening they're parking in these premier locations outside these restaurants. And so folks can't go in and park and, enjoy a meal and leave. And so the being able to enforce that time, being able to give people and the people who come into town the ability to park on street and go into that local restaurant and have dinner, or even just pick up a meal to go. They should be able to park on street to be able to do that. And it's the essential element of service.
Okay. All right. So we don't really seem to have a consensus throughout this body about how we should go with one way or the other. Should we just the way we are approaching this piece of legislation? This piece of legislation has so many different moving parts, but it's kind of hard for us to digest, the total body to digest all of these changes so quickly. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion?
Yes, please proceed. And attorney, please be ready. Thank you. All right. He said he's ready.
Mr. Chairman, on section, just a second. On section 5301, in section C. Well, first, 5301 in section B, Director of Public Works is authorized to charge and costs be collected the payment required in parking meter zones. Such charges and fees ranging from $1 to $8, and is further authorized to establish regulations that set forth the days of the week, hours of the day, and intervals of time for which parking is permissible. Could we add on the end of that with councilmatic approval on section in section B?
53. So that's on page 5, and that is 453B. Do you have that, attorney? Okay. Do we have a second to Councilman Bishop? So I tell you what, can we do all the amendments and do them, or do we have to do them one by one? We could do them all at the same time, right? Okay, so I'm gonna let him read all his amendments and then we'll do them all at the same time.
All right, in the same section 5301, section C, strike, this says the provision of this section shall not apply to vehicles upon the street of the city between the hours of 10 p.m. until 7 p.m. Strike 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. and insert 6 p.m. until 7 a.m. The following morning upon, and then it strikes Saturday and Sunday. Could you reinsert Sunday in section C? And in the same section, the last sentence, the Director of Public Works in the direction's discretion may exempt provisions of this section on an as-needed basis. Strike that sentence, Mr. Chairman.
The whole sentence,
Yeah.
Could you say that again?
the whole sentence.
Is it the whole sentence that needs to be
Yes.
stricken?
Yes.
Please proceed, Councilman.
And Mr. Chairman, on section section 131.78, where it says parking fees, on E, where it says monthly rate up to, what does that say? Yeah, on section E. Okay, could we insert up to 175? In section F, up to 65. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Subsection E, section 13178.
Yeah, 131778 under Willard Park Garage. In section K, up to 600. In section 2, the Canal Basin lot, Can we have that read up to $50 on number C on the Canal Basin lot? And on the North Coast lot, in section E, up to $50? No. All right, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all mine.
All right, do I have a second for those amendments that Councilman Bishop put forward? Council,
Can't hear it. I can't hear it.
could you give the first two rates? He said he got the up to 600, but the first two he did not get.
Okay.
Under
you
Willard.
You say in Willard? In Willard, section E, general monthly, up to 175. In F, up to 65. And K, up to 600.
F is already up to 65. That's already stated. So would you want that maintained? I have P at 175, F is 65, K is
Yes.
Okay, 600.
so F is not amended. It remains at 65.
Repeat that for me.
F, under the first one in Willard
Yeah.
Parking, number F, it has special monthly rate for city employees up to 65. Did you want to keep that at 65, or did you want to keep it at 65, or were you trying to amend it down?
It says 55.
Okay, so I think what he's trying to do is because on this hard sheet, it has 65, and what he's trying to do is keep it at 55. Am I correct, Councilman Bishop?
Yes.
So you had that?
That would be 55.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a second to those amendments? I think I seen Councilwoman Spencer. Councilwoman Spencer is second. Is there any discussion?
Chair.
Councilman McCormick and Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any issues with the rate changes, Councilman Bishop. I really do not support, again, we've got to give more flexibility on the amendment in downtown on the hours and days. It's the first I'm hearing of that amendment. We've got to have the flexibility of engaging the meters on the weekends. That's what I'm hearing from my in Section A, it only says downtown parking area. It has nothing to do with any other area. So I would ask that we remove that amendment because, again, this is the ward I represent. This is what I'm hearing from the restaurants and businesses, that they need turnover, especially on the weekends. So I absolutely object to the amendment that would, just in the downtown parking area, which is defined in Section A, remove the ability to activate the weekends and the evenings.
Is there any other discussion on that amendment? Councilman McCormick has put forth a concern regarding the amendment of adjusting the removal of removing the flexibility for the weekends and evenings downtown parking. Councilman Polensek.
So, Mr. Chairman, that would be section 403.04, correct, downtown parking area?
Yep.
And so it would go from what Councilman McCormick is proposing, it would go to 10 o'clock.
Ability to go to 10 o'clock, is that?
Go to 10
Yeah,
o'clock.
and then ability to activate
Sunday.
weekends, yeah.
And Sunday.
And Sunday. specifically within the downtown area.
Only in the downtown parking area, which is what Section A says.
Up to 10 o'clock?
And then, Mr. Chairman, and then just additional point of information that under section, under 453.01, under B, I'm still confused there. That would go from $1 to $8?
Under B?
Yes.
Only with council approval according to Councilman Bishop's amendment.
Okay.
Remember, he added, his first amendment was to extend that to have councilmatic approval.
That would be, so just to the commissioner, so if the downtown, if a meter is $1 now, which you're proposing, that was for the first hour, correct?
Council, we were proposing $1.50 in the central business district and $1 in the neighborhoods. But the rate says here, we're asking for the flexibility to do $1 per hour to 8. And if you, on the slide presentation, it showed why we were doing that up to the 8 because of the progressive rate.
But that's per hour.
That's per hour.
Okay.
Which one is that?
That's 45301.
45301.
Section B.
Section B.
Section B.
Councilman Polensek, you get your question clarified.
I got it clarified. I don't like it, but I got it clarified. Okay.
Councilwoman House, you had a point.
No, I'm
Okay. We still have, I believe, all those amendments on the table. The one discussion point that I'm hearing is Councilman McCormick's needing the flexibility. Councilman McCormick and Councilman Bishop, what do you guys propose?
Again, just in the downtown parking area, having the flexibility to activate the meters on weekends and evenings so that when businesses and restaurants and other folks' events are there, we have the opportunity to do that. That's the whole, that's the conversation I've had with the director, only specific to downtown. I understand that other areas are different. The central business district is different. And that was one of the benefits of this legislation, was creating an opportunity for turnover during events and evenings that require turnover to support businesses.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Bishop.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we adjusted that amendment to 8 o'clock, Councilman McCormick, would that suffice?
Because the original one is 10.
Yeah.
If we did 8,
I like 8 better.
then, the reason that 8 is more palatable, I think it addresses Councilman McCormick's point about making sure that we turn over cars. But I'll be honest with you, we also want to make sure that we make this affordable and make this available, that we don't make downtown for just a certain segment of people. That's the balance that we're trying to strike. And I think we're trying to have a sensitive balance. I personally think 8 is feasible, and I think it's something we can revisit if we have to. But just leaving it at 10 and not thinking about that, I think creates a little bit of a concern for us. But
the reality of the situation is the residents residents are the ones that are going to park on these streets and take. And that's fine, that's what happens now, it just means there's no parking downtown.
Okay.
So someone that's coming to visit downtown, it doesn't matter what's affordable or not, because the spot's not going to be there.
Gotcha.
That's the whole point of needing the turnover.
Right.
Councilman Slife, you had a point.
You want to kill the density.
Thank you. And first of all, I'm enjoying spending the day with you all.
You mean night in a minute.
Look, I know get ready to throw things at me. I think my confusion and my concern is that in 45301B, it differentiates between the downtown parking area, the institutional areas, and then all other areas of the city. And it's unclear. We're coming up with a solution that is workable for the downtown parking area, because that's when I'm talking parking meters. That is where most of our parking meters are. But
Sorry, a point. That on the tablet is not,
Yeah.
This what's good.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm,
the download.
for some reason mine's not loading right.
Yeah.
I guess my question is just to throw out there: is this ready? Does it make sense to have a one-size-fits-all trying to accommodate the downtown parking area when clearly the questions are like I'm not saying this would happen, but as I read this, as it's passed, the parking meters in Cam's Corners has authorization to shift up to $8 an hour, which is obviously ludicrous, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm wondering if that's the flexibility we need for the downtown parking area. Are we overcompensating by trying to make a one-size-fits-all when the truth is we already have kind of acknowledged that there's different parking areas? So should this be held, essentially?
The challenge is, Mr. Chairman, if I can respond to that, is updating, and I'll just speak for downtown. Updating downtown's parking systems is 20 years overdue. And we've been, the weekend conversation, the evening conversation, the updating the meters, the adding the smartphone. I mean, I was harassing the commissioner 7.5 years ago when I joined council on this. And she's been awesome. It wasn't in your court, it was otherwhere. But the point is that, I honestly represent, the vast majority of my ward is not downtown, geographically and resident-wise. But specifically for this part of my ward, it's important to allow for the flexibility of the city to activate the meters. So however we want to think about the CAMS lot and Gordon Square lot but the central business district is fundamentally different than other areas because of the ball games and all of the attractions that people come down to the CBD for. So that's why, again, the other stuff I'm much less concerned about, but if we delay another month or more on this legislation that was introduced a while ago, it delays the process of updating the downtown system, the whole system, but which people have been waiting for a long time. So that's my concern here. I really, really want to get this parking system updated. It is a huge hindrance for downtown. I mean, it's a hindrance for everybody when you have to pay into an antiquated system, but we've got to update this system. It's laughable. It's embarrassing.
Let me ask this question to Councilman McCormick, and let me ask this to the commissioner. Councilman Bishop has put forth several amendments. Is it appropriate, or can we look at those amendments, do the 8 for right now, review this after, 3 months or after Brown season or at the beginning of the year, and then see if we need to make any adjustments then, because I've held it for 2 months.
Right.
And I know that everybody's eager to see something happen. This is a very complicated piece. I do think we need to make sure that we really monitor for any unintended consequences. But I think that Councilman Bishop has put forth some amendments. What do we think about utilizing those for starters and then making it our commitment to pull them back in front of Public Works, in front of the Municipal Services Committee in about 3 months to look and see if there's any unintended consequences?
Chairman, I'm asking as the ward council person of downtown that amendment be removed. That is specifically what
The entire amendment?
The entire amendment. And leave Section A as is. I represent the area. I'm talking to the people. It is my ward. I'm asking that it's removed.
And that is the one, 451, which one is that again?
Or 40304, Section A.
You know what?
Hold on one second, Councilman. 40304, Section A.
Yeah, I have no issue with the other amendments. I'm saying this specific one.
All right, Councilman Conwell, you had a point.
You know, we have a habit of saying that we're going to revisit, and the administration is going to bring us back things. We never get it back. Case in point, last year, I think it was last year, we were discussing the garage at the baseball stadium where the Guardians are at. We said we were going to come back and revisit that, look at it, look at the outcome measures, see what's going on. Never got it. Never got it back. Administration never brought it back. Gateway organization never brought it back. so we can look at it and see what's going on with it. It's just gone.
All right. We got a discussion on the table that we got to figure out what we want to do with this amendment. So once again, Councilman McCormick has an amendment on the table to say that he would like that amendment to be removed. Councilman Bishop needs to do it. So I believe we need to probably go through amendment by amendment, but Councilman Hart's on the discussion on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the concern is people parking overnight or over the weekend and not moving and clogging up parking spots for businesses, could that be addressed independently? Could that be addressed as a standalone issue? Because I think the concern is that if people are going downtown between the hours of 6 and 10 to hang out, spend money, and do all that, do we really want to penalize them even more and discourage them from coming downtown? And while I recognize the concern of people parking for 48 hours is a legitimate issue, could that be handled separately?
No, I think they're the same thing. So when meters become free at 6 o'clock is when people pull in and leave their cars till Monday. That's the issue. So that when you want to come down and have fun after 6 o'clock, there's no spot for you.
I find parking. I will spend 15 minutes finding it, but I will find it.
Well, and I would argue that having better turnover and having to pay $1.50 like that, you pay for the ability to have a spot if you're coming to visit downtown, versus all the spots are taken because they are now free. It's 6 o'clock on a Friday, and I now know as a person that lives downtown that I can park there till Monday morning. That's the whole point of it, is to anytime there's paid parking, it induces turnover, which allows for more folks to utilize the public parking. It's the whole concept.
Councilwoman Gray.
I think.
Thank you, President Council. I just have a point saying that when downtown was open up for people to come to live downtown, they were aware that the people who moved downtown were able to park at these parking meters all day, because they do not want to park in the garage to pay that higher fee. So saying that is to say all this, that was encouraging for people to move downtown. So they are the ones that hogging up the meters after 6 o'clock. Not the per se business people, not the per se, people who's partying. These are people who live downtown, who park after 6 and stay overnight, and also who work downtown. We know that, so that's my point.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Spencer, and then we need to make a decision on each of these and figure out which one. We're going to call, I think what we need to do is just do each individual amendment, and then we'll see which ones pass, okay?
That's exactly what I was going to request, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. And just to be clear, we just have been at a disadvantage because the version of this piece that was on the tablet was not the amended version. And that's been creating a lot of confusion with an already complicated piece. So I guess I'll hold until we proceed with the amendments.
Okay. All right, so if you could help me on the first amendment.
Council President, can I get a point?
Yeah, if you can, go ahead. While he's looking that up, please do.
So I'm not 100% clear on the amendment for 45301B. Are we today, because this says with councilmatic approval, so does that mean that I have to come back and ask this body again to set rates? I'm not quite certain what we're doing here.
Councilman Bishop, I know you put forth the amendment. Did you want to talk to, tell her what that's for?
Yes, in 5301, we have two amendments. We have amendment to Section B,
Yes, section.
And we have an amendment to section C. Okay, so the one for, the amendment for section B, we want to add on with councilmatic approval on the end of that. And the reason why I say I want to add with councilmatic approval, because after the $8 per hour, it has and is further authorized to establish regulations that set forth the days of the week, the hours, and the intervals of time in which the parking is accessible. So basically, the Director of Public Works can make any changes to any of this in Section B at any time. So we do want to weigh in on that, or we do want to be notified when that happens. So if we put that in there with councilmatic approval, of course, we'll be notified. And in Section C, we put the time interval from 10 p.m. until 7 p.m. We propose to change to 6 p.m. until 7 a.m. and upon Saturdays and Sundays where it was struck to include Sundays in that day where we don't collect fees also. Okay? So that was the amendment that was set forth.
Through the chair to the council person, would it be prudent to say council notification versus approval? Because we don't have I'm just wondering, do we have anything in place to get that approval quickly when these different events and things happen?
So to the director, through the chair to the director, I do understand that the administration wants flexibility, but when we give so much flexibility, we are going to be responsible for our citizens coming back and saying these daggone rates are far too high, and we are going to be getting blamed for all of this when that comes to pass. So therefore, the flexibility, I'm just proposing that the flexibility be managed by this body, because we are going to be the ones to catch the heat for these price increases. You understand what I'm, through the chair to the director, you understand what I'm saying?
Through the chair to the council person, yes, I just don't know what the vehicle will be for the actual getting the approvals between, for example, our committee meetings and things of that sort.
So, through the chair, we can't really anticipate the changes that the administration will make just based on your gut feeling, or just on the fly, or just a meeting that you have. We can't anticipate the changes, so therefore I cannot comment on, what's adequate, what would be adequate.
No.
So therefore, that's why I want to add that piece to that section of this piece of legislation.
Through the chair, understood. I was more speaking to what the vehicle would be to get the approval. So will we have separate meetings or?
Be through the committee.
Can I get a point on that?
And could I get a point?
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let Chief Abinama finish his answer to that, and then I'll come back to the point.
Through the chair, I was wondering the same question. Is it through another ordinance?
No,
Is it through what? Because council acts through resolutions or ordinances, and so is it an ordinance that has to be introduced and go through the committee process so that the Director of Public Works can change the rates for an event happening this weekend, or is it a more informal notice process to the affected council member? And I think it's really just an ease of administration issue, because I would guess if it is the formal legislative process that is needed, nothing will change.
Councilman Bishop.
I don't have, so I am not, it doesn't have to be through the legislative process, but what I fear, Mr. President, is that we will have no input, or we will not be notified when changes will happen, and we'll be blindsided. So we'll be trying to get answers about why this was changed and why that was changed. So we need a process where we have a formal process where you come back to the council, so we can be notified of any changes that administration plans on making to the parking structure and the parking fees.
Can I have a point?
Yes, I got Councilwoman Spencer, and then you got Councilman Conwell. Councilwoman Spencer. Councilwoman Moore.
Been a long day.
Yeah, we both have the same. We got the
Councilwoman
memo
Moore,
today.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to make the point to the table. I actually don't want this council to have a tight grip on the parking prices downtown. I think there are very few things that come across our plate that are basically like market economics. If we price this wrong, we won't get the people parked there and we won't make the money. And I just don't think that this is an effective way for us to manage parking prices around the city. I don't think people should be coming back to us and letting us know, hey, there's a playoff game and prices are going to be, $40 or $60 or what have you. And at the end of the day, mostly these prices are being paid by folks who don't live in the city of Cleveland. If you live in the city of Cleveland, you have many more access points to get here by rapid, by bus, by other options. And I think that if you're pricing out a expensive night out at the Cavs, at the Guardians, at Brown Stadium, you know that you're going to have to pay a little bit for parking, and that's baked in. So I understand your point, Councilman Bishop, that you are worried that there's going to be blowback that's going to come to this council. I frankly want to be able to tell any constituent that's mad about that, that's not my job, and it shouldn't be our job to manage that. So I would oppose that amendment.
I got Councilman Conwell, and then I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Spencer. Councilman Conwell.
You know what I don't understand, matter of fact, we don't have any systems in place through the chair to council member to manage it. I would feel better to notify me for notification, and then if we need to change things later, then maybe we can do that. But if we try to manage it, that's just not our job. Our job is to write policy and bring home money. I don't know it's systems you got to put in place through the chair for my training to manage something.
But on that point, Mr. Chairman, Councilman Conwell and Councilwoman Mario, I agree. I don't want to manage parking rates either. I don't want to I don't want to mark. And I hear what Councilman Polisic says about we don't hire, fire, or deploy, but we do have to make sure that we are in agreement with this, and the administration acts in the direction that our agreement is structured. And this piece of legislation and certain parts of this piece of legislation is far too vague and far too loose for us to come to an agreement today. Now, once we come to an agreement today and pass a piece of legislation, we're done with it, right? I don't want to manage it either. And I hear what you're saying, Councilwoman. I just want to have us a clear direction, and I want the administration to say this is our direction, instead of saying this is we have a wide open field where we can actually do and say and post what we want when we want. To Councilman Polisic's point, that's the only thing I'm trying to get here is that let's set a clear direction and let's be done with it.
So let me ask you this question then. Why not table it, you put together a project team, and then we revisit it?
Part of the issue is that it's got a...
We got time constraints?
Yeah, we got some time constraints. We got some time constraints. Chief Abunama, and then we're just going to make a call on these amendments. And I think I got a path that I'm going to recommend, and we'll just go with that.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I'll invite the director and the commissioner to jump in and correct anything. I think there's a lot of flexibility built in, particularly with the parking meter hourly rates. And that's by design so that the rates can adjust based on demand in that particular location, right? So this is where I would invite the director or the commissioner to throw something at me or punch me. I would be surprised that really outside of the downtown or maybe Little Italy near West Side on sort of really peak event days that we would see anything close to $8 an hour outside of a Cavs game, a Guardians game, a Browns game. I think those rates will be much lower over in the normal course of events, with the caveat that it'll all be dictated by the demand being placed in the system. That's one of the benefits of having the smart meter system that council approved a few months ago, is that it'll allow us to regulate the prices within this range based on how many cars are parking on the street. there's nobody there, the rate will be at its lowest. If people are circling, like Councilman Harsh, the rates will be high to get people out of there so that spaces can open up and people can park and go about their business downtown or wherever they are.
All right, let's do this because Councilman Bishop has some amendments on the table. The rates, let's do the rates, and then the sticking point seems to be the flexibility on the weekends and nights. But everybody seems to be okay to vote on the rates. Is that clear?
Vote down the rate. You're saying the amendments to reduce the rates, the Councilman Bishop put.
Yeah, that Councilman Bishop. Okay. All right. I'm tired. Go ahead.
He did. He got it twice. It did. He got it twice.
Go ahead, if you could, please do.
You should sit so that it's just recorded in the microphone.
Oh, right, okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'll start in chronology through
Please
the
speak in
chair.
the microphone.
I'll start in chronology through the chair. So section 13178, we're going to Willett Park Garage, and we've got subsection E, the general monthly rate changes from $200 to $175. Subsection F, special monthly rate for city employees changes from $65 to $55. Subsection K, special event flat rate changes from $675 to $600. Then we've got the Canal Basin lot, subsection B. For special events, that changes from $60 to $50. And then North Coast Municipal Parking Lot, subsection E, special events, changes from $70 to $50. That's all I have for the pricing.
Okay, so we have those amendments that have been put forward and seconded. All in favor of those amendments, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have 2 opposed, but the ayes have it. Okay? Now, the sticking point has been the next amendment that he's talking about. And I do want to just make sure I reiterate, the person that's the closest to the community in that area is Councilman McCormick. However, we do want to make sure we are balancing the act of making sure that people feel welcome across the city to come downtown. Okay? But if you could move forward with the amendment, and then we'll figure out if we want to support that.
Okay. Through the chair, section 45301, parking regulations and parking metered zones. We've got subsection B. At the end of subsection B, where Councilman Bishop suggested using council's approval or notification based on how you want to do it. And then we've got subsection C, where I'll just read the line, the provisions of this section shall not apply to vehicles parking upon the street of the city between the hours of 6 p.m. until 7 a.m. instead of 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. And then the following morning and upon Sundays was previously striked, now it's included. And the final amendment under this subsection was the last line of subsection C, the Director of Public Works, in the Director's discretion, may exempt provisions of this section on an as-needed basis, is struck, sorry.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
On
like
that
a
point,
point of
Councilman
clarification. So if subsection C is amended to remove weekends and 10 p.m., does that prohibit section B under 40304 pertaining to the downtown parking area from going into place? So 40304B speaks to the downtown parking area explicitly.
It's citywide. It's citywide.
No, it says downtown parking area shall be free.
Do you have the amended version?
I'm looking. Oh, Jesus.
I know. They scratched the difference between the areas. It's one.
Sorry.
That's where we're having the issue.
Okay, I'm reading. right. No, okay.
It's supposed to be section 40304 too. No, it wasn't. They were trying to get it. I was trying to get it in.
I don't care about this one, I care about.
How time sensitive is this, man? We might need
Yes,
to.
but I asked you that.
Mr. Chairman, the downtown parking area is a definition, is that correct? If I can exempt the downtown area from Councilman Bishop's amendment on the 10 p.m. I'm fine.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Councilman Bishop.
So, Councilman McCormick, are you referring to section 40304? Is that what you're referring to?
Once.
Because that's a different section, right?
No, I know. So section C, right, is where your amendment would. 45301C speak, so in the original ordinance, there was a specific section that spoke to the weekends and whatever in the downtown area. I guess that's the wrong ordinance. So now I'm on the right ordinance, which does not have that section in it anymore, that was removed. So now what I'm saying, knowing that, since that section does not exist anymore, Councilman Bishop, in C, if we're gonna amend the 10 p.m. on the weekends, can we exempt the downtown parking area, which is a definition within the code already? So I'm asking for the downtown parking area to be exempted, to still be allowed to have the weekends. That's what I'm asking. My ward, I'm asking.
That would work. Okay, the administration said that they believe that would work. Councilman Bishop, are you okay with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. And it's been seconded, okay? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Opposed. All right, we're going to have to do a voice vote. Is it three?
Yeah. Do it. Say it one more time.
So if I can articulate this and I'll ask Councilman Bishop to say yes or no, it would be, so Councilman Bishop, it would be his original amendment to remove Saturday, Sunday, and to keep it the original time frame with the exception of the downtown parking area. So allowing the downtown parking area to have the weekends and the extended time period only in the downtown parking.
On that point, Councilman.
Go ahead,
So that, I just said Sunday, not Saturday. Just so you know.
Sunday was Saturday.
Just Sunday, not Saturday.
Where's the language set?
I'm going to read it again. Okay. Here it is right here. This is 453B, right?
The following morning on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, so I want the weekend to be, that's my point. So I want this in there, but just for the downtown parking area.
For Saturday
So
and
it's
Sunday.
Just accept this.
Yes, Councilwoman Spencer.
Councilman Bishop offered two amendments to 453.01. I would like to request clarification on which amendment we are discussing now. Councilman Bishop offered two amendments. So are we having discussion on both of the amendments that fall under 453.01?
It's two amendments that he's looking at. One is 45301, and then there's also another one that he has. Councilman, where is that one at with downtown parking there? 403.
There's 45301B and 45301C, and I'm not ready to vote on 45301B. I'm going to be requesting further clarification on that amendment. So we're kind of commingling. There's an amendment to the amendments, but we haven't, I don't know if we've had discussion on the original amendments.
Yeah, man,
So
actually, do it.
with the exception of the downtown parking area, the provisions of this section shall not apply to vehicles. That's all I'm saying. With the exception of the
September.
downtown. With the exception of the downtown parking area, the provisions of this section shall not apply to vehicles parking upon the street of the city of Cleveland.
So are you asking to rephrase his amendment?
Correct. Just with the exception of the downtown parking.
Okay, talk to Councilman Bishop
So-
about, that's right there.
Moving forward with the amendment, which is the beginning of it, say with the exception of the downtown. Or excluding the downtown, whatever, however you want to word that. That would be my request. Just, Jim? Are we separating 45301E and 45301C? Those are separate amendments? Separate amendments.
Separate
One is about notice and the other one's about.
Just the language about the weekends. We're talking about the weekends. We're talking about the hours and weekends, 451C.
Then we're going to go back to 451B.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll just, oh, my microphone's off. I'm sorry, everybody. So the request would be, and I would look to our lawyers, if it could be, my request would be, with the exception of the downtown parking area, comma, the provisions of this section, da, 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 da. So it just removes the downtown parking area out of the amendment, but that still applies everywhere else.
Okay, so attorneys, do you have, could you repeat that to the attorney?
Yes, through the chair, with the exception of the downtown parking area, the provisions of this section shall not apply to vehicles parking upon the street of the city between the hours of 6 p.m. until 7 a.m. the following morning and upon Sundays, New Year's Days, Martin Luther King Day, and et cetera.
Although that doesn't define what the rules are in the downtown parking area then.
Sir, would you repeat that, please, sir?
Councilman Casey would like a point on that.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, we've been at this an hour and a half, and I'm not really sure that anybody will know what they're voting on at this point.
Actually, I think it's very clear.
It's not clear down here.
All right, so let me explain this.
So hang on, I think I have the floor. I got a point going. So I would request, can we just hold this? And I understand that there's a time constraint, but downtown has waited 20 years for this. Can they wait another month and we can figure this out in committee?
I think we're first in goal, Councilman.
Good luck on it passing.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, the idea of this is to support Councilman Bishop's amendment to revert it back to the weekends in the original time with the exception of the downtown parking area, which would get weekends and the new time.
Okay.
That's pretty,
All right, so.
pretty clear.
So first of all, Councilman Bishop, do you table your amendment and put forth this amendment that Councilman McCormick is putting forward?
Yes, I can withdraw my amendment.
Okay, so Councilman Bishop has withdrawn his amendment. Councilman McCormick has put forth an amendment. Do I have a second for Councilman McCormick's amendment? Is there a second for Councilman McCormick's amendment?
I'll second.
Councilman Kelly has seconded Councilman McCormick's amendment. Any discussion, further discussion on this amendment before we take the vote? Councilman Slight.
I will vote yes on this amendment out of respect for the downtown council member who knows his neighborhood. But my concern is about 45301B, which has the same rate structure across the entire city. It's a downtown rate structure for the entire city that doesn't give the local council person any notification how that rate could change. It charges downtown parking rates in Cam's Corners. It's ridiculous.
So can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this?
Yeah.
Councilman McCormick has an amendment on the table for the downtown area. Would you be willing to put forth an amendment in 45301B in order to exempt those neighboring communities in the areas? Because I also have concerns
Yep.
about Shaker Square, Gordon Square, and Cam's Corner and other parts of the city.
I would, as much as I would like to, I worry that it's an uneducated amendment. I mean, I don't know the rate structures. I don't know the business model. I don't know if a quarter is necessarily where it needs to be. But I'm uncomfortable making a shoot from the hip amendment about. I think the easier thing to do, honestly, would be to have the entirety of this ordinance speak exclusively to the downtown parking area and then come back for another bite for the rest of the areas, understanding that rate structure. Because I think that this has been designed exclusively thinking of the downtown parking area without fully appreciating the ramifications or the touch points for the rest of the city.
Mr. Williams, did you have a conversation? Could you clarify that justification for how you looked at the entire city?
The entire city was taken into account for the rate structures and the approach to this, but keeping in mind that everything was done with that up to criteria to be able to flex and learn as we go. That's kind of why it was structured this way in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman.
I have a point, Mr.
Hold on,
Chair.
I got a point from Councilwoman Spencer and then Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman.
I got Councilwoman Spencer
On
and then
that point,
Councilman.
on that point, Mr. Chair, I think the challenge that Councilman Slife and I are encountering is we have metered city parking and city parking lots currently in our wards. And although Councilman McCormick was deeply engaged around this ordinance, we were not. We have questions at the table that I'm not comfortable with. And I think the primary point is that I am not comfortable with a range that goes up to $8 an hour without understanding when and how. I think that $8 number is an issue for our neighborhood parking districts, but we don't feel that we're not parking experts, right? We don't know parking methodologies, but I can tell you now that my merchants don't see this coming. This is the first, literally today at the table is the first time I'm hearing of up to $8 an hour is possible. So that is our issue, is that $8 max per hour for meter feels like a downtown number, and the neighborhoods have not been engaged.
So that's my point. Now go to Councilman Jones, and I'm going to ask the director and the commissioner. I think you see what everybody's trying to get to. How do you separate defining the downtown business district, which people are okay if you guys want to have the flexibility to go to 8, from the rest of the city? Is there any way or any logic, or can you give us any advice on how we can actually remove that part and separate the two? That's the sticking point that everybody's on right now. We got areas like Cam's Corner, Gordon Square, Shaker Square, and other parts of the city that we have those kind of parking meters.
And through the chair, and again, invite the director and the commissioner, I think the range applies to the entire city. It is, I would say, almost an impossibility that we would see the peak rates being charged in the neighborhoods that are outside of downtown. Because no other neighborhood has, there could be a Cavs game, a Guardians game, and a Browns game happening at the same time. There could be nearly 60,000 people, 70,000 people in downtown, adding a ton of demand to the parking system, and no neighborhood has that. It's just a different scope.
Go ahead.
Just really quickly, I understood everything. If we took in section C, city, and replaced it with downtown parking area, and then in front of section B, put exclusively in the downtown parking area, that would take the holidays, weekends, as well as the 1 to 8, and only apply it to the downtown parking area.
But then how do you know what rates are set for neighborhoods?
It would,
You'd have to reinsert the amendment.
correct. It wouldn't, this then would not apply to any other area outside of the downtown parking area.
So we have to amend this piece in the future?
I mean, it removes the flexibility of the 1 to 8 from any other area outside of downtown.
Is that an amendment that makes sense to put forward? Do you understand that, Council, or Mr. Williams? Can you give some clarification?
Council President and council members, we can concentrate our efforts on the Central Business District, which is the area in which we intended to activate the new systems first, and then we can come back to this body and have a conversation about the neighborhoods. Would that work?
Yeah.
Say it again.
They can activate downtown parking meters first and then come back to have a discussion about the neighborhoods. But my question is, will we take that neighborhood, that component out until we come back and have that discussion, or what?
It sounds like you would add Councilman McCormick's addition and just be specific to the downtown parking area so that we can then begin our efforts.
Yep. So,
implementation.
So, Councilman, could you please?
Mr. Chairman, so the original amendments to reduce have been passed, so we're good there. The two that are left are on B and C, which is the $1 to $8, as well as the Saturday, Sunday pieces. So my suggestion would be, because those are controversial and debated, in Section B, insert exclusively in the downtown parking area, the Director of Public Works is authorized to charge and cause to be collected, and then in Section C, insert the provisions of this, so the provisions of this section shall not apply to vehicles parking upon the street, and then remove of the city and insert in the downtown parking area between the hours of So it essentially takes both provisions and makes them only apply to downtown.
I believe that's right. The only thing I would add is by completely striking the existing Section B that lays out the charges in the institutional and other areas of the city, do we find ourselves in a position, having struck that, where we're not able to enforce parking in those? So do we need to reinsert Section B, but remove 1 to not refer to the downtown parking area, and only refer to 2, 3, and 4 as a new 1, 2, and 3, and then B becomes C, C becomes D? Does that make sense? And in the intro, say, instead of the coins required, the payment remitted for parking shall be.
Are you talking about 45505B?
45301B, that's struck.
We're in a different section.
Yeah, let me show you.
I think we're in a different section. What are you looking at? Right here?
Yeah, so. Can I get my email from this thing? Change this to payment and retain that striking, because we're gonna talk about downtown.
Well, the issue is, why can't we just hold this?
Why don't this goes to committee? It needs to be
If we don't have this, then if we just take it somewhere.
from you?
Then they're gonna be.
How long have we held it? Why was we holding
Talk
it?
about downtown, get out of their ticket. So.
So why are we on the executive committee in the summer debating the rates? That don't make sense. It needs to go through committee process. We should be dealing with this in the summertime. And when was it held up? It looks like it's new. It's 8/17/2023.
I guess
When
that's
was
the
it
question of
introduced?
administration. Do we need to make that amendment to ensure that we can still enforce parking in Camps Corner? We're not making it free
You
parking.
should tell them, send them at the beginning of September. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
While everybody's doing
Councilman
all of
Jones.
this, it just, I love Carrie McCormick, and I love you too. But we need to take this and settle this and set it off to the side and take it through the committee process. We got a couple of issues down here at this end of the table. I didn't even want to try to get into fighting about it. But I will say this, I don't see why we're pushing this issue so difficultly, so hard. So many parts and moving pieces. My suggestion is we just table it and bring it back to regular session and go.
We're going to table this piece, and we're going to hold it, not table it. We're going to hold it and take it through the committee process and send it back to Councilman Bishop. What I am going to do is ask if Councilman Bishop would consider holding a meeting at the very beginning of August or September, so that we could try to at least get this done in September, if that's at all possible. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, don't need a
we
motion.
can just hold it.
He just hold
Yes,
it.
Councilman.
Recommendation, if any council member wants to add some type of amendment or adjustment, please send it over to the chairperson so he can be able to understand
Well,
exactly what we're doing.
That's why this really should have went to the committee, just so that everybody could know. This was introduced probably about 2 or 3 months ago. I have held it a couple of times because there were a lot of things that we've needed to do, but it did need to go through the committee process. And what I'm going to do is put it back to the committee process with Councilman Bishop, okay? All right, so until further discussion, 8:17, we'll go back to the committee structure. All right, I'm going, if we could have Commissioner DeRosa, are these finance pieces? What are the finance ones? These are finance. Okay. All right. First one is ordinance number 689-2023 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing supplemental lease purchase agreements and other agreements relating to the lease purchase of the Cleveland Brown Stadium, now known as Cleveland Brown Stadium, approving the issuance of refunding certificates of participation or conversion and remarketing the variable rate certificates of participation and related supplemental trust grants and authorizing and approving related matters. Chief.
To the council president and the council, this is a piece that follows on a series of securities offerings that the city did in connection with Cleveland Brown Stadium. In 2010, we split the debt outstanding for the stadium into two series. One is a variable rate series, which goes out until 2028. This is and when they're in variable rate mode, they're in usually a short-term period. In this case, that period expires in November, and so this legislation just authorizes us to either extend the term with the current holder of the securities, Wells Fargo, or enter into a new transaction with a different investment bank. So no, this is not a new obligation on the city. This just continues what has been on the books for years.
Right, that's what I pretty much thought. Okay, do I have any questions regarding 689-2023? Councilman Polensek.
Just briefly, in the summary, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, under the last paragraph, the ordinance also authorizes supplemental lease purchase agreements and other agreements relating to the lease purchase of the stadium. Would the director care to explain that one?
Yes, through the chair to the councilman. So these instruments are structured as certificates of participation, which under state law is a participation in a lease agreement. And so when we do a new transaction to refinance, refund existing certificates of participation, we have to enter into a new lease agreement to execute that transaction.
So is that new lease agreement entered into or is it going to be proposed to the council?
Through the chair, it'll be entered into in connection with the sale of the security. So this is not a lease with the Browns.
Okay,
This is a
who's in a
lease.
with?
This is a lease with. It's our lease with the port. We lease the stadium from the port, and then we sell participations in that lease to security holders.
Okay, so will that come before, Mr. Chairman, to the director, will that come before council?
Through the chair, no. It's authorized as part of the legislation that is in front of council right now.
But why not? Why wouldn't it come before us? So you're telling me it authorizes supplemental lease purchase agreements and other agreements, but we don't have it before us to even know what's in it.
Through the chair, the terms of the lease, the lease purchase are in the text of the ordinance, and this is similar to how when we issue general obligation bonds, we enter into a trust agreement with the trustee to hold the proceeds. This is the same setup. This is not an operating lease that has anything to do with who uses the stadium, the terms under which the stadium is used. This is simply a financing mechanism to sell the securities in a way that is consistent with state law.
So there's nothing in there that changes the terms of the lease that we are presently in.
Through the chair, with the Browns, the operating lease, nothing in here changes the terms of that lease.
Is there anything with the port, is there anything in there that changes?
Through the chair, no.
No. Remains the same.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Seeing Councilman Slife.
Thank you. And this is, and we spoke about this, Chief, but just for the benefit of everyone and the people watching TV 20 who have apparently lost the remote, if they're still watching TV 20 at this point, the intent of this is to save the city money, correct? Through the chair?
Through the chair, ideally, yes. So the current securities, the placement, the product that we have with Wells Fargo expires this fall. And so we have two options. We either refinance or extend the current placement, or we pay off all of the outstanding debt that remains. The outstanding debt that remains is approximately $53 million. So in that sense, yes, we would be saving the city money by extending this placement or entering into a new one, so we don't have to come up with the full $53 million up front.
Okay. And the final question, just because interest rates have gone up, can you speak to how, obviously we don't want to write a check for $53 million, but how we anticipate being able to save money, knowing that right now if you're trying to refinance, you're refinancing at maybe a higher rate?
Yeah, so through the chair, the way we'll manage that process is we have an RFP out soliciting proposals from investment banks, and in that document we have requested proposals that would do a 1-year placement, a 3-year placement, a 5-year placement, so that we can ensure that we're getting the best interest rate deal we possibly can under the circumstances, knowing that rates are elevated today as compared to where they were 5 years ago. And so as those proposals come in and we vet them, we'll make an informed decision based on the advice of our advisors as to what path makes the most sense given the current interest rate environment and what we anticipate the future rate environment looking like.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you. Director, how many years left do we have on our outstanding $53 million on the existing bonds?
Through the chair, 5 years.
5 years. And through the chair, I think you just answered this with Council Member Slife, but what we're bidding out is essentially we're looking for a new placement because the Wells Fargo placement is expiring, and we might try to get a full 5-year placement, but we might also look at, what, a 1-year, a 3-year, and a 5-year term through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, great. And can you help me understand to obtain aggregate net present value savings in certificate payments of at least 3%? What does that 3% refer to in the executive summary?
It would be the net present value of any savings of the future placement as compared to the current placement.
So we're hoping that the future placement will produce a savings of at least 3% compared to the Wells Fargo placement?
That would be one of the criteria that would sort of authorize us to enter into the placement. That's not the only one. It's frankly unlikely that we achieve that criteria because the current placement, which expires in November, I believe, is at a 0.8%,
right?
Which is a tremendous rate.
Yeah.
And given where rates are presently, it's unlikely that we would see a 0.8%. But we have not yet vetted any responses to the RFP.
Right, because this essentially authorizes the RFP. So we don't know what Wells is going to offer. We don't know what others will offer. We're essentially trying to find a home for the certificates so that we can, length out or, continue the length of the 5-year term. Through the chair?
Through the chair, that's right. We're simply looking for the most cost-effective way to continue paying down the debt per the initial schedule when we created this structure in 2010.
Great. And one last set of questions is that when we created the structure in 2010, we created a structure in which we made our yearly payments passing through the general fund. And I know that has been a source of concern. Is the replacement of these certificates at all going to change the way that we pay our bill essentially through the general fund, through the chair to the director?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to continue down the same route as my colleague Rebecca Maurer on this. this particular certificate here, why couldn't we just, Mr. Chairman, to the director, couldn't we just continue at this rate?
Through the chair, we entered into this agreement with Wells Fargo in 2021. So we went through a similar process. My predecessor sat at this table probably sometime in summer of 2021, got authority to enter into this kind of transaction, received responses to the RFP, and Wells Fargo responded with the most competitive offer of a 0.8% interest rate, which was aggressive at the time, but not too far off given where interest rates were in 2021. Interest rates are a lot higher today. So I think, and as part of that deal, it was the low rate was offered largely because A, we're a good credit, and B, it was a short-term obligation. So the bank was only committing to being the holder of these securities for 2 years, which, if you're at the closer end of the curve, rates are lower historically. And so in exchange for that low rate, we had a short amount of time in that placement. So that placement's expiring in November, and that's why we have to reignite this process again to find a different placement partner to place the securities and get an interest rate.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, to the director, the strategy is to go back on the market space. Are we going to try to cover for 5 years what's remaining on that? Or will we look at trying to get another deal similar to that at a lower time period?
So through the chair, it'll depend on what the responses are that come in. We're at an odd moment in time with interest rates where because of a lot of the volatility and uncertainty in the markets, the short end of the yield curve is actually yielding higher than the longer end. And so it could be, depending on what we think rates will be at in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it could be advantageous to go out 5 years to lock us into a good rate today if we anticipate rates will go up in the future. It's hard to read those tea leaves. I don't think people who spend their entire lives thinking about where interest rates will go get it right most of the time. And so it'll be a judgment call where the goal will be to mitigate as much risk to the city as we possibly can and get these securities placed in a helpful way.
Mr. Chairman, just want to thank you, Director, and I yield back to the Chairman.
All right, seeing no other questions, ordinance. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Valencia.
Who, Mr. Chairman, who advised us on this? Who's our financial advisor?
So through the chair, we've had longtime advisors to the city of Andre Allen and Steve Hoffman.
With what firm?
They have each has his own firm. They've worked with the city for, I'd say, at least 25 years.
And they're located here in Cleveland?
Steve is, Andre is in Philadelphia.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, ordinance number 689-2023 stands approved. Yes, we will. Thank you. Ms. Jimenez, please. Ms. Jimenez, please mark Councilwoman House as a no for 689-2023. Thank you. Next is ordinance number 795-2023 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to make additional appropriations of $2,450,000 to the general fund, $631,000 to the special revenue fund, and $1,150,000 to the small enterprise fund. This is 795-2023.
To the chairman and council, before I get into describing this ordinance, I do have an amendment that I'd like to suggest. There was some miscommunication with respect to what you have in front of you, the supplemental appropriation of $631,000 to the special revenue fund. Turns out we don't need to make that supplemental appropriation, so I would offer an amendment to remove it from this ordinance.
So we need an amendment from the floor. If any council member would like to remove $631,000 going to the special revenue fund, the chief said he doesn't believe he needs it. 795-2023. Would it? So Councilman Polisic has made the amendment. Councilman Jones, do you second? All in favor, say aye. Or any discussion? Any discussion?
Too soon.
Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you. I'm not kidding.
The amendment is to remove the special revenue fund, $631,000. They feel like they do not need it. So that will be amended out of 795-2023. All right, so this has been moved, seconded, discussion. All in favor? We're on discussion now.
All right, good. Mr. Chairman. So what happens to the 631,000?
Chief.
Through the chair, it stays where it is right now.
Is there any plans on using it?
Through the chair, not at the moment. If there was, we would not take it out of this supplemental appropriation.
I just thought to ask because, you know, I've never seen them move $631,000 out in such a way. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, all in favor? Oh, Councilman Polisic.
To the director, explain the purpose of the action you're asking us to take.
House?
Yes,
Okay.
through the chair. So the 2.45 million general fund supplemental appropriation is for two purposes. One is 1.3 million for the Lower Euclid TIF improvements that council approved for the East 4th streetscape enhancements. We had the legislation had assumed that we would be able to use excess TIF service payments that have built up over time that are with the bonds, the bond trustee, to pay directly for the improvements to East 4th. After working with with the law department and council, once the funds are with the bond trustee in the debt service account, they cannot come out. And so what we're doing here is we're essentially advancing those funds from the general fund, and then as excess TIF payments come in over the next couple of years, we'll reimburse the general fund with those excess TIF payments.
And the TIF payments are tied to a specific project?
Through the chair, they're from the Lower Euclid TIF district, which runs from the southeast corner of Public Square down Euclid to East 9th and then down Prospect.
And then I see the golf course. What is that?
Through the chair, that is to cover the management fee being paid to the golf course operator that council approved several months ago, and then also to provide upfront funds for the operations.
And that's a total of 1.15?
Yep, through the chair, that's correct. There was, in the ordinance, there was an amount of money over the next 5 years to be provided each year to supplement the operations of the golf course. And in year one, it's the highest at $500,000. And so that was not anticipated in the golf course budget, and neither was the management fee for the management company. And so this supplemental appropriation takes care of those expenses for 2023.
Total amount going to the golf course is how much?
In this supplemental 1.15, I believe, I'd have to confirm what we appropriated in the operating budget.
Man, let me tell you, that was made a wrong decision, let me tell you. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions regarding this? Councilwoman House.
Okay, through the chair to the director, so was this already introduced or is this being introduced today? I'm trying to figure out.
Through the chair, it was introduced in July.
It was introduced in July, so it has not, and it would have went to finance. This would have went to finance? Okay, because I'm just trying to get an understanding, because the information was, yeah. So, talk to me again. General fund, where's this money, this $2,450,000, where's this coming from?
Through the chair, it's coming from the general fund, from the unencumbered cash balance in the general fund.
And it's going to be used for what?
1.3 million of it to advance the funds needed to support the East 4th streetscape improvements that council authorized earlier in the year, and then 1.15 million for the golf course.
So where is that other amount that the first amount, where is that actually stated at?
I'm sorry, the 1.
The East 4th, or whatever you were saying, the lower.
It through the chair, it is baked into the general fund amount. And then it's in the transfer to other funds, other expenses. It went into, it will go into one of the economic development funds.
Through the chair to the chief here, how do we know that's going to be the case if it's not written down?
Through the chair, this is the level at which we appropriate. And so it's coming out of the general fund and going into transfers to other funds.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the appropriation. That is where the money goes. It goes to this other funds category in the budget.
Right. Well, I understand that, but I'm just going back to the standard that was told for me. If it's not written, basically, the administration can do what they want to do. And so I'm trying to get clarification. What assurances, you're saying this, but what assurance will I have that that's what will be done?
Through the chair, I suppose none other than we wouldn't be asking to transfer to supplement the budget if we didn't need it for this purpose. And we have a contract with the developer that's doing the improvements on East 4th, and.
But it's not, like I said, it's not anywhere. What you are saying is not explicitly laid out anywhere in writing. It's not in the summary. It's nowhere.
Through the chair, I'm happy to produce the contract between the city and the developer that's doing the improvements on East 4th, where it obligates us to provide these
Like
funds.
I said, this was the standard that the law director shared with me. So to be clear, I just want to be sure it's not written anywhere here. So, for me, it would probably need to be written down. So I just wanted to know. Thank you. And because I don't serve on finance, so some of this information.
And Chief,
is not shared.
just to make it clear, what we appropriate for, it can't be used for anything else. Right?
Through the chair, there's two steps. There's the general appropriation to a budgetary entity,
Mm-hmm.
and then there is the specific ordinance that authorizes a particular contract, a particular expenditure over $50,000.
So this is-
we have the specific ordinance that council authorized to provide funding for the Lower Euclid, the Lower Euclid TIF East 4th improvements. We, at the time, believed we had the source of funds lined up because of legal issues with using that source. It's why we're here getting a supplemental appropriation so that we can provide the funds needed to do that project and stay within our budgetary constraints.
Okay. All right. Any other questions regarding ordinance number 795, 2023? Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 795-2023 stands approved. Please mark Councilwoman House as a no. All right, next one is ordinance number 802-2023 by Council Members Kelly, Slight, Moore, and Griffin. An emergency ordinance to amend section 189.02 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by ordinance number 1589-06, passed September 25th. Chief, do we need you on this for a quick second? I know it's not big, but it is still. Relating to the fair employment wage. And I know that this is a councilmatic piece, but basically what this is we have several workers in the city of Cleveland that are at right now $15, and we're trying to move them to $15.33. So do you or Councilwoman Moore or Councilman Kelly,
and I'll come back.
Councilman Kelly, if you want to lead us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I just got a couple quick comments, and I'll pass it off. First of all, I just wanted to thank the Guardians for Fair Work for bringing this to our attention. It's been a lot of years. This affects people at the bottom of the total poll that weren't getting paid fairly. It's the right thing to do to update the fair employment wage ordinance, while ensuring that it's sustainable. So thank you for that.
Mr. Slife or Miss Mara, do you want to know? Ms. Mara or Mr. Slife, do you want to?
Yeah, while that's being passed over, this is pretty simple, guys, but just a quick explanation. 3 numbers. The first one is 1533. We talked about that during budget hearings. That's the living wage in our metropolitan area. $15 is what the city pays under policy. That's the lowest that people get paid, $15 an hour. So right now there are people making 33 cents an hour below living wage. The other number is $10. On the books, legally, our living wage is still $10 an hour, and that's because when the legislation was passed years ago, for a number of years it increased year over year and with consumer price index, and then it stopped in 2006. So it's frozen at 10, and now the Ohio minimum wage is $10.10 an hour. So on the books, our living wage is below minimum wage. In practice, our living wage is 33 cents below where it needs to be. So what this ordinance does is 2 things. One, it ensures that the 183 employees, give or take, that are making $15 an hour get a little bit of a pay bump up to $15.33. It's a rather, I think the number I got was in like the 30,000s of the cost to city workers. The other thing it does is it makes sure that our external contractors, our vendors, are also paying that $15.33. And in speaking with finance, because of where the labor market is, because of how many projects are subject to prevailing wage, they're all effectively doing $15.33 or north of that already. So the short, quick sum up of all of that is this is a little bit of a pay bump for workers like our lifeguards, but I think it also makes sure that we are walking the walk. And then the final statement is that moving forward, that 1533 will peg with the consumer price index. So we won't end up in this situation down the pike where our living wage is artificially low. And Jennifer O'Leary, to her credit, helped us with this. She is out ill, and that is why she's not at the table, but thank you to Jennifer.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Jones.
I fully 110% support this. Thank you to the work of Mr. Slife and all those involved. We should always make sure that we're paying our workers for the work they do. And I fully 110% support the piece.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Oh, Councilwoman Spencer.
I also wanted to echo thanks to council members Kelly, Slife, and Moore for their work on this, and to Jen O'Leary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, ordinance number 802-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Thank you. Safety, come on up. Let's knock this out. Ordinance number 765-2023 by council members Polisic and Griffin, an emergency ordinance authorizing the public safety, Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office for establishing and formalizing the Crime Gun Intelligence Center. Director.
Thank you, President. Council, through the President, ordinance number 765-2023, if passed by council, would authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office for establishing and formalizing the Crime Gun Intelligence Center. This legislation will provide funding from a grant from the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office for an investigative research specialist detailed to the Real-Time Crime Center and up to 4 computer workstations for the for the Gun Crime Intelligence Center in the amount of $65,222.84.
Okay. All right. This was relieved to Committee of the Whole by Safety Chair Polisic. Chair Polisic, have you talked to Mr. Howard? Director Howard.
Mr. Chairman, the Director did communicate to me and indicated that they need.
Put your mic on.
Director did indicate to me that he needs to have the legislation passed.
Director, do you have anything else to follow up on why this is so time sensitive?
Sure. Council, through the President, This legislation, we've seen significant gun violence in the city this summer. This legislation allows us to accept funding to capitalize on intelligence that we are receiving to the Division of Police and to communicate with the districts on helping to stem gun violence. With the advent of the analysts being hired to the districts, this will be a tool to help funnel gun intelligence to where we are seeing crime, coordinating intelligence police response, and allocating resources intelligently and in a surgical fashion.
Councilman Jones.
Is there any matching funds, Mr. Chairman, to the director that will be added onto this?
Director.
Councilman, through the president, no.
And the total annual salaries again, because I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
The salaries have not have been determined for this specialist, but it would be within this $65,220.84 to be supplemented if the need is more. I can tell you that when this position is to be filled, my apologies. My apologies. When this position is to be filled, we will work with the Department of Finance to make sure that we are getting the right candidate to fill this position.
I see. And they're going to be responsible with telling us where we need to direct our safety forces and assets?
This will be a tool for that purpose.
I see.
So we will look at the shot spotter data, the crime statistics, other data will be utilized in conjunction with this and with the analyst to help the chief of police to properly deploy assets where necessary.
And how many years do we have it for?
This is just for this position. I don't believe that there is a time dedicated. This is just to help us initiate it.
So it's 65,000 upstart, and then maybe 65,000 the following year, or how does that work?
We would re-engage the county or continue to fund it out of our budget.
I see. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Casey.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, this is just for one position?
This is just for the one position and for the computer workstations for the analysts that we already do have.
So then that was my second question. So do we already, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
I'm having a hard time here. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, do we already have those crime analysts at each district who are looking at the data to tell us where the hot spots are that we talked that were supposed to be in place?
Those positions, it had been reposted. So from the first round, I believe 2 candidates were selected. It was reposted to make adjustments to the posting to, based on the quality of candidates that we had received in that first round.
All right, and then
so the answer is no, not completely.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, to the director, the 2 that we have, where are they at? Are they assigned to a district yet?
No. So they won't be assigned specifically at the district. We are working with Urban Analytics to see how best to staff them. We want to make sure that they are complementary to each other as far as skill and expertise. Where they will be at is a discussion that's being had with Urban Analytics. We're relying on their expertise for placement.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 765-2023 stands approved. Please remember to sign all the committees that you represent. Thank you. Next up is ordinance number 770-2023. And this is an emergency by council members Polisic and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of breathing air bottles for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Director.
Thank you. Council to the President, ordinance number 770-2023, if passed by council, would authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into one or more requirement contracts for Cascade breathing air bottles for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew. This legislation will authorize the Division of Fire to purchase Cascade breathing air bottles for Fire's air supply system. Cascade air bottles in the amount of Cascade breathing air bottles in the amount of $80,000 will be funded through a general obligation bonds capital project. These are the tanks at the stations that firefighters use to come and refill the air tanks that they carry on their backs as they go in to fight fire. This will result in a personal savings so that firefighters don't have to leave outside of their area to refill these tanks. These are larger holding tanks to provide longer storage of air. And there was one last thing. The lifespan of these tanks is 15 to 20 years.
All right. Seeing no questions, Councilman Polisic?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did read the piece. I support it.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 770-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Next ordinance is ordinance number 772-2023 by council members Polisic and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of technical rescue equipment and gear for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Director.
Council, through the President, ordinance number 772-2023, if approved by council, would authorize me, the Director of Public Safety, to enter purchase technical rescue equipment for the Division of Fire. This legislation would authorize the Division of Fire to purchase dive tech rescue equipment for the members of the division. The equipment will enable fire to maintain operational readiness and to comply with National Fire Protection Association standards. The tech rescue equipment in the amount of $100,000 will be funded through a general obligation bonds capital project. This equipment is used by rescue squads and dive teams for water rescues. These are for wetsuits and dry suits, air regulators, and fins. The old equipment that we have, it's reached its end of life. Some of it has dried out and is beyond repair. The rescue is close to fill a unit. The rescue unit, the dive unit is approximately 20 people. This includes for those units and for the rescue squads.
All right, thank you. Councilman Polisic?
Mr. Chairman, I did read the legislation. I support it.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 772-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Next is 773, 2023. 773-2023 by council members Polisic and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of firefighter turnout gear, extractor machines for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Director.
Adding to what you stated, President, to council, this legislation will authorize the Division of Fire to purchase turnout gear extractors. Turnout gear extractors are the only machines approved for the cleaning and decontamination of fire structural turnout gear. The turnout extractors in the amount of $182,000 will be funded through a general obligations capital project, obligation bonds capital project. If you think large washing machines for firefighter turnout gear, this is what that equipment is used for. We have about 26 extractors at each of the fire stations. This will replace all of them. There are 4 down right now. These, they were all purchased at the same time with grant funding, so they've all reached their end of life.
Thank you. Councilman Polisic.
Mr. Chairman, I did read the piece of legislation and you support it.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 773-2023 stands approved. Next piece of, please sign on. Next ordinance is ordinance number 774-2023 by council members Polisic and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of replacement firefighter turnout gear for existing firefighters for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Public Safety. Director.
Thank you. Council to the President. This piece and the next piece are similar. This fire turnout gear is to be purchased under the ordinance is for replacement gear for all existing firefighters. Each current firefighter will need 2 sets of replacement gear. The firefighting turnout gear is in the amount of $2 million. It will be funded through a general obligation bonds capital project. This is to replace gear that has approximately a 10-year lifespan. The current gear has reached its end of life. As advancements in fire technology have developed, this old gear is manufactured with some complications. The new gear will correct those complications, and we're being proactive by ordering this gear now because once the new gear becomes available, it's going to be in high demand. The average cost for each piece is around $3,500 each. This includes pants, jackets, and boots.
All right, thank you. Councilman Pelisi?
Mr. Chairman, I did read the legislation and do support it.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other, we got 2 questions. Councilwoman House, Councilman Jones.
Thank you to the chair. So I'm looking at, this is the second of, I think, 3 pieces that talk about turnout gear.
Turnout gear,
Yes,
Councilwoman?
turnout gear. So what's the difference and why are they 3 separate contracts for the same, or are these the same? Is this the same gear, or why is it 3 different contracts? And
Great
versus one?
great question, Councilman, through the chair, through the president. Is that this here is for all existing firefighters. The next piece, I believe that the president will read on, is for 2 classes of approximately 40. Those are for firefighters that we don't have yet that will be coming into the class. That is going to be the $300,000. But this here, this $2 million is for all the firefighters who are currently employed by the division.
And just a question to the chair, to the chief. What about the previous one? That was another one for the
That was the
for turnout gear.
That was
That was for turnout gear too.
that's for the extractors.
Oh, that was for the
yeah, that's basically for
okay.
the washing
clean,
machines that
that's
clean
the
the
thing to
turnout
clean
gear.
it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, no questions.
All right, thank you. Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 774 stands approved. Please sign on. Next ordinance is ordinance number 775-2023 by council members Polisic and Griffin by departmental request and emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by 1 or more requirement contracts for firefighter turnout gear for newly hired firefighters for the Division of Fire Department Public Safety for a term of 1 year. Did I just read that already?
You did,
All right,
President.
I just did that already. Sorry about that. My
Council
fault.
President, that's all right. It's, as I stated, this is very similar to the last piece. This legislation will authorize us to purchase turnout gear to equip new employees with turnout gear. The firefighter turnout gear is in the amount of $300,000. This will provide turnout gear for approximately 2 academy classes at a volume of about 40 members each for each class.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please sign on. Next one is ordinance number 791-2023 by council members Polisic and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the director of public safety to employ 1 or more professional consultants to provide software, equipment, installation, integration, and training to upgrade the video wall at the Emergency Operations Center, Office of Emergency Management, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Department of Public Safety. Director.
Thank you, Council. Through the President, this legislation would authorize the upgrade of the Emergency Operations Center video wall and the associated components. The video wall is used during activations and training. The video wall upgrade project is in the amount of $900,000, will be funded through the general obligation bonds capital projects. This is the large video wall that we observe areas where there are large events, for tabletop training exercises with our partners. There are certain parts of the wall that have reached end of life that need to be upgraded and be subject to maintenance.
All right, thank you, Councilman Polisic.
Mr. Chairman, the only question I had was is this at the Fusion Center?
No, this is the Emergency Operations Center. The Fusion Center is separate, but the folks from the Fusion Center, like RTA and the FBI and EMS, they work there.
In the same building?
The Fusion Center is...
It's 205, say.
This is 205, yeah. The
So it's
Fusion
205
Center is in the Justice Center, though.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councilwoman House.
Thank you to the chair, to the chief. And actually, is this a contract where we already have a relationship with a company, or is this going out to bid to solicit new consultants?
Director.
This, I believe, will have to go up to bid, Councilwoman.
This is going out to bid?
Out to bid, yes.
And is a part of the bid process looking at, or do we give any scoring for companies that have, that have diversity within their company?
Yes, this will be subject to the OBM.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, ordinance number 791-2023 stands approved. Next ordinance is ordinance number 792-2023 by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to employ one or more professional consultants to provide software equipment installation, integration, and training for an alerting system for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety for a term of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Department of Public Safety. Director.
Thank you. Council, through the President, this legislation would authorize the Division of Fire to purchase an alerting system for the Division of Fire. The new alerting system will be digital and integrate into the city's emergency response system, or CAD. The alerting system in the amount of $400,000 will be funded through a general obligation bonds capital project. The current system that we have, called the Vocal Alarm, is how you may have heard it referred to, is an analog system. And it's an antiquated system that doesn't integrate into our CAD system. This new system, what we are seeking is that it will integrate in CAD system. It'll be digital, and it'll also be able to be made use by EMS. From the emergency call center, they will be able to deploy EMS through this system. Right now, there are several stations where the phone has to be called, has to be picked up and answered by a firefighter. This will allow the alarm to go over this digital system.
Okay, Councilman Polensek.
The director did speak to me about this, and I do support it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 792-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. And last ordinance for public safety is ordinance number 794-2023 by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, and emergency ordinance authorizing the director authorizing the purchase by one or more contracts of one boat dock to be located at Fire Station 21, including installation and related services for the Division of Fire, Department of Public Safety. Director.
Thank you, President. Council, President, this legislation will authorize the Division of Fire to purchase and install a new dock for the fireboat. The dock will be located at Fire Station 21. The new fireboat dock in the amount of $300,000 will be funded through a general obligation bonds capital project. The new fireboat that we received, the Garrett A. Morgan, replaced the retired Celebrezzi. The retired Celebrezzi was a propulsion, a rotary system. This is a propulsion system fireboat. It's an aluminum fireboat that needs to be lifted up out of the water, especially in the winter, to protect the life of the boat. And to also make sure that it is not damaged by debris within the in its staging area. There's a few more things. This will fund electrical wiring, a boat lift, and support for the retention wall. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Polensek.
Mr. Chairman, I do support the legislation. The new boat is different. It's been outlined by the director. It's much different than the previous boat, and therefore it has to be lifted out of the water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it for public safety, but I do have a miscellaneous. Councilman Polensek has one brief miscellaneous that he would like to bring up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, and the director. Two things I have briefly. First of all, I have repeatedly attempted to get a hold of Commander Cutts, and he has been either unwilling or unable to get back to me. So I'm going to raise that here at the table. So I need to hear from Commander Cutts pertaining to ShotSpotter. Number two, we all received, I believe all members received, notification that we must now do a public records request pertaining to brevity reports with regard to reports in our community, especially with regard to the victim and alleged assailant, perpetrator. And according to what we received, this is a result of quote-unquote Marcy's Law, and yet we've looked at Marcy's Law, our attorneys, and we see nothing in there that prohibits a member of City Council from receiving the documentation that we have received in 30-plus years now here on a regular basis. So I need to understand who made that call and why is it so difficult now to receive brevity reports from CPD. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that's kind of important, Director, so it's really a big issue with us.
Thank you. President, through the Safety Chair, if I may, we consulted with the Law Department on their Marcy's Law. I can tell you it's been going through under evolutions when it was passed. I don't think that it was really clear exactly what its implications were, but not to answer that at the table, but to get some type of information from the Law Department. I'm not going to put my attorney hat on. I'm going to allow the Law Department to answer that, who have researched it, studied it, and get an answer to council.
Mr. Chairman, again, council attorneys looked at the issue. We see nothing within the composition of Marcy's Law that denies a public official for the city of Cleveland the right to have the information that we have historically received. So without that information, the brevity reports are virtually worthless. Many members look at the victim, look at the perpetrators. They track certain crime patterns in their community. And Mr. Chairman, to me, this is a major issue, and I'm not going to back off of this. This is critical for all members of City Council to receive this information. And I don't know, again, who made this call, but they made the wrong call, and it's only going to lead to friction and problems around these tables if we do not get that information.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm making that clear right here for the public record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we should hold a special hearing about this particular subject matter. It's an issue that I had previously brought up in the previous administration when they changed the brevity reports. They used to have the reports singled out for each individual council person for his or her particular ward. Now, when we want to get the report, we have to go through the entire city report on the various different communities. We don't have the details in the reports like they used to be. And Mr. Chairman, we, sitting here at this table, we support law enforcement. We support our police officers, but yet at the same time, we want to understand in depth the fundamentals of crime that's happening in our communities. And Mr. Chairman, I've sat here, like we're sat here as a table as council, and we pretty much passed off on everything that the directors asked for just this evening. And so when we sit here at this end of the table, we are partners. And we want to be respected like partners and treated like partners. And when your side of the table comes back to us and suggests to us that we should pay in millions of dollars for your computer systems, and we've done that, millions upon millions of dollars on various different computer systems for you to gather information and collect data and have real crime analysis centers, and then also talk about adding analysis people in play to talk about how you target crime. We have real issues in our neighborhood. And Mr. Chairman, to my colleague, the chairman of the Safety Committee, I would suggest that we hold a hearing on this particular subject matter. And each council member needs to have the kind of reports that we used to receive in-depth reports as it relates to our communities that impact those who are victims of crimes and those who are committing the crimes in our neighborhood. So we should have that data and information. And so, Mr. Chairman, then the question is to the director, are you opposed to this side of the council being able to have that information?
No, I can tell you that the Division of Police, Department of Public Safety, we operate by district. I have asked, because I know that we've talked about it before, and I have not ever received any information back of how it was broken down by ward. I know that we can provide it by district. That's how it's maintained. That's how it's analyzed for the purpose of the consent decree. That's how the districts analyze the data. I know that we have tried to see how to do it. The way that the information is gathered, and I've said it before, is by the 5 districts in which they operate.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would say that we do have the ability and capacity, technologically wise, to break this down.
I will, if I may. I'm sorry, Councilman, I didn't mean to interrupt. I know that the former PIO, Sergeant Chach, had done training I believe, with some of your support staff on how information can be pulled up. As we are looking to modernize the public portals, the website, is that we are trying to fix it so that data can be received and, you know, the questions kind of can be manipulated to receive the data on that way. So actually to put the tools into your hands is what we're trying to do.
It would be great, but it's taking too long. So this is an issue that goes back to 2018, 2019, when they changed it over. And so I started complaining about it right away. Then President of Cleveland City Council was Kevin Kelly, and he didn't do nothing about it. And so I went and started talking about the issue to Frank Jackson, and he didn't do nothing neither. So here we are with the same issue. And so, yeah, your people came over and showed our people how to break the data down to our individual ward. But the problem that we have is we still don't have the in-depth knowledge and information that we used to receive. So it's like a virgin report. In other words, we just get a little small description and that's it. We don't get all of the information that we used to have in those reports. So they're not in-depth reports. And so it's still a problem, Mr. Chairman, to the director. And so the question is, you know, how do we resolve that? How do we move forward?
I would ask if you have a sample of what you used to receive, because like I said, I have looked. I've done my due diligence, and I have asked, and there's no one who has provided me any indication that these items were provided by ward. All the indication that I have received is that it has been by district. If you can show me something different, I would appreciate that. You know, I came on in 2020, and I know that is how we've operated when I would review the information
Mike
as a
Valencic,
prosecutor. It was by
he
district.
got it. Remember the individual reports we got? I know Kerry remember the individual reports. And then I know that you got another one down at the end of the table. So us who have been here for a bit of time, remember those individual reports. And I don't know if maybe the previous administration got mad with one of the council members who kept putting a board together, putting dots on crime, and then canvassing in the neighborhood, and that's why they got rid of it, because that's the real politics there. So you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly who I'm talking about, and that's the reason why the previous mayor got rid of it.
We're going to
and so the issue is, Mr. Chairman, that's the issue for us. And then second, I'll work with you and get that information, Mr. Chairman, so we won't be revisiting this, Director. The second issue is, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, is safety in my neighborhood. Safety in my neighborhood. We need to have some traffic enforcement on Lee Road and Harvard. It is gotten out of control, and it's a problem for us. And we need consistency. So I know that we just had a press conference today, and I would hope that we can get those state troopers out there on the road over in the Lee Harvard community. And I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, to the Director, if we can do some real intensive enforcement as it relates to traffic enforcement. I showed, I don't know if I sent you the photos, but I know I sent it to everybody. So you may have not received it.
I saw the car accident, the car that I did receive counsel through the chair. Yeah, I did receive
Right.
it.
And then on Tarleton Avenue, I sent you that information.
Yes.
Did you get the address?
I did.
Okay, good.
I did.
So the car was running so fast, it was out of control. If it wasn't for that hydrant being in place, that car would have ran smack dead into a house. That's the only thing that slowed that car up was that hydrant right there. Had it went into the house, it would have went into a whole house full of young people living in that property. So our neighborhood has been talking about that, so I appreciate whatever you can help us with in that area.
Understood.
And that's it,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, seeing no other, go ahead.
No councilman should have to do a public records request to get a police report. I mean, I'm adamant about that. None of the 17 members of this body should have to do a public records request to get a police report. We never have in the past, and again, what is in the Marshall's Law is not pertinent to this. So again, I'm going to make it clear at this table, Mr. Chairman, if we don't get the reports we've asked for, we'll deal with it in the safety committee.
Yeah, we gotta.
And if we have to start
we gotta do it.
subpoenaing people to supply the reports, then I'm prepared to do that.
President, if I just
Go
may,
ahead.
these are there's two separate issues. One is the names, and the other one is the reports. I just want to make sure that was
Yeah,
clear.
the names are the ones that we want to do, and then we'll have a discussion. But we're going to have a discussion, if we could, between the chair and yourself to talk about the complete totality of the reports, if we could, okay?
Roger that.
All right, because I agree, we should not have to go through public hearings to do that, or public records requests. All right, thank you, council. Thank you, director. All right, Public Works. MoCap.
No. As he's coming, I can say my thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's nothing him, but I would just adjacent to this conversation. There are other departments who do not release information that hide under the thoughts of its confidentiality and things of that nature. And I know all of us get very highly sensitive information every single day. And so I really think this is something that council needs to look at when we are requesting information relating to investments where we're making to get it. This is just one.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, come on up, MoCap. Ordinance number 244-2022 by council members Starr, Bishop, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance giving consent to the city of Cleveland, to the Director of Transportation of the state of Ohio to construct central interchange improvements and authorizing agreements.
Hello, Mr. President.
Hello.
So this ordinance has been in the works for a little while, and that's because we've been working with ODOT on the design of the portion of the Interbelt Trench that they call CCG 3A. And basically, it's the stretch of I-90 that's 0.73 miles between East 9th Street and Prospect Avenue. This project includes realignment and reconstruction of several ramps in the central interchange, reconstruction of portions of East 14th Street, East 18th Street, East 22nd Street, Cedar Avenue, and Carnegie Avenue. And again, this is for the trench, but the reason why it was held back in 2022 is because we went to City Planning Commission. We were under a new administration, and we really wanted to work on specifically the East 22nd Street bridge, and we worked with ODOT on a solution that includes the city, the county, ODOT, and the campus district to remove the former juvenile justice detention center, which allows us to move the roadway over a little bit and also create some budget for an enhancement on East 22nd Street. So we've been working with City Planning, Councilman Starr, and others on that piece of this project, and now we feel comfortable enough to move this forward through legislation. The total project is $150 million. It's funded completely by ODOT and federal funds. It is not yet fully funded. They are still seeking funding. So the schedule that you see here has been bumped out because they are missing a big chunk of funding for this project. But they're looking for the city's support to move forward with finalizing the design while they seek additional funding sources for the project.
Thank you. Councilman Hairston and Councilman Starr. Councilman Hairston, do you have any comment on this? And then Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no comment. Fully support this piece here. I know my councilman colleague, Councilman Starr, is very much in support as well.
All right, Councilman Starr.
Beat it up. I finally got one, so I support it.
All right.
Five.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, Councilman Palencia.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, and now that Councilman Starr is getting all this money in this, okay? All of this money, I mean, he is getting all of these. All these financial resources in his ward. Is this the reconfiguration of the Interbelt?
This is the reconfiguration of the Interbelt, but just the piece between 9th and Prospect. It's the trench portion and the ancillary streets that would be at grade. So the roads kind of flip around there, but it's, you know, East 14th Street is kind of how you end up in Playhouse Square.
Yeah.
And it's all the way over to 22nd Street, Cedar Avenue, and Carnegie Avenue, those bridges that go across the trench.
Okay, when you say the trench, that's the below-grade roadway.
It's the below-grade roadway, it's the bridges that cross it, and then there's been an effort from the community to have parallel tracks, at grade.
Okay, so we'll be renaming this the Richard Starr Trench, right, in the future? Okay.
We're working on a name change as well.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I do want to credit where credit's due. I think the city did a good job of taking what I personally think is a bad highway project and making it a little better, especially for the residents affected in Ward 5. So just to Council Plensick, if you're coming east on 90 and you want to get off at Carnegie and traffic's coming in from 77, they're basically now going to get off at 9th and build a new bridge and road over, which I'm sure will make it slightly more convenient, but I guess in my opinion, there's no traffic in Cleveland and ODOT's grasping for projects, and you don't have a birthright to drive 70 miles an hour through a U.S. city on the interstate, and that's what causes people to get into accidents and get killed. So I think that this entire project at this point with the inner belt really flies in the face of Vision Zero. But that being said, the city did do a heavy lift of making the project more meaningful and impactful and beneficial outside of the highway and in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 244-2022 stands approved. Next one is ordinance number 751-2023 by Council Members Starr, Bishop, and Hairston by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to MTP Boulevard Residences, Propco LLC, to encroach into the public rights-of-way above Boulevard Road and Erie Court by installing, using, and maintaining entry canopies. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so this is an encroachment permit that's requested by a project called Apartments at Boulevard. And the proposed encroachments consist of multiple entry canopies that will project overhead into the right-of-way. And this will provide, as canopies do, users protection as they're going in and out of the building. I will note that one of the developers, Samara Road, is actually their headquarters for Cleveland is located in this Boulevard property adjacent to where the housing is going to be constructed.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hairston Starr.
Thank you, Mr. President. No objections, fully support. Thank you.
Councilman Starr.
The dean better not say anything, Council President. No, I do support this project. I've been able to work with the developers as well as Downtown District Alliance, as well as all the people involved. I do support this project.
Great, thank you. Hearing no other questions, ordinance number 751-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Next ordinance is ordinance number 762-2023 by Council Members Jones, Bishop, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to enter into one or more agreements with Cuyahoga County and the City of Shaker Heights relating to the improvement of Lee Road from Miles Avenue to Invermere Avenue, to apply for and accept CMAQ, congestion mitigation and air quality funds, and gifts and grants from various entities, authorizing other necessary agreements, and authorizing the Commissioner of Purchasing and Supplies to acquire, accept, and record for right-of-way purposes real property and easements necessary to make the improvement. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so we've been working over the last year and a half to put together a project for Lee Road between Miles and Invermere that matches or exceeds the project that Shaker Heights has been planning for Lee Road for quite some time. And so we're to the point now where we're working lockstep with Shaker and also with the county, so that our hope is that the county could run the project as one project for both cities. And part of this joint attention to Lee Road is a joint application to NOACA, which the city of Cleveland and the city of Shaker Heights made for CMAQ funding. So that application is pending. You can see here it was $3,450,640. And you can see how the capital stack for this is, it's almost $16 million just for the Cleveland portion of this project. So this ordinance just allows us to continue to collaborate with Shaker Heights, to work towards an agreement with the county, to apply for funds with NOACA, and then to continue to move into the design and then construction of this project. So we're right now doing traffic and economic development analysis of Lee Road. The design is intended to start in 25, in construction not until 2027, because that's how it's lined up with NOACA and their funding cycle.
All right, thank you. Councilman Bishop, this would have been in municipal services.
Mr. Chairman, we fully support it.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jones is not here, and seeing no other questions, ordinance number 762-2023 stands approved. Thank you. All right, last up is ordinance number 790, and I believe this is Ms. O'Keefe. Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it. But you did check in with Councilman Jones, right?
Oh, yeah, he's
Okay.
fully supportive.
All right,
of it,
good.
yep.
All right.
I'm kind of disappointed he's not here.
No problem.
But Councilman, we do have an amendment to this one. I wanted to make sure
Is
you
this
have it.
790?
Yeah.
The
for
amendment I
790.
have is in section 3, in lines 2 and 4, strike fund and insert subfund.
Yes.
In both places.
And yes, and we need to add an additional amendment here at the table. It's very.
Okay, what is the additional amendment?
It's the same thing, but it's in section 8, line 3. We have to change charge fund to charging subfund.
Attorney, do you have that? Could you repeat that one more time, and then I'm going to need a council member to give the amendment.
Yep, for sure. So, so in section 8, line 3, there's the phrase charge fund, and it should be charging subfund.
Okay, you got
Please.
it? Okay, so I need an amendment from council. Do we have an amendment to add a second amendment to ordinance number 790-2023? So moved, Councilman Polinsky. Councilman Bishop seconds.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, please, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, please proceed.
I'm going to go ahead. Hi, good evening, Council President and council members. This ordinance is 790-2023, is seeking authorization for the Director of Capital Projects on behalf of the Office of Sustainability to enter into contracts with Volta Charging LLC to deploy an equitable and publicly accessible electric vehicle charging station network, where Volta would install, own, and operate such a system for a period of 10 years with one 5-year option to renew. I do have a short presentation for the background of this effort. This is a competitive RFP process, and this is the selection of the vendor. We're seeking authorization to proceed with contracting with this vendor. Okay. Just wanted to emphasize, first of all, that this is just the electric vehicle charging station in the right-of-way. This will be the RFP was structured to be zero cost to the city. The vendor will own, operate, install all of the charging stations. They will plan the siting with input from the EV task force, low emission task force that has recently been launched by the city, and that is cross-departmental. So our public EV vehicle charging RFP, why are we doing this? We're planning for EV market growth in Cleveland. We want to make sure the city can accommodate the demand for EV infrastructure. There will be, across the nation, 30% of vehicle sales, including in Cleveland, will be battery electric vehicles. These are fully electric, no internal combustion engine, so think Chevy Bolt. We have a couple of these on our fleet currently. Or a plug-in hybrid EV. They have an electric battery, motor backup, internal combustion engine. Air quality benefits. These will benefit air quality by reducing transportation emissions. and they can alleviate noise. They're much quieter than internal combustion engines. And of course, they help us reach our climate action plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2050. It's important that we adopt this and encourage adoption in the city of Cleveland, and that's what this RFP sought to do. How can the city support transition to electric vehicles to support these emission goals, but also to attract visitors, businesses, and provide services to residents and business owners? So this is not just carbon emissions and air quality, but also an economic move on behalf of the city of Cleveland. On-road transportation makes up 15% of total emissions, and passenger vehicles account for almost 80% of those on-road transportation emissions. So even though there are 25% of our households do not own a car, it is important that we think about those traveling through Cleveland and coming to Cleveland and provide incentives for them to lower their transportation emissions. The project goal for the public charging RFP, as I said, were to provide equitable EV charging services to residents and visitors at no cost to the city, to encourage citywide adoption of electric vehicles by providing the supporting infrastructure, to encourage electric vehicle owners to spend time and their money in Cleveland neighborhoods, and to decrease air pollution, noise pollution, and greenhouse gas emissions. Again, we wanted to leverage the expertise of EV infrastructure provider while the city works to provide access and the efficiency on the municipal process side. As I stated, we kicked off in a low-emission vehicle task force, building and housing, fire, planning, Mayor's Office of Capital Projects, law, sustainability, Department of Public Utilities, and public safety. On the RFP overview, just so the vendor scope of services, the vendor again will be responsible for planning in coordination with the city departments that I just mentioned, leveraging grant and external funding support, such as the federal funding through the Federal Highway Administration. They will provide engineering and design and utility coordination, including with Cleveland Public Power and any investor-owned utility. The implementation, equipment procurement, installation, including electrical upgrades, wayfinding, and signage will be the responsibility of the vendor. Operation will also be the responsibility of the vendor, providing 24/7 access with a minimum of 97% uptime. Networked identified EV sites will be able to be reached through transportation apps. Usage data will be shared with the city. And while there is no cost to the city, there's opportunity for revenue sharing with the city. Vendors were asked to provide that as an option. The implementation standards will follow federal standards that are released in February 2023 by U.S. Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration. We also seek to incentivize turnover of charging station parking. This will be in the right-of-way. So that's an expectation of the vendor. On the city side, our scope of services will be coordination, input, and approval of siting plans. We did ask for a proposal from the vendors as a first pass. We provided a lot of initiatives like transportation-oriented development, our planning initiatives, completing green streets, our current parking sites. We provided all of this information to vendors responding so that they could have an initial pass and we could evaluate their ability to provide what the city needs. Those have not been finalized, however. Those are just for the RFP response. The city will serve as a grant applicant as needed. Some of the federal funding does require the municipality to be the grant applicant. We will streamline coordination, as I said, with Cleveland Public Power. We will have right of refusal before any investor-owned utility. So if the area is serviced by both Cleveland Public Power and investor-owned utility, Cleveland Public Power would have the right of refusal. Implementation for the city side. Again, exclusive right-of-way access and lease agreements for the selected vendor. This is right-of-way. This does not mean that another EV vendor could, this does not prevent another EV vendor from working with private developers or other landowners to deploy EV infrastructure. I think it's an important point. The city will help with wayfinding and signage guidance. And then on the operation side, again, vendor operates the system. There'll be revenue share fees collected by the vendor. Subfund mentioned in the legislation would support further development of city EV strategy and such as fleet conversion. So we have selected, after a competitive process that was conducted over the past few months with cross-departmental review and input from public utilities, engineering and construction and MOCAP, risk management, and Division of Parking and Office of Sustainability, we have selected Volta Volta Charging LLC is in partnership with Kimley Horn and Powerhouse. Together, they're known as Power Horn. And they have together deployed over 4,000 of these pieces of infrastructure throughout the United States. Along with Volta, they have done 2,500 installations. Direct experience, that's a measure of their direct experience with charging in high-traffic public right-of-way locations. Charging is subsidized by ad revenue. If you look at the picture on the screen here, you can see that there is a car parked next to a digital sign. That digital sign is an integrated charging station as well as ad revenue. So that is how they would support their cost. They have specialized engineering and construction expertise from Kimley Horn and Powerhouse, extensive in-house planning station and siting tool. The siting tool I'd like to go into a little bit on the next slide. And financial backing from Shell. During this RFP process, Shell acquired Volta, which gives them an expanded bench of financial backing. So the model proposal highlights free, level 2, low-cost DC fast charging. Proposed sites included on-street parking locations at disadvantaged communities and alternative fuel corridors. Siting plan, again, as I stated, would be finalized in coordination with the city. The one in the proposal did include 18 level 2 charging stations. Level 2 charging stations are the one that you plug into. It takes a couple of hours for local drivers moving through the city. Fast chargers were proposed in 6 different areas. And Predict EV, the siting tool, basically takes into consideration where current EV charging stations are publicly accessible but might be on private property. They also take into consideration leveraging increasing economic activity by visitors, so in front of local businesses. And they consideration of, I mentioned, complete and green streets, ADA zones, and furniture zones. The equipment itself, as I mentioned, would meet the federal standards from US DOT. I forgot to mention on here, monthly rent paid to the city, amount to be specified in the contract. That is from the ad revenue. And here is the project timeline. Again, legislation is specific to the right-of-way, publicly owned property for EV charging station network. And we kicked this off in February. Legislation was introduced in July. And we, with the approval of council, will enter into contract negotiations, station siting, permitting, utility coordination, and then we will go into design, engineering, construction late 2023, early 24, and installation will be completed as a projection in 2025. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Can we get a copy? Councilman Bishop?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I talked this over with Director Rose, and I fully support this piece of legislation.
Thank you. Councilman Polinsky and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. To whoever can answer, did the city went out for requests for proposals?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
Okay. And this company, this Volta Charging LLC, was the one who came in with the best proposal?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, that is correct.
And you indicated they are a subsidiary of who?
Through the chair, they have been acquired by Shell, the gas company Shell.
The oil company? Okay.
Correct.
Oil company Shell owns them. And you said how many of their charging stations already set up?
They have, through the chair, they have deployed over 2,500 in the nation, including about 300 in the Midwest.
Okay, any in Ohio?
Yeah, I believe 10 or 12 in Ohio, in the state of Ohio.
Anything near Cleveland?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you indicated there would be 18 stations in the city?
Through the chair to the councilman, that was just demonstrative of what they could do in their siting plan. We selected this vendor based on what they proposed and their ability to justify what they proposed based on the goals of the program. Is it equitable? Will it drive economic revenue? Will it be? Will it drive adoption of EVs, which are the goals of the program? Those are not the final sites, but that is that's phase 1. That was proposed as phase 1. That's correct.
What is the dollar amount they're going to pay rent for each one of the units?
That will be determined during the contracting phase.
Jesus. And will that come back to city council?
That would be part of the contract through the chair.
So I want to get a definitive answer. Will that be coming back to City Council for approval? No.
Through the chair, that would not be coming back, that final number would not be coming back before council for approval. We're happy to keep you updated.
Well, that's nice of you, but I mean, I would like it to come back in some form or shape. Secondly, as it pertains to the charging stations, are they going to have to go before Board of Zoning Appeals?
Through the chair, for the charging stations, we are coordinating with the Department of Planning. This was passed by the CPC on August 4th.
Okay. What role does council members have in the placement of a charging station in their community?
We would seek, through the chair, we would seek engagement from council members. The Predict EV tool does take a lot of things into consideration. One of the reasons why we haven't gone with the final proposal is that we would like to have input from council members.
Mr. Chairman, I would propose an amendment that the siting of the charging station must be approved by the council member.
Councilman Polensek has put forth an amendment. Do I have a second?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if we could,
There's an amendment on the floor. I just want to make sure if we got a second or no, don't have a second, and then we'll move into discussion.
The placement of the charging station in an individual ward must be approved by the council member.
Do we have a second?
I second that, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Jones, second. And then, do we have any discussion? Councilman Jones, you had a point or discussion?
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, I want to, once this here is, first, my issue is, we're in a summer session. This should be an issue that goes through committee process. And the various different committees should vet this out. This is much more complicated than meets the eye. And I got 2 hours worth of questions on it just in itself. And so it's like, this is, when we're talking about this proposition that's being brought before us, there's no reason why this should be even brought to the summer session, only emergency situations. And I don't see this, Mr. Chairman, rising to that occasion, especially when it's just been introduced. Right. So I would be up for tabling it, Mr. Chairman, because of the simple fact that there are a number of charging systems and charging companies, and I get a lot of questions. And I don't think that, and right now, from listening to my colleague Mike Polensek asked the director some questions, and you heard me laughing on this end of the table because I just thought that she just did not answer his questions. And some of these questions that he's asking is significant questions, and there should be answers to them. And if Mr. Chairman, she can't answer, and this is no offense to you, but if you can't ask his question he's asking you on this basic stuff, I think we should hold this. Unless you want to go through it, then
Councilman Polensek has
it's going to be a long night on this piece.
Councilman Polensek has a amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if it's a desire of you and the members of the committee.
We're moving it. Go ahead.
Moving it? Okay,
yes,
then I made a motion, and it was seconded, and so Mr. Chairman got to call a roll on it.
Okay, so all in favor for the Councilman Polensek's amendment to bring it back for council, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now we'll go back to questions. Councilman Polensek, did you have any follow-up?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, because these are lit and there's advertising, that's why I think it's important that there be coordination with the council members, because they could be a benefit to a community, but they also might be, someone might not want that in front of their quote-unquote their business or their location or something else. So that's why I believe the council members need to have input into the process. I'm not opposed to electric cars. The overwhelming majority of my folks can't afford them, and they cannot afford them, but they can't retrofit their houses as well for the electric hookups. So again, these are all things that we have to talk about and discuss internally at some point within the body. But that's where I'm at. I think the council members need to have input into the process. That's all where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the first question I have would be to the director. why are we bringing this, why is this piece right here currently in front of the council so important to be moved now?
Through the chair to the councilman, there is federal funding that is available in March. The application is required in March of 2024. The first round went out in 2023. That is through the Inflation Reduction Act, and it pays for electrical vehicle charging station in environmental justice neighborhoods, of which all 17 wards qualify. And that is in order for us to get our ducks in a row to apply for that kind of funding, we need to have the vendor propose the siting plans, co-plan that with council members, with public engagement, and then we need to be ready to apply for those dollars.
So when is that, when would you be, Mr. Chairman, to the director, applying for the grants? When is the grants due?
The grant application is anticipated to be released again in the spring, in March of 2024.
So while that doesn't, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, why couldn't this wait until the month of September? I don't see the urgency here.
Through the chairman and the councilman, so the thing that we're always up against is in the fall, finance closes at a certain time, usually early November. We need to have the vendor selected. We have to have law department negotiate the agreement. We have to have it certified by the time finance closes. So that tees us up for application in the springtime.
And then now the next question, Mr. Chairman, to the director was, my colleague talked about how many of these would actually be placed in the city of Cleveland. I know we would have a concept of this if we selected the vendor. So what is that number?
So through the chair to the councilman, the initial proposed phase would be 18 level 2 chargers and 6 what are called DC fast chargers. We have not confirmed that final number. That is an estimate for phase 1 based on the available information at the time of the RFP. During our contract negotiations, we would want to vet those with public input and with input from council, but especially with our cross-departmental EV task force.
And will these charging systems be powered by Cleveland Public Power, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Yeah, through the chair to the director, where there are both Cleveland Public Power and the investor-owned utility First Energy transmission lines or interconnect placement, that is where we would have, Cleveland Public Power would have the right of refusal. So Cleveland Public Power would have the first choice to connect.
I see. And then how much would this cost the person who wants to charge their vehicles? How does that work?
So thank you for the question. Through the chair to the councilman, as proposed, the level 2 charging station, which is for plug-in hybrid vehicles, so somebody who has, I don't know if you're familiar with the Volt, which has an electric battery, but it's much more affordable car. Those kinds of charging stations called level 2, that would be free to somebody charging. But the fast chargers, which charge 100% electric vehicles only, they don't do PHEV yet, those would have a small fee. The way that they are paid for, the electricity is paid for, is through the ad revenue that is displayed as the integrated part. I'm just going to go back to that picture. The company Volta sells ads on this infrastructure, and that is what pays for the charging station. I will have a quote from just, this again is not finalized because it's based on their proposal and we haven't finalized these sites, but they did calculate the benefit of over 214,000 views on I think a monthly basis, and I can get that information for you, from individuals in disadvantaged communities would be seeing it. And the point of their model is that they would have equitable access to this technology throughout the neighborhoods, and it's not just for visitors. And it it's very demonstrative of EV technologies available to everyone, and the fee to people driving the vehicles would be free in this first phase.
So, Mr. Chairman, do you have because it seems like what you're sharing with us is certainly not presented here within this ordinance that we have in front of us. So do you have the available package, the executive summary of the proposition of this company here and what their proposals are to do for the city of Cleveland, because we don't have that. And that would help a person like me sitting here, and
Sure.
a lot of this doesn't seem to make any sense to me, and the way you have it constructed. And then the next question is, Mr. Chairman, so we have the proposition of putting the first phase of 18 charging stations in the city of Cleveland. And are you saying that in that process, so many of these will be the fast chargers, which would be a percentage that the consumer would have to pay? But we don't know that, or do we know that?
Through the chair to the councilman, those 6 fast charging stations were proposed in an area that is high traffic, so it's a corridor off of a highway interchange, for example, that also has businesses, and that is their model typically. So that is specific to Cleveland and the model and the information they had, but we don't know that final number until we go through the contract negotiations and engage on the actual siting.
Okay. Can you, Mr. Chairman, for the sake of time to the director, can you make available that information? Can you send me an email on what you have?
Yes, and through the chair to the director, to the councilman, sorry, I'm happy to sit down with you too and go over the details if you'd like.
That would be great. And
Sure.
I would be interested in having at least one of those fast stations, charging stations in my neighborhood. We already got 2 free ones, but we want a fast charger. And we could probably have it up in the Lee Harvard area.
Through the chair to the councilman, I did pull the stats on your charging station. You've had 115 sessions since it was installed.
Mm-hmm. And we're seeing our people now purchase more EV vehicles in the neighborhood.
Through the chair to the councilman, that is exactly the kind of AV adoption that this seeks to achieve.
Mr. Chairman, I have no unreadiness. I yield the floor back to you.
Councilman Casey and Councilwoman Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. Mr. Chairman, to the director, did the RFP call for a 20-year period? I don't recall talking about a 10-year with 2 5 years.
Through the chair to the councilman, I might have misspoken. It's 10 years plus one 5-year option to renew, and it did call for that in the amended RFP. Because the original RFP, we did not get any responses for a 5-year.
And then even a 10-year, Mr. Chairman, to the director, that's where this council in the past has gotten into trouble with length of contracts, you know. And with this being electric and new technology and everything, is Volta going to be the company or the right company for us? And I know you can't predict that, but do we have out options in the contract?
Through the chair to the councilman, sorry, I keep wanting to say director, to the councilman, yes, we would structure the contract so that it would allow us to not be, we want to make sure that this technology is relevant. We want to make sure that it is within the contract, that they stay along trends. And the adoption or the acquisition by Shell really does allow, and that they did state that in their interview, that allows different options than they were able to propose in the initial.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Mara.
I just want to acknowledge that it's really late, and the director stayed a really long time for this conversation, and I want to say thank you. I think these EV chargers are a good thing for the city. I'm glad they're happening, and you stuck it out for one piece of legislation, and I'm grateful. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's right. You have to and you have, and Mr. Chairman, the
Not the
councilwoman
only
has
reason
to
I'm saying
recuse
it, but
herself.
truly, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Harris. Councilman
She's
Harrison.
recused herself.
Councilman Harrison.
No question. I just motioned to move as amended.
I thought it was moved already. Everything was moved, wasn't it? All right. So seeing no other questions, ordinance number 790-2023 as amended stands approved.
That's right.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, thank you. All right, I got 2 more pieces, 1 more piece, and then 2 council pieces. Ordinance number 900-2023 by council members Hairston and Griffin by departmental request an emergency ordinance to amend Section 4 of Ordinance Number 565-17, passed June 5, 2017, as amended, relating to construction gap funding to encourage the construction and rehabilitation of single-family homes for passage. I believe, Councilman Hairston, I know that Director Hernandez spoke to you about this. Did she?
Mr. President, so we received a notice asking for this to be heard under suspension, intro and passage. She did provide some language or some information back from questions that were asked by council staff and myself. And this is money that is coming from Department of ED, from old bond money that they were not able to utilize. And they're asking to repurpose these dollars to use to fund single-family home proposals that were submitted under the ARPA gap financing, which is what we passed some time ago.
Okay.
Although we had a discussion, I would think that someone from the department would still be here and come and provide information or answer any questions themselves. However, they did provide some response to questions that were sent over by myself and Mr. Joe Titra.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
1 second. What we're going to do then is, if you want to call her. If not, we're just going to the two council pieces. If nobody comes, then we won't move forward with them.
Is this under community development?
Is it under community development? What order?
It is community development. So the money came from ED.
What number?
It's 900.
I don't see it. They don't have it in here.
It is for
They don't
intro
have it in
passage, so it wouldn't be under your normal committee of the whole tab, I guess. So
An addendum?
It's an addendum.
I don't see it.
It was sent Tuesday at 11:46 a.m. from Alan Dreyer.
It was sent to us on our.
So it is on your tablet, through the chair. It is on the tablet. On the committee of the whole is the last item under Public Works. It says first reading legislation for intro and passage. If you click that, if you scroll down to 900, you will see the information there.
Where'd you say?
So what we're going to do is hear these two council pieces. If she gets down here by the time we hear these two council pieces, then we'll hear her piece.
Where you
But
say it
if
was
not,
at?
we'll do that. Two council pieces. One is by Councilmember Griffin, an emergency resolution recognizing John James' years of service to Cleveland City Council and naming the small conference room in Cleveland City Council offices as the John James Conference Room.
So moved.
All right.
You gotta smile on the plate on that one.
I'm beat. All right. So hearing no other objections, resolution number 806-2023 stands approved. Please sign on. Mr. James will be coming in, and we will be having some kind of ceremony to recognize his years of service. All right, last one, and if anybody's trying to reach out to Hernandez, the clock is ticking. Just to let you know, it's ordinance number 746-2023 by Councilmember Conwell, an emergency ordinance to add the name Hattie Hollifield Way as a secondary and honorary street name to Austin Avenue between East 99th and East 105th. Councilman Conwell.
Yeah, it was my last tweet, man. Her daughter blew me up, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So staff has just gave me the word that Director Hernandez had to leave because of some family issues or something. So she had to
Okay, well
leave.
then this will be held till next month.
There it is. Let's go.
Okay.
Hit the gap.
All right. Seeing no other questions, this council is adjourned till the next call of the chair. Yes, Alan.
Yes, send it over. I'll sign up.
Nobody was here for work.
What's that?
So can they do it? Ain't nobody here. Ain't nobody here. Nobody here. All right.
Who's that?
All right, we gotta, so we're gonna adjourn and reconvene at 9:10. The staff needs a half an hour to prepare, so please reconvene across the hall at 9:10 p.m. Thank you.